DNVR Draft Stream. We're doing it.
We are.
Day 3. Time for some excitement. 2 picks on the board. Again on Shaduer Watch. Yes, Jake the Schwanman Schwanitz is with us. Mm-hmm. He just went to get caffeinated. I already have caffeine handy in my brick brew mug. Spilled some coffee on my cream-colored Avs hat coming in, so a bit of a wardrobe malfunction.
Yeah.
As far as those go in the NFL world, though, a less problematic one.
True.
Than
sometimes you get like the ass rip in the pants.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those are classic. Like
they are.
Big man's pants fall off.
Yeah. That one is down epic. By the pants. Those are funny.
Yeah.
Do for one of those.
And of course, joined by Henry Chisholm,
yes,
who once again is on a steady diet of Broncos prospect tape and little else.
It's been...
I swear,
each of these drafts just takes like a year off of my life.
Oh,
it's like every time you get through a weekend, you're just like, oh, it is... There it goes. There goes my like age 67 year. Hope 66 is good.
Yeah. I mean, look, man, I think for content's sakes, we're all hoping you just make it to 69, you know?
Wow, that would be worth it.
And
I'm going to make that happen.
It's all bonus.
69 is my number.
So we've got about 32 picks to that's awesome, man.
I'm deciding right now.
I love that you're like that. Yeah. In the new studio, which is glorious. Some have complained to me about these chairs, so this is a big moment for me establishing whether or not these chairs are ass, as the kids are saying, or if they're staying with us forever. We've got Elway in the back.
Yep. Kyle Orton signed football.
Right. So switching up the vibes a little bit.
Yeah.
Do we need a vibes change? Also,
so
would you mind tucking in that chair? It just looks so much better like that.
There we go.
There you go.
Also by moment, big moment. It's more like a big 6 hours of
Cue
sitting
up
here
the
in these
big
chairs.
draft, big moment presented by Big Brothers, Big Sisters.
What do we think of the chairs? This is I not to like scare people away from this stream.
No, don't do it.
I think we're just getting off to a bit of a slow start. Like I need to get to like this level of caffeine.
Yes.
And then I think we're gonna be back and the vibes are gonna be we're gonna be cooking. The thoughts are not clicking in my head right now though.
Unlike Pat Bryant, who has a really, really good right off the bat. Really good acceleration, really good 10-yard split.
It's true.
It's more the long speed might be the question for Pat. We, unlike Pat, we're going to be a bit of a like slow starter.
Yep. When we get up to speed, we're gone.
Who's like
Audric Estime, or we kind of thought that was the
like
case.
A big wide receiver who just takes a little bit to hit that second gear. That's going to be us for sure. I am so grateful for you, Henry, because in years past, I was doing what you're doing. So it's being on all the streams, then watching the tape after the streams. I am doing those two things. But then I write some notes and I get to go to bed. You have the added layer of after watching the tape, then you have to go back and write a piece. So we do have a live piece.
Let's plug that. Yep. TheDNVR.com, 2,000 words with like 20 clips on DJ Harvey. And RJ Harvey. Sorry, somebody said DJ Gibbs.
Also, Jahdae Barron is already up. Some great pieces and analysis.
More on the way. Well, the other kicker is that we're doing the live stream for all of day 3. So we start at 10 instead of like 2.
Yep.
Those 4 hours for a guy who decided at 1:30, I got to get a little sleep. I'm just going to set the alarm for 5 a.m.
Yep.
Poof, boy, would that go a long way. But here we are. And we get to watch 2 draft picks. in the next
We'll see.
5 hours.
We'll find out.
We will find out.
I wouldn't be surprised if they traded back to add a little capital.
Yep.
Honestly, I'm pretty excited about the undrafted free agents
I am too.
that we'll get to recap on Monday.
I was actually thinking about
This
that.
is the perfect class. There's so
on the
much
podcast
running
Monday?
back, wide receiver, tight end talent. I wasn't booked.
Okay.
But if you would like me, I can do that.
Personally, I would really
I
like
can pull
you.
some strings to
Okay.
get on there.
Yeah, 'cause I
I'll
had that
talk to
thought
my
today.
friend, Zach Stevens.
When I was thinking, we don't have a chance to talk undrafted free agents because typically we go live kind of toward the end of the draft and stay live during the big ones. But we aren't going to get to share our undrafted free agent thoughts on the stream today.
We're not.
There's going to be up in my head with no way to get out except for Twitter.
And look, there's so much talent at tight end.
Yep.
Still remaining. Maybe that could be our big draft takeaway to start the show. And then we'll get into the 3 guys that were drafted yesterday after having had a chance to dig in on them last night.
Dog.
Jake Brenningstool from Clemson. Great tight end prospect. Move tight end. Would be really nice to see him go to the Broncos at this state of the draft. Jackson Hayes from Georgia Tech. Also a really nice tight end prospect. Jalen Conyers, Fran and Jake talked about that yesterday. He would be perfect for the Broncos. Absolutely perfect. Local kid, Gunnar Helm, still on the board and would be really nice. Oronde Godson, the second from Syracuse. Really nice move tight end.
Son of Oronde Gadsden.
Of course.
Who could forget?
I mean, the facts right there. Brent Kuthi, a personal favorite who I've talked about for a gazillion years.
Yeah, no.
The Utah move
He
tight
got to
end.
the Pac-12 before me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Which is saying something.
Yeah.
Robbie Otis of Alabama, or CJ Dipper. Thomas Fedone of Nebraska is a guy I really like. Mitchell Evans, a tight end from Notre Dame. Brian Nesbitt, a move tight end from North Carolina, and even Benjamin Urosek. So a ton of tight ends to look at.
Another old man.
All those Big 12 running backs that Jake was talking about yesterday still on the board, aside from RJ Harvey, obviously already a Bronco. So you've got Scattaboo. Obviously, you have DJ Giddens. You have Devin Neal. You also have favorites of Ollie Gordon staying with the Big 12 backs. Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt, the Arizona running back's really good. Taj Brooks. I mean, running back is stacked. You still have Bishal Tootin, Brashard Smith, Damon Martinez, LaQuinton Allen, Woody Marks, Khalil Mullings, Marcus Yarns, Jarquez Hunter, Jaden Blue. I mean, it is stack. Trevor Etienne, Dylan Sampson, who I would love. Raheem Rocket Sanders, Kyle Monyangai from Rutgers, who honestly is very RJ Harvey-esque. And then wide receiver, a ton of wide receivers, starting with 2 Mountain West kids, Torrey Horton and Jalen Royals. But it is absolutely a stacked field there as well. Some really high-end slot receivers like Xavier Restrepo, like Tez Johnson, like LeJohntay Western. Jimmy Horn from Colorado, also still available. 2 big wideouts from Tennessee with massive upside in Brew McCoy, Dante Thornton, a burner out of Georgia who can't catch anything, and Arian Smith. Ja'Cory Brooks for Louisville, who had a big season after transferring from Alabama and has some kick return ability. You name it. There's a lot of guys, including Rock Taylor, who's huge, out of Memphis and would be intriguing with the Broncos. Ricky White out of UNLV is a really talented wide receiver. Nick Nash was amazing at San Jose State. Big wide out.
Did he hurt end of the year? I could be wrong about that.
I could be wrong. So. Nick Nash feels like a very...
He gives me arena football vibes.
Oh, wow.
Nick Nash, which is not a nice thing to say about somebody I know.
No, it's not. That's not how I would get someone excited about the pick.
But I think it's the uniform as well. And the name Nick Nash is just very much this guy was a star at San Jose State. Yeah.
So there's a ton of talent at those skill positions.
Sorry, Nick.
We talked about some developmental.
Yep.
And then we're on punter watch as well. We just got a question about James Burnip. Where do you think the punter run starts? Usually 5th?
There are some things in life that you just can't predict. And where the
Dang.
first punter in any given
That's
draft is
sick.
going to be chosen is one of those things.
This guy has sick
Yeah.
analysis.
That's where I'm at. Could be no punters. Could be a punter right here, and you're just like, I guess, because sure, it's a punter.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Should we
Wanna
talk
get
about
into it?
these yesterday, guys? Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
the move.
Mile High Memes, everyone in the chat, thank you so much for joining us. Toyota Chat Time. It's such a pleasure to be here with you today.
About 30 picks before the Broncos.
Leave us
so
a
plenty of
thumbs
time.
up, the whole shebang.
Yep.
Also, we might have had a pick, so it's going to be a little...
Chimere DK from Florida goes to the Titans.
Okay.
Yep.
Titans having one of the crappy... Wide receiver out of Florida, yeah. One of the
That's the one.
crappier drafts so far. Some are saying the Broncos are too, so...
Yeah, some are saying that, which is a little disappointing, and I don't think it's right.
Let's get into it.
Yep, let's
Where
get
do you
into
want
it.
to start?
Just go in order.
Do it.
Let's start RJ Harvey. So we talked quite a bit about him yesterday, and obviously got to go back, watch a few games last night. Got to write about it, look at all the numbers. Big thing to me is that speed is for real. Like, that is home run hitter speed. 4.40 is ridiculous for a running back. Ridiculous for a running back who can run between the tackles. I think that's what I would say. Sometimes you find those guys and you say, like, hey, we get the ball in his hands. He can take it to the house. But the defense knows that they can kind of just sit outside. You know what you're trying to do with that guy. With Harvey, a lot of these big runs are coming up the middle. And he's hitting a crease and he's gone. Sometimes even making a guy miss in there. I think that's why I like him. Oh, Bayshall Tootin going to the Jags. That's a fun pick.
Wow.
Speedy back.
That's nice. They have gone after athletes.
And as we're talking, though, Tootin, one of the guys who say, like, hey, 4.29 can take it to the house. But can he run between the tackles? The answer is probably no. And so how does that change how you defend him? And that, to me, is the kicker with Harvey, is that he's that home run threat who you can play in the middle of the field. Ridiculous production. Got to start with that.
Ridiculous production.
Ridiculous
especially
production.
for someone who's like new at the position.
Totally. I want to say sixth in the country in rushing yards last year, behind Genty, Hampton, Scadaboo, that triple option quarterback
KJ
from
Jefferson.
Army.
Yep.
Whatever his name is. And then Jacksonville State's running back. So you're talking about one of the best there. You look through the top 20 running backs in total rushing yards last year. Number one in yards per carry, Ashton Genty. Yeah. Number two is RJ Harvey. And I think that's kind of interesting too, because I think in a lot of ways you see, oh, there's Ashton Genty. He's legit. Ashton Genty light, there is something to that, I think, when you look at...
a running style, frame. They're very similar. Also, dare I say, the Ashton Genty comp, he's faster. RJ Harvey is faster. RJ Harvey, straight line speed, home run hit ability, home run threat is faster. Now, I think Genty's more powerful and has like truly rare contact balance.
And you just can't touch him.
And stop-start ability that, it's like above what RJ Harvey brings to the table. Frankly, it's above what anyone else can bring to the table. So,
yeah, and I think that's how I ended the film room. Actually, was bringing that up. I think it is an interesting conversation. If you were to say, like, hey, Genty, would you take off a bit of that untouchability, a bit of that tackle breaking, and add on a tick of speed? To me personally, I wouldn't. And obviously, it's you add on, in this case, one tick of speed, and you take off like 3 ticks of some of those other things from Genty to make the comp. I say no, because again, when a push comes to shove, you want a running back who can go get you 4 yards per carry in the playoffs and just be consistent with it. In the regular season, though, you can win a lot of games by hitting home runs and taking leads that way. I think...
Yeah, you have some juice combined with physicality that you just didn't have in the run game before.
Yep. I will say I was more impressed by the speed than I thought. I was a little bit underwhelmed with some of the tackle breaking stuff. Not that it was bad, just that I thought that was a tick higher.
Yeah. He's like a physical runner. He seeks out contact. he's got to figure out how to pick his spots a bit more on that.
I would agree.
He's low to the ground, though. I do think the contact balance is there. I do think the ability to break tackles is there.
Plays behind his pads.
Yeah. Sometimes the break tackle ability shows up more where like they get him dead to rights behind the line of scrimmage and he breaks 2 tackles to turn the negative outside. 3-yard run into a negative 1 yard or into a 3-yard run.
Or 25 sometimes.
Ooh. The Giants just took Ken Scattaboo.
Wow.
That's a good pick by them.
That is a good pick by them.
Yeah, so I mean, he's low to the ground, which makes him, that's where the contact balance and the ability to break tackles is. Definitely a home run hitter. Got the good inside-outside ability as a runner. Forced runs outside a good amount versus Arizona. I thought he was more disciplined and instinctive running up the middle and reading runs there. He is a guy who like had to pick his spots with running out a shotgun. He will lower his head in space and try to truck you and run you over. He's like aggressive like that. Saw very few receptions. That's a bit of a concern.
I want to go back to the bouncing stuff outside.
It's a big unknown.
Because that to me was one of those things where you say like, oh, yep, that's one of those. Sometimes it's a storyline for a player. Like you go back to Saquon Barkley, draft prospect, incredible, all that stuff. One of those storylines about him though was, I don't know, sometimes he's looking for home runs when he shouldn't be. He's trying to take stuff outside. And I actually wrote in the film room, like, now you look at it and you're like, yeah, let the guy try to hit home runs. It's Saquon Barkley. Like, if you have a couple strikeouts, it's kind of worth it. And for what it's worth, Saquon Barkley, 40 time, 4.40, exact same as
Dang.
Just for fun. Not that that's the comp or anything.
Dang.
But yeah, there is some of that. It's a strange dynamic though, because I came away very, very, very impressed by the vision. Like the ability to see holes opening up.
The more I watched, the vision was impressive.
Sometimes it feels like he has eyes in the back of his head. He'll just be running this way and there's like a little seam back here and it's like boom, boom. And all of a sudden it's a double jump cut and he's up the other way. I almost think if that can be somewhat of the problem. Where it's like somehow, like when a lot of backs wouldn't even realize there's a crease opening way back there, they're just going to keep going where they're going. He's like, oh, that's there? Let me go get it.
Yes.
And he tries to go get it.
There's some creativity that needs to be honed just a smidge. And honestly, I would have said the same about Alvin Kamara's Tennessee tape.
And about
Saquon. I mean, that was my knock on Saquon. 100%. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Creativity is a good thing.
Picking his spots will have to be a thing for sure. And that's where I see some of the negative runs. Some are on the O-line. Some are on the scheme. Some are on him trying to force runs outside. But my biggest concern was on 3rd and long where I see some of those, 3rd and short, where I see some of those turning into negative plays. Then I look at the advanced stats, over 5 yards per carry on 3rd and short. That's 3rd down with 1 to 3 yards per go. He had 20 carries, 113 yards, 5.65 yards per carry and 2 touchdowns in those situations. So
yeah. And for some people who might not have been watching yesterday, I pulled up the numbers, did a little math for depending on which direction he was going, whether he was productive. 5.9 yards per carry in the A gaps, 8.9 in the B gaps, 5.35 in the C gaps, 6.9 when you go outside. So he is just as productive inside as he is outside, which again, I think is the key to the whole thing. Because I think if he didn't have the contact balance, wasn't 7th in the country in broken tackles last year, so like we can complain a little bit about like, is it sustainable at the NFL, whatever. He did go and do that. The production is there. Some guys who wouldn't be able to do that, you start talking about like, oh, if RJ Harvey could only play the outsides, then you're talking about a guy who like 6th round, like what a fun, like put him out there, see what happens.
Yeah.
Harvey going is like the top of that tier of running backs that nobody knew what order they'd go in. Hey, if you buy into the fact that he can run up the middle, which I do, the ceiling is very high. Like of that entire tier, from him to Caleb Johnson to Scattaboo to all those guys, superstar potential rankings, he might be at the top.
Yep, much better start-stop ability. Than Caleb Johnson. I think better creativity as a runner and just as good of a home run hitter, certainly faster. I do see the Genty Light stuff. We talked about that. I see some of the Sproles comps, though he's got to show that he's that tier of wide receiver. I see the Bucky Irving stuff. where it's like a guy who's instinctive, loves to run outside, has some break tackle ability, lower to the ground, a more compact back. He obviously has better long speed, but like Sproles needs to show a bit more of the receiving chops. That made me more comfortable with Bucky Irving in that part of it. I think there's the fair concerns that were brought up yesterday. The age, the fumbles, the injury history, the tread on the tires.
Yep.
He's going to be a huge fantasy sleeper and a dynasty darling. There's massive start potential in this offense.
Yeah.
Just plain and simple. The other thing, the guys who may move well laterally, right? They're just jump cut mavens. It's that style. Those guys were all guys who I was like, that's a Sean Payton back. He has that in spades.
Yep.
Jake, you can join anytime you want.
Yeah. Come sit with us, Jake.
The Toyota chat asking my thoughts on Shaduer Sanders. I mean, I think it's absolutely crazy. To me, he was the top quarterback in this class. Prototypical pocket passer. I thought he showed more arm strength than people gave him credit for. I think there are a multitude of throws on tape where he's off balance and doesn't have his feet under him, and he's able to get the ball out to short windows on time. He's able to get the ball out to the opposite sideline on time. His ball placement is some of the best of any prospect I've studied, and that's short, intermediate, long ball. I think he's very often putting his guys in positions to succeed. I thought the big, from a scouting position perspective, debate was how does he handle pressure? As someone who watched every single game he played at CU the last 2 years and then had gone back to watch the Jackson State stuff prior to that, I thought he handled himself really well under pressure. Obviously, there's going to be some things to clean up where there was some hero ball and holding on to the ball and trying to get the best play, but he is far from the first quarterback I would say that about. And most quarterbacks I said that about in college, much like RJ Harvey needs to be honed in, Mahomes, Josh Allen, those guys also had a bit of a propensity to play some hero ball, and it seems to have worked out once they honed it in. So
Mahomes 6'1", by the way.
Yeah. Yep. He is Mahomes sized.
Yeah.
And also has some of that Mahomes wiggle where like he's not an elite athlete, but and so yeah. And the other thing is bloodlines. Like this guy has been receiving high end pro caliber coaching since the time he was like middle school, probably
his entire life.
Yeah. I will never forget talking to Austin Eckler before the draft and kind of comparing him to Christian McCaffrey. And him talking about working out with Christian McCaffrey at the Landau Performance thing and saying, yeah, the biggest difference between me and Christian is that him as a route runner is look him up, Dre. See what the size comp is, and you might be surprised.
But he doesn't. I would agree. He doesn't
and he said,
look
like,
like
yeah,
that.
the biggest difference is like Christian and his brothers have received like high end coaching and are so refined as route runners, and I'm just now starting to work on that stuff,
It's beyond that though. Like guys like Michael Irvin, Chad Johnson, like these guys are who he like grew up around. I mean, just think of Coach Prime's network. That's who Shaduer
100%.
Sanders got coaching from, advice from.
And there's the off-field stuff, being able to deal with the fame, being able to deal with the scrutiny that comes with it. To me, I kind of would have treated him like a Manning kid who, again, you might say not elite athletes, not elite arm strength, but it's the cerebral stuff. It's the poise. It's just the living in it and being built to be this. So,
but unlike the Mannings,
it's a shocker. And every single quarterback drafted ahead of him, starting with Cam Ward, I would have bet 1,000,000 times on Shaduer ahead of him.
But unlike the Mannings, Coach Prime and Shaduer didn't force their way to a destination. This is insane.
Well, is some of that talk early on of them, picking their place and not sending Shaduer to a bad place or to, a place they don't want him to go?
Then the teams that came up to Boulder and talked to Coach and Shaduer lied because it was the Saints. It was, Titans brass. It was Giants brass, Browns brass. Owner and GM of the Browns were at the pro day. You could say it was for Travis, There was a lot of buzz about them trying to get both. So I don't know. This is just, it honestly seems like a coordinated effort at this point.
Yeah.
Him dropping out of yesterday it's
crazy.
Something's up.
This is the most notable draft slide in NFL history now. This is ridiculous.
Well,
I would I would struggle to think of anyone.
Where did Malik Willis end up getting drafted?
Like
he was
fourth round.
Yeah, because he was another one who, like, week of the draft, everybody's saying top 5.
Mm-hmm. That same draft had maybe Matt Corral, who I think some mocks had pretty high, but I'm sorry, there's just no comparing what Shaduer Sanders did the last 2 years in Power football to Matt Corral or Malik Willis's careers coming up. So I find it very odd, but
I mean, it's obvious that Shaduer and like Coach Prime, this isn't like a black quarterback thing or anything.
100%.
Cam Ward just went first overall. Like, I don't know. We've gone like kind of past that, but all throughout I remember them talking about Donovan McNabb and Dante Culpepper growing up about the black quarterback when Cam Newton was in the league. RG3, like this has been a thing.
Yeah.
But this is a Shaduer and Coach Prime thing.
1,000%. It's as political a draft decision as I've maybe ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think any team is going to say, I don't want a good quarterback because of whatever. Because, like, I don't think it's collusion or a coordinated effort or anything. I think it's just teams decided they don't like him. And they might like him for on-field reasons. They might like him for, or not like him for off-field reasons. But, again, when you're talking quarterback, even if every owner in the NFL really was saying, like, don't touch him, we hate Deion Sanders, which that is not what's happening, I still would be like, no, I'm drafting the guy. If I think he's a Pro Bowl quarterback, I think he's a Pro Bowl quarterback.
I think the off-field attention is a big part of this.
Especially when you get out of round 1.
I mean, honestly, get out of the top 25.
Yeah.
It's like, ugh.
You get to
just having this guy on the roster is going to create some media headaches we don't necessarily want to deal with.
It's fine if he's a starter. It's not fine if he's a backup.
But they made sure he wasn't the starter, though. Like, they never gave him a chance at this point.
I mean, nobody did individually. I don't think it. Again, this is 32 different groups making the same decision. It's not just the NFL says. It's the Bills say. The teams that are interested in quarterbacks, the Saints, the Raiders, they all decided individually, we just don't have interest.
This is, and I agree. And this is, there's 3 things here. I mean, one, what you just said, that's kind of crazy though still.
Yeah,
like,
totally.
Again, the Broncos signed Peyton Manning. They drafted Brock Osweiler on day 2 that same year. Like Jalen Hurts, Carson Wentz was like their guy, and they still drafted Jalen Hurts. Like this is like teams who still don't have a quarterback need take quarterbacks on day 2 of the NFL draft. Shaduer Sanders is one of...
we saw plenty go yesterday.
Exactly.
Totally.
And he's one of, if not the best one, and has been since, I mean, in my opinion, the entire draft, but since Cam Ward has come off the board, it's undisputable. He's been the best quarterback available.
Well, I think he was number 1 also.
So why are even the Bills, like you have Josh Allen, like you don't think you can upgrade your backup quarterback situation by getting Shaduer Sanders? Like it's, I don't know. But this again goes into something I brought up yesterday. One, last year, 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12. There's just not as big of a quarterback need this year, especially for teams who are looking for a true starter.
Yeah. I mean, also the quarterbacks just, I think Bo Nix would have gone number 1 in this draft.
I mean, sure.
If not, he would have been number 2.
That's fair, but quarterbacks still went day 2 last year, even after the 6 quarterbacks went in the first round. And then the last thing is what RK brought up yesterday on our show.
Oh, Deion Walker to the Bills, damn it.
Yeah, that would have been a great pick.
It's that...
They've had a nice draft.
Yeah.
We'll get into that.
RK said, you know, he thinks he heard from someone that owners love Shaduer, GMs love Shaduer. It's the coaches who are concerned about their own jobs because chances are if you're picking a quarterback to come in and start, you're likely on the hot seat already at this point. And if you bring in Shaduer instantly, even with this stupid contract extension that got drawn out and was signed just a few months ago, the first thing you're going to hear is, when is Deion going to be the coach of the Giants now?
True.
When is he going to be the coach of the Browns?
True.
So there's a lot at play with this, but I mean, it just seems, I'm just calling it like I say, it seems like a coordinated effort. Like
There's
a
just
blackballing of sort.
Well, I mean, just no way. I don't know about just no way.
I mean, they've literally done it before, though.
Do you think the NFL colluded against Lamar Jackson when he tried to hit the open market and no one gave an MVP a contract?
I think draft is different. I think to not draft somebody is crazy because you don't like their. I don't buy that could even be a consideration. Like I think that teams would say if this is a good quarterback, if he actually goes undrafted, then I could buy it.
I think he's going undrafted, bro.
I think if the concern is the coaches, we're at a point in the draft where that concern should be alleviated, and you can draft this kid and the rumors of his dad.
So then let's see it. The Jets are on the clock. They have Justin Fields. You're telling me they couldn't use Shaduer Sanders?
Yeah, no, they could use Shaduer Sanders. Yeah. All right.
And they're enough of a mess. Because again, like if you're the Broncos, to me, you don't touch Shaduer Sanders. Because if he's in the building,
backup, but
I don't care enough about that position, the backup quarterback, to say, hey, Bo has one bad game. You've got everybody on Twitter saying, you put Shaduer in, put Shaduer in, put Shaduer in. I just have no interest.
What do you think
Who cares about the people on Twitter?
Maximizing.
I don't want that.
That's
in
your
Bo's
job,
ears.
though.
I don't want anybody. I don't want anybody in the receivers room who is a Shaduer guy to be thinking like, oh, I think Shaduer is better. I want all of that out of my building.
But what about just having
a
good backup who you spend a late fourth and in 2 years could turn into a late first or a
I like
second.
that part. I like that part. But along with that drama, not interested. I'm just not.
I don't know. Couldn't a veteran coach like Sean Payton be able to handle that drama and be like, yeah, we have a veteran backup and we have a developmental backup and we have a clear starter?
But why ask for it? Like, why ask to bring that in? Because again, it's not just
because you're making your roster better and you're
it's about winning
improving an
football
asset,
games.
right?
It's
asset management.
I think that when you talk about like that little bit of value that you could get from that, I think you compare that to, again, Pat Surtain might be, we saw him up in Boulder. He might think Shaduer is good. If Bo has back-to-back bad games and Pat starts to think, maybe we should see what Shaduer is doing, that is the last thing that you can have. Like, there's just...
I don't think that's...
I think it is, and I think that's why nobody's going to touch him. I think it's because nobody wants that in their building if they don't have him as their starting quarterback.
How is that different than almost any other quarterback? I know Shaduer brings a lot more, but if any starter starts to struggle, the crowd is going to start chanting for the backup. Twitter's going to be on fire for the backup.
But you know that he comes with more juice.
He does.
There's all those people. It's just.
So then, if you're
everything
the Bills,
is amplified with him.
Why
I just don't want a
comfortable?
circus on my bench.
But if you're like the Bills, why don't you feel comfortable?
The Bills
if
could.
you're the Ravens,
Bills
why don't you feel comfortable? Like you have MVP candidates at quarterback. Like that should be the least of your concern. We all know who the quarterback is going to be.
Yeah. No, again, like I think if they wanted to do that, it could make some sense. But I think that there are a lot of teams that don't have a Patrick Mahomes or a Josh Allen or whoever who, again, to me personally, I just don't want. Again, it's Tebow all over again.
It is.
Imagine Tebow
totally
on your bench with all the fan stuff and all. Just keep that drama away. The little bit of value you get from an upgraded backup quarterback versus I'm happy with Jarrett Stidham as the backup quarterback. Like Shaduer's probably better, but how much better? How many games do you actually see that over the course of 4 years? I'd rather just stay away from the drama.
I mean, I get it. It's obvious that there's something that they're staying away from. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, again, my whole argument, this is about winning football games at the end of the day.
I also think this is why, comms departments, PR departments.
Exactly.
Those guys make salaries, they're not just volunteers.
But again, like,
it's not like my job is harder. Like
a good PR guy doesn't just erase that though. It doesn't just mean like, oh nope, Shaduer no longer has all this attention. People are still, Shaduer, everything he says is going to be recorded. It's going to show up everywhere. If he says one thing about, I thought Bo missed this read, then all of a sudden that's national news, even if he meant it in a very harmless way. It's just a level of drama that I don't think is good for a team, especially when it's coming from the bench. If that's your starting quarterback, I think that's just fine. But it's just a level of pressure that I wouldn't be interested in. And when you get past the point where you're drafting guys to be your starter, again, that's why he didn't go day 2. I think there was a real chance he could go day 1
but
because
they
it would
did
make
this
sense.
to him though.
They all individually though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
all individually together.
and they have the right to do that if they think that he isn't going to be a good quarterback.
But
they have the right to pick whoever they want, though.
Totally.
Objectively, though, if you watch college football, pretty odd.
Yes.
Pretty odd. The Jets just drafted a wide receiver who famously is bad at catching footballs, which I don't know. I'm new to the sport, but I thought that catching footballs would be a valuable quality for someone whose
at wide receiver
main job responsibility as a receiver is to receive the ball ahead of one of the most prolific quarterbacks in college football history.
I mean,
you know,
we've seen teams do this in the past, though, where they just load up on quarterbacks and then they figure it out later. The Eagles have done this. The Vikings have done this. Like, quarterbacks are assets, man. Like,
of course,
even if you bring in Shaduer and you're worried about all this, you give him one game in the preseason and he shows out, you could probably trade him for someone who actually needs a quarterback who obviously made a mistake at this point.
Ty Robinson to the Eagles.
I can't get over the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers are still sitting here with Skylar Thompson and Mason Rudolph.
It's crazy.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's nuts. It's nuts.
It's irresponsible.
I can understand
Yeah,
why this might be happening, but I think it is insane that it is happening.
I just wish we could get like Mike Tomlin off the record. Give us the full story here. Like, what's going on? Like, was it the interview? Like, did you say like, hey, you were changing a bunch of plays?
Apparently Tomlin's in on Shaduer. It's the rest of the front office that doesn't. And I mean, look, the Steelers haven't exactly been a team that's in on personality. We'll see if this Rodgers thing goes through. That's the other thing is like, if you're in on Rodgers, spare me the distractions.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's different though.
Is it?
It is. I think it's different.
I think the distractions from
Shaduer
Rodgers are far worse.
I mean,
Shador's
more concerning for sure, like more questions about his character. But I think in terms of just like the volume of content that comes from the Shaduer side, I think there's more volume behind that than there would be behind Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers literally has Netflix documentaries being made about him, man.
And how many cameramen follow Shaduer everywhere he goes? Everywhere.
But that was part of the Buffs ecosystem.
Totally,
I do think that would change.
Of course
in
it
the
would
NFL,
change. It's not like
know?
Bucky's going to follow him into the locker room with the camera, go and throw up the wrist and stuff. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
But then you get to you start seeing him fall. And again, that's why I want just the off the record, like, what is the concern? Like, did you go to the interview and he just said like, nope, I'm having all my camera.
Well, I think
like,
there is some of the like the interview. If you've ever seen Shaduer speak, if you've ever been around Shaduer, he is a very chill guy.
Yes. And I honestly...
And I think that was the attitude in these interviews. And I think some of these teams are like, whoa, most of these kids are like pissing down their leg because they're kind of nervous and excited. And this guy's chill AF, like he was just having a casual meeting with a fan. And instead it's like an NFL team trying to interview him. And I think that caught people off guard. Look, there's been interviews I've done with, in this industry where it's like most people are excited and those few people who don't come off as excited, it's kind of like, that was surprising. Like it does hit differently when you're in a passion industry and someone's super chill and doesn't really give you.
True.
I totally get that too. I think they were expecting him to be like every other quarterback, beads of sweat coming down the forehead, ring in their hands, and Shadour's just not like that. I mean, again, this has been his life. He grew up under Deion Sanders. He was in NFL locker rooms when he was a child. Like, he knows these guys. He knows this process. He's been getting tips on it his whole life. Like, this isn't some surprise to him what he's going through. He's expecting everything that happened along the way. And this brings me to another point. I think the NFL is pissed that Shaduer and Coach Prime didn't follow the rules, step in line with their precious little draft process. He didn't go to the combine, didn't throw. Again, this isn't unheard of. Guys do this all the time. But
it's literally what Genti and Brock Bowers did.
They made teams go to Boulder to see them. And it's just like when it is in recruiting. If you're serious about Colorado, if you want to know what's going on here, you want any interest in these players, want to find out what's going on, you come here. Coach Prime isn't hitting the road on recruiting. Other coaches do all that stuff. But if you want a true taste of the program, you got to come to Colorado. And that's what they did with the pro process. They had their separate pro day and all that. which Shaduer threw really well. The ball hardly touched the ground, looked great. And we're sitting here at pick 112 with the Saints on the clock who just took a linebacker.
It's crazy to me. Oh, Danny Studsman, though. Good pick. Do we have someone hopping on? Yeah.
Hit Pat.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We can hit Pat Bryant on this. If he goes undrafted, that'll be crazy.
The chat's like freaking out. This is an NFL issue now. Get used to this. Like, this ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. Pat Bryant.
Stud.
Give it to me.
If he played for any team that wasn't Illinois, we're talking a lot more about him throughout this process. He's got impressive size. He's got a good catch radius. He's got like deceptive speed. Like, I know the 40 time wasn't great. You watch him, especially if you watch the Rutgers game, the guy is running away from people, man. He won that game for them. Savvy route runner. I actually do think that he can kind of, if he wants to go this direction, Sean Payton can mold him in this Michael Thomas kind of X mold. Like, I think he's a decent enough route runner. He's got great hands too, by the way.
Totally. Yep.
One drop the entire season.
Yep.
He's a really good player. I'm way more excited now, just having dug in a little bit last night. Like, this is someone that Broncos fans should be excited about.
Yep. No, I agree. I think that there's a lot. Let's see. He's really good in the middle of the field. We'll start there. And it's not just a slant. It's not just a quick in. It's not just the dig. It's all of it. He can run all of those in-breaking routes. And the route running really is special.
Where he lives.
Like, you know what he's doing? He's just jogging past defenders all day. We talk all about how, like, it's nice when a receiver can, like, change the pace, do all that sort of stuff. You get so used to, like, you go to practice and it's like, okay, time to run through our drills. And it's like, run your post, sprint. And then you have, like, your sharp move and sprint. The best route runners aren't that, like, technically precise. It's all about just the feel and, like, knowing when to make your move. And he'll go out there and just jog 3 steps forward and then make that quick little move inside. Or he'll make the move and then jog when he gets to the zone.
His cuts, change of direction are really impressive.
And the change of pace to go with all of that and how he's just keeping the
defense. He's a technician, man.
It is so sharp. I think specifically one play, he's running a dig against a cover 3. So you got the gap in the middle of the field, 12 yards downfield or so. And you see him get up there. He runs like this nice route, kind of scares the defense off the line, then pushes outward just a tiny bit, gets the defender to turn his hips a little bit, and then has a hard break inside, and then slows up and just takes his time running through that gap in the zone. Quarterback steps up in the pocket, hits him. You see all that stuff and just think, like, that is so professional. It's not like a lot of these guys who, we have questions about route running, and then you say, like, oh, he does run like a 4.38 though. So if you get that route running figured out, then all of a sudden you could really have a weapon here. This is obviously the opposite route, saying, like, we have this guy who kind of just gets open automatically, but just isn't a blazer. So I came away thinking, like, there is the middle of the field is now open for the Broncos. I think the things that Devon Vele is good at,
dude lives.
I think Pat Bryant is even better at. As he should be if you're going to take him in the 3rd round, honestly.
Yep. No, 100%. Really stands out as the blocker. That is note one for me. Inside, outside, this guy's a willing blocker. He's a guy who really uses his frame well. He's competitive. He'll get his hands on you and make you feel him. He shows that twitch, explosiveness off the line. So both change of direction in and out of routes, he's really good. And just off the line, the first step is really good. When I'm watching the all 22 from that sky view, I can see some lack of separation on deeper routes, double moves, stuff like that.
Real quick on that.
Yeah.
So the interesting thing though is he winds up with that super high average yards per catch.
He was a big play machine for them.
Exactly. He's just not creating separation. And the trend to me was, a lot of the time it's when
more on yak
or when the
contested catches,
when the cornerback doesn't turn around to look at the ball. So it's the cornerback kind of face guarding him. It isn't so much like jumping up over the guy. There's some of that, but a lot of it's more like kind of on the way to the ground Just guy never turns around and you're just kind of manipulate late hands, grab it. And that's scouted. Again, playoffs going to be good DBs, might not work, but in the regular season, there are going to be games where you see on tape, this guy doesn't turn around and play the ball. That's where Pat Bryant kind of shines on those deeper routes.
His ball, he can track the ball out of the air. I mean, he was doing it through defenders' arms and stuff. I mean, he's an underrated player, man.
Really good at acrobatic, adjusting to the ball and stuff. I'm glad you're so hyped on him, Jake.
Me too.
And
you were less hyped.
Yeah, he I like some of the other wide receivers, and I think he has some really solid traits to him.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta see the special sauce. I see a really solid package, and I see fewer premium traits.
Yep.
Also, that offense is a tough watch.
Yeah,
it's like a tough watch, man.
It really
is. He's their best player, and there's just like long stretches where they're not even targeting him.
Yeah.
Yep.
But there are also times when they go out of their way early to like get him involved, which is what you have to do. And I think you brought up the blocking, but that allows you to use him in different ways. So we mentioned yesterday on the show, there's the play against Nebraska, 24-24, up at the goal line, go I form, put him at fullback in an I formation, leak him out, get him in the end zone, nobody sees it coming, touchdown. And again, like
Trevor Etienne gone.
That is interesting because they have running backs there.
Jonathan
Carolina.
Brooks and Chuba.
Yeah. But, I mean, the fullback thing being like the crazy example of it, there are a lot of snaps where he's just motioned in the backfield. And there's like the H-back type stuff where he's leaking out short or even sometimes getting a little bit deeper from there. And
they've got him running decoy screens.
Totally.
Slot, playing a ton in the slot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So moving him in motion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And yes, exactly. I think he and Marvin Mims are the two big motion guys in this offense among the receivers. Those are the two who.
Troy, I think.
Troy too.
You go to the Oregon stuff. They put him on the move a decent amount. I mean, I think that's where he's valuable. Is like get him on the move, get him with the head of seam, let that speed shine.
So comparing him to Michael Thomas when Michael Thomas was coming out of the combine. Pat Bryant, 6'2", 204. Michael Thomas was 6'3", 212, so slightly smaller. Arm length, pretty much identical, 1 inch shorter. Pat Bryant didn't do nearly as much testing, at least at the combine.
Nice.
Michael Thomas ran a 4.57 40-yard dash with a 1.53 10-yard split. Pat Bryant was a 4.61 40-yard dash. What was it, 400ths off right there? Negligible. 1.56 in the 10-yard split, so pretty identical there as well. Mm-hmm. He actually jumped better in terms of the vertical. He got 2.5 inches more on his vertical than Michael Thomas. Michael Thomas did get a bit more on the broad jump. That's really all we have to compare at this point. Again, Pat Bryant didn't really do a lot of testing, but Michael Thomas was a 16th pick in the second round. Pat Bryant, 10th pick in the third round. I mean,
to me, the physicals are more reminiscent, and I mentioned this yesterday, Puka Nacua. It's the exact same height. I think Bryant is a pound heavier. Bryant, 1/8 of an inch longer arms, exact same hand size, 40 times 4.57 versus 4.61. So Puka had him by a touch there. But I think that's kind of what you're looking at, is that like separation, like crafty, change of pace, know how to hit your spots, know how to. Fran said it yesterday, but he was totally right. It's that little like sometimes it's just a little push off on the break.
Yes, dude.
But you got to be so subtle to not get it called.
He's crafty.
He is crafty, and you need that to play up for this to be the pick. Like that needs to be the special sauce. Is that you feel like he's always open in the middle of the field.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
and he can run outside too.
I also wonder. We talk about the move tight end and the bigger wide receivers and the slot receivers. Do the Broncos more have a category that's just like your power slot, your big slot, and he was just in the same group with some of the tight ends we've talked about, and he was just next up once guys like Arroyo and Harold Fannin were off the board, and it's just he's the plan for the big slot, competing with Devon Vele and being able to take over that spot for Lil Jordan Humphrey, who played a ton of snaps.
Yeah, totally. And I think to me, this is, Cortland's your number one, but now you still have your two speed guys in Marvin and Troy. So first of all, they kind of compete for the bulk of those spots, but there are situations, of course, where you play them together and it's a totally different look. And then Vele bigger than Pat Bryant, but does some of those same things, has some similar limitations. You kind of see some competition for Vele, which I think is important.
His college production far exceeds anything Vele did at
totally by far. But I think it was important to get competition for Vele. Now, if you're spending a 3rd round pick on the guy, he is the guy, and Vele is kind of the competition for him. But there's situations where you want them both, and we get really caught up in like the
Cody Simon to the Cardinals, great pick.
The number side of things, like the height, weight,
Cardinals
speed combinations.
Dominant draft so far.
Pat Bryant, he's a good football player.
He is, man.
He's a good football player.
You can say that about. That's the theme of this draft.
Yeah.
I mean, look,
I think they went for safe doubles up the gap, and they're not trying to take big hacks for home run swings.
That's how I feel about RJ Harvey too. Like, is he, going to be potentially a Saquon type, best player in the league type back? Probably not.
Probably not Saquon.
But he is a really good football player. He's better than any back they had on the roster last year. That alone gets me excited. And it should get Broncos fans excited.
Any back they've had since pre-injury Javonte,
absolutely.
at least,
Absolutely.
Did they ever get a 100-yard rusher this year? I can't
isn't
remember.
the streak still going?
I think the streak is still going. That's where you look at what RJ Harvey does. You play him 17 games, he's going to have 100 yards in one of those games. Mm-hmm. He's going to have an 80-yard run probably at some point.
Yeah,
that'll be the bulk of it.
For sure.
I think he's a threat to put up a really big number in a game, and I think that because we saw it so often when he was at UCF, you start stringing those together behind this offensive line. Fran mentioned it too. I mean, you think about him on a counter, get Quinn Miners pulling out in front, that cutback lane, he hits that crease so fast. You hit 2 home runs in a game, you might be going for 150 in that game.
Yep. I really love his lateral mobility.
Me too.
The guy explodes out of his jump cuts, man. He's very sudden when it comes to that.
Sean Payton back through and through in that.
Absolutely. Angry runner, breaks contacts consistently, but also has the speed to get away. It's kind of what Fran said yesterday. You want to see more in the passing game. You want, ideally, this is with every draft pick, but you hope that he hasn't reached his ceiling yet or gotten close to it. But you do wonder about that because he's an older player. I mean, he's 25 coming in? 24?
RJ?
Yeah.
Or maybe turns 24 here.
Already did.
Oh, already
I think,
did. Okay.
Yeah.
And he's got that, college or high school quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So how much can he be that wildcat QB? How much can you develop and figure out ways to get him in space and be more of an impact in the receiving game? You could really unlock some stuff.
I never saw him actually throw it. No, I think I've looked at the numbers, but he did play some wildcat. Mm-hmm. They get down to the goal line, it's a direct snap, and he goes.
No, he was great on that.
He was. Pass protection,
it's pretty exciting.
Pass
protection, got to work on some of that. Yep. So, you got to figure out some of his third down value.
Yeah.
Even though that's more of the profile, if you ask me.
I agree. And I think that if you look at last year's offense, I would say you sub him in for Javonte's snaps, and that's a pretty good fit for what you want the role to be. A lot of that under center stuff, but also he was, for the most part, your third down guy. Although with the changeup of sometimes you want a Jaleel in there, sometimes you want a big blocker in there. So I think that in that way it fits well if you just say everybody holds the same role and RJ is our new Javonte.
Wow. We've been on air for an hour.
Wow.
I should hit a quick break.
Yep.
Yeah, let's do that real quick. Then we've got Saivion Jones to get into, and a shout out to our friends at UC Health. UC Health, what an amazing partner. They do so much around the community, so much for our different teams. DNVR Broncos is brought to you by UC Health, the preferred partner of athletes in Colorado. Can't wait to do some healthy swing stuff coming up soon. They rule with that.
Yeah.
And look, UC Health, they want you to live extraordinary. These guys, they're going through it, right? For different reasons. And they got to figure out how to take best care of themselves, manage stress, good sleep, stress, You like that?
Man, some stretch.
Good diet. In fact, we might do a Uncrustables taste test here in a second.
Oh,
So, good diet. And yeah, so UC Health's all in on that. Living extraordinary, figuring out how you can take care of yourself for inspiring health stories. Go to uchealth.org for more info. UC Health, live extraordinary. And a shout out to our dear friends at Toyota. Leave us a thumbs up. Lots of good chat points here in the chat, the Toyota chat. And look, Pat Bryant, he fits that Toyota bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He reliable.
Yep.
Safe. Checks off all the boxes. Team player. The perfect wide receiver / car to get lost with in Colorado. Just like Pat Bryant's perfect for the Sean Payton offense, Toyotas are perfect for Colorado. The perfect car to get lost with out in the mountains. Great SUVs, great trucks, all sorts of hybrid and eco-friendly models. You name it. All in on our playoff stuff too, which you love to see. Visit your Front Range Toyota stores at a location near you. AutoNation Toyota, Arapahoe and Centennial, Corwin Toyota in Boulder, Groove Toyota in Littleton, Mountain States Toyota in Denver, Stevenson Toyota East in Aurora, Stevenson Toyota West in Lakewood, Yaya and I's Hood. Toyota, the official automotive partner of the NFL and the official vehicle of DNVR. Toyota, let's go places. Okay. We've talked through safer picks as Jaquez Hunter and Woody Marks have gone off the board. Woody Marks, USC running back, goes to the Texans at pick 116. The Rams take Jaquez Hunter, the Auburn running back, at pick 117. So we have had 4 running backs go off the board today with Bashal Tootin and Ken Scadaboo. And the 2 I just mentioned, Deion Walker, a favorite of ours, has gone. The wide receivers who have gone, not super duper wide receivers who we had on our radar, Chimere DK, Dante Thornton Jr., Arian Smith. Trevor Etienne also went. And then a few good front 7 guys, Ty Robinson, Danny Studsman, CJ West have also come off the board. So some names starting to go, but not necessarily the running backs, wide receivers, or tight ends that we were targeting at this point for the Broncos. So
we're in that stage of the draft,
shaping up to be a fun pick in another, 20 spots.
Yep.
As Billy Bowman goes to the Falcons. Falcons doubling up on edge rushers, now doubling up on safeties with Xavier Watson, Billy Bowman.
I mean, I don't know what they're doing at quarterback, and they got a young guy it sounds like they're going to go with, and I don't know. Kyle Pitts hasn't done much. Drake London finally had a good year. One of the weirdest teams in the NFL, honestly.
They are very odd. They are
they
also
could be pretty good.
The ultimate finesse squad in the NFL. Speaking of finesse, the Broncos going with safer guys, going with I don't know, maybe slightly undersized guys.
Not can't remember his last name. Saivion Jones.
Not with Saivion Jones of LSU, however. First note here, long AF. 33 plus inch arms, 6'5 plus. He is ginormous. And second note I have here is looks like Bambi running around with those long arms. Yes, seems less explosive and fast than the testing would suggest. His long arms really shine as well when he's closing on plays. He can get tackles away from his body. And if he is tackling you close to your body, there's a good chance he is yanking the ball out because he's making contact on the ball with ease. So he's definitely a threat to tip the ball at the line as well. Deflections, special teams, that could be a weapon. Not bendy, not twitchy as a long-limbed guy. You would expect that. But can win with his length. Can win as a pass rusher with his power at 280 pounds. Didn't see an electric first step, but testing suggests it's there. Reminds me of both Jonathan Cooper as kind of more of a rotational defensive end, rotational edge, maybe not the most explosive. And the style of play he brings when you watch his tape is also reminiscent of JFM. Not a college comp, but this is a JFM as a pro comp that we're talking. Doesn't have the greatest power or leverage right now when defending against the run. Can be pushed around a little bit if he's a down lineman. So right now he's really at his best rushing inside on obvious passing downs. Can be serviceable as a big edge where he can be reliable against the run and can win on second effort with his power and exploit offensive tackles. Pass rush moves need to be refined, and finding ways to win off the jump beyond just the length is something we can work on, because right now most of it is coming off the second effort. Motor, pursuit,
off the charts.
Did that stand out for a player his size? Only 21, a top 5 kid coming out of the state of Louisiana, very talent-rich state, obviously a top 130 recruit nationally, a high-end 4-star prospect, and has always stayed in Louisiana. So I do think there'll be a little culture shock for a kid that age, and Denver will be an adjustment. This is, though, a gamble on upside and kind of a different mold of pick than the first 3 picks we saw in this draft, where you're going after team captains and kind of ready-made, more polished prospects. This guy's a gamble on upside. Yaya, you can queue up that link I sent you. Jake had brought up the RAS comparison yesterday. Here he is compared to Shamar Stewart, the ultimate freak in this draft class. As you can see, Saivion is on the left, Shamar Stewart on the right. Had Saivion with those long arms not done the bench press,
for real.
Those long arms are not meant for that.
The RAS scores are much more comparable. He is a solid 13 pounds heavier and slightly taller than Shamar Stewart. So obviously different realms in the 40s, which you need to expect. But look at those 10-yard splits, which for a defensive lineman, I really don't give a shit about the 40. The 10-yard split is everything. Those are identical to the freakiest freak defensive lineman in this entire class. So same length, same kind of explosiveness, same kind of broad jump.
And he had more career sacks than him.
And that's the kicker. Yeah. More
3
productive.
times as many.
Yep.
Not just sacks. Shamar saved himself with the advanced stats, right?
Yep.
Shamar Stewart had 33 quarterback hurries last
helm to the Titans
season. Helm to the Titans. Okay, so there is the first tight end. Saivion Jones last season, same conference, Jake. Shamar had 33 hurries. He had 32.
Yep. This is a great pick.
It's a great pick.
I mean,
and honestly, had it been less of a heavy rotation for LSU, his production could have been better. So yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys. I wanted to empty the clip on that one.
No,
that
it's
was
good.
beautiful.
It's good.
I got to start on this one, so I just
You
did
can
the
go
thing.
ahead.
Good. So Sean Payton last night said he will play end for us, which I take as meaning defensive line, defensive end,
But can
JFM.
be a stand-up edge.
And
just like
that's the
JFM
thing.
is a stand-up from time to time, just like Cooper's a stand-up. He
Again,
can do that. I will not speak with my mouth full of banana starting now, promise.
Which you said with your mouth full of banana. I like him so much better when you bump him into that 5 technique than I do on the edge. Because I think it's not that he's bad out there. It's just that the lack of like real speed threat. He's more of like a pusher, you know? It's like he can collapse the pocket. He's really good at that. He can catch guys when they're coming through gaps. The idea of somebody that big, and we saw some of it too. It's not all hypothetical. Like he was doing this at LSU. When you see him bumped in just a spot and you get to fight on the inside tackle or shoulder of those tackles, fight with some guards. Those are the matchups where I feel like he wins because he doesn't have the speed to take on the outside shoulder. But he does have some power, some strength. I agree he doesn't play with the best leverage, But as we sometimes say, when you're
6'5" kids,
when you're bigger than 6'5", it's tough to out leverage. And guess what? He's going up against taller offensive linemen now. I think he is.
I would play with great leverage in the NFL. Trust me, I would get bowled over as well. So
you would
pick your poison on the leverage equation.
I sneaky see him as a better run defender in the NFL than pass rusher.
I think so too.
Yep. And it's not because I think
there's some stuff to work on though.
Definitely.
He's
Like
very
anchor's
raw.
not there. He
got
gets
put on
pushed around.
skates
Yep.
on some of the stuff.
Absolutely.
But in terms of
defending the
run defending versus pass rushing, he's way better at defending the run, I think, at this point.
And
yes, and yet dare I say the upside
Sure.
on the pass rush side to me higher.
Okay.
No.
So right.
Absolutely. Honestly, I think
I'll go back to the banana and shut the F.
Yeah, take a bite of banana. Eat some banana, Dre. I think the upside in general is just so high that both sides, the run defense and the pass rushing, could be so good. And you already see, like I said, the ability to push the pocket a little bit, be able to collapse a little bit, make things easier for others. He's so big, he should be drawing some double teams. Because again, like, to me, he's more Randy Gregory even than he is Jonathan Cooper. Like, because he's got a couple inches and 20 pounds on Cooper, you know? And I
What a
think,
comp.
and I would even say more John Franklin Myers than Randy Gregory. And that's why I think that 5-tech spot, you put him in there,
Oh,
I really, really, really like it. And there's a chance it doesn't hit, but you know, that's the nature of taking an athletic freak in the third round.
like I like the starters on that front five thus far, right? Obviously the edges are great and the front three's awesome.
Yep.
Not in love with anyone playing behind them.
Yeah.
Jonah Ellis aside. Forget the edge room, front three.
Yep. You
This
got Malcolm
guy
Roach.
all of a sudden ups my excitement in the next batch of guys coming on in the rotation.
He's only 21.
Yeah,
Like,
really young.
If he's built the way he is now, which I think it feels like a bit of a sloppy build. Not the sloppiest of builds, but maybe like there is a little bit more work to do.
Oh, for sure.
And
If that's where he's at 21, where is he at 23?
there's times I watch him earlier in the year versus later in the year where I'm like, has he bulked up? Is he playing with better leverage? Is the power
Exactly.
profile
He's
actually
so
better?
young,
Yes.
bro. You're going to watch him develop in real time. Like this, he's not going to be someone who comes in who I think you can even expect 4 or 5 sacks from this year.
Yeah.
He's going to be a project. There will be some patience that needs to be involved, but again, you're going to watch him grow before your eyes. He's going to get better very, very quickly. And the Broncos recently, especially in this current regime, particularly George Payton, they've done a really good job at kind of developing these guys, man. Jonathan Cooper was a 7th round pick.
Yeah.
Baron Browning came in as a linebacker, and they were able to flip him for some draft capital. You know, they've had some guys who haven't worked out, the Ioma Uwazurike guys, but then you go to Jonah Ellis, what you saw from him this last year. You just look at how Nick Benito has come along under this regime. This is a very exciting pick, and I trust this coaching staff and current decision makers to make the right decision, but also develop this guy into
Big time.
ideally what we see as the ceiling, because you can totally see the potential when you watch the film.
It's Calais Campbell type stuff.
Yeah.
As a ceiling.
Yeah.
As a ceiling.
Yeah. No, I mean 100%. He's a high upside player at a premium position. So yeah, very intriguing, very high on that pick. Pretty excited about what Saivion Jones could be in a couple seasons.
Yep.
For this young defense. I mean, just keep adding guys on your front, you know.
It is kind of
Jose,
crazy.
the homie, asking it what tight ends are left. So let me do a quick recap on that. I cannot believe Marcus Membel hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, true.
Crazy
I had actually
that the
forgotten.
Purdue
that.
right tackle is still around.
He is small.
Yeah.
Jack Sawyer to the Steelers. Oh my God, that's so perfect. He is such a Steeler.
He really is.
Crybaby. Jake Brenning still the Clemson move tight end is still around. Thomas Fedone, the Nebraska tight end. Oronde Godson, who the Syracuse tight end, who the chat's talking about. Mitchell Evans, the Notre Dame tight end.
Jalen Conyers.
Jalen Conyers, dude. Jalen Conyers would be such a slam dunk.
Absolutely.
Holy
He
cow.
would. That might be the pick here.
I watched up on him. Jackson Hayes from Georgia Tech is really good. There's a lot of good players. The Alabama tight ends, CJ Dipper up there. Also, Robbie Otis, the big fullback, would be amazing. Brent Kuthi. There are a lot of nice tight ends still around. Just like there's still a ton of really good running backs. Devin Neal, Dylan Sampson, Raheem Sanders, Brashard Smith, DJ Giddens, Damian Martinez. Holy cow. Khalil Mullings, Ollie Gordon, Marcus Yarns, LaQuinton Allen, Jordan James, Taj Brooks.
Jaden Blue. Yep, absolutely. Lan Larison.
Let's talk about these running backs.
There's some good wide receivers left, especially the Mountain West ones.
What's the strategy here? Like, because I'm not sold that the Broncos are drafting another running back.
Good developmental tackles.
I like the idea of doing it.
They'll get someone we feel good about in undrafted free
definitely
agency at the very least.
And the more I think about it, the more I could get behind that. Say we're going into the season with RJ is obviously your number one. Estime Jaleel kind of competing to steal some role from him, and one of them will. Because
yes, Rocket Sanders, Cowboy 5-0.
I think that you could wind up getting to the trade deadline, and if things aren't working, if your undrafted guy, whoever falls out of here, doesn't hit, you feel like you need more there, picking up a running back at the trade deadline's cheap. Like you hear about like the Jets considering trading Breece Hall.
Picking a running back in a trade today might be pretty cheap.
It might be, but I think it's
also
more likely
wonder, do
draft.
they have a deal with a veteran already in place? Like is a J.K. Dobbins deal, a Nick Chubb deal kind of around the corner?
If they hadn't drafted one yesterday, I think so. It's not over.
I'm just saying,
yeah.
I don't necessarily think we go into the end of the day or into Monday with Audric Estime being penciled in as your RB2.
I agree. And I think another reason that you can say that is this is a very, very young running back room at this point. I think you'd kind of like a vet of some sorts to be in there. I'd rather get a running back in the draft. I'll make that clear. I'd rather get a running back in the draft, but I could see the understanding in bringing in a vet and kind of rounding out the room in that regard.
Okay. Yeah, I just think that, with that three you have now with an undrafted free agent, and probably multiple undrafted free agents, and then you throw in the other guys, we liked Blake Watson. We like what we saw from Tyler Bidet. I don't think, mostly because Sean Payton has said, like, we want to give our guys that we have at home opportunities.
This guy was at the draft?
That's sad.
Well,
who is that?
They get invitations,
Oh, do they?
I think for day 3.
Oh, okay.
Darren Sorrell goes to the Packers, the edge rusher from Texas.
Good for him, though, honestly.
So again, adding a running back midseason if you want one, it will not be hard. Because again, as I was saying, Breece Hall.
All you got to do is pick up the phone.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Breece Hall.
Today. And it's be very easy to sign a veteran or figure out a deal.
But I think midseason would be a move if you wanted to kind of give these young guys a shot because Breece Hall.
That when the price for veterans is steepest, though?
I don't think so. I think that's when Breece Hall, you would say, if he's available now, then at the trade deadline when the Jets are 2-6 and he's on an expiring contract, you could make that move right there in a split second. Like if you're sitting there at 6-2 saying we're one running back away, that's when you can kind of pull that trigger. I mean, that's when the 49ers went and got Christian McCaffrey. So I'm still team draft another running back, but I do see a world in which they say we're adding 2 undrafted free agents and we've got at that point 5 different guys, 6 if you want to count Blake Watson, competing for the number 2 job behind RJ Harvey. I wouldn't put it past them.
It's how I think a lot of people would have wanted the running back room operated, honestly. Mm-hmm. I mean, let's be frank. It's a devalued position. Mm-hmm. You get crushed if you give these guys any type of money, spend serious draft capital on them. You even with the second round pick, like in my opinion, that's totally fine. But I know some people are going to be like, oh, BPA, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I mean, they're kind of going about it in the budget way, if that's the case.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, love it or hate it, it's kind of a wise approach when it comes to running backs at this point in time.
I'm curious to see what they do. Because this next pick could just be running back right here, and we're like, oh, there it is. Yep. Or it could be you only have 2 picks today, and they say we're not drafting one, we're going with undrafted.
we talked about some tight end and running back options. Let's go through the wide receivers. Jalen Royals, Torrey Horton. The value would be insane. All of a sudden, the complaints about where you took Pat Bryant could get completely alleviated, since those guys, I thought, should have been locks for day 2. Isaiah Bond, the off-field stuff must be figured out, but if you like Luther Burden and your investigators, scouts, everyone else in-house is telling you this would be someone worth investing without more insights on the investigation, the talent is there. Alec Yomanor.
I mean, this is a Sean Payton mold.
That's exactly right. Big, not just in length, but like bulky and great on in cutters, explosive after the run. Stanford wide receiver. And didn't he run well, or he underwhelmed in the running, but was slightly one of the highest clock speed guys?
And I think he underwhelmed, but he underwhelmed compared to all the guys who are running 4.3s, and he's 6'5" or whatever.
I mean, Nick Nash is another big wide receiver who feels fairly Sean Payton-y. And then you have a ton of really good slot wide receivers, more conventional slots. Ted Johnson, obviously. Xavier Restrepo, obviously. LeJounte Wester from Colorado. Jimmy Horn Jr. would be more of a speedster. Dorian Singer's a guy who used to be a star and has kind of gone under the radar. Jalen Lane, Virginia Tech,
Ricky
is someone.
White.
Yes.
Did the Ole Miss kid go?
I still have Kyron Lacey on my list with a double check mark.
Rest
on
in peace.
Rest in peace.
Prayers up.
Terrible.
Did Juice Wells go yet?
I don't think so.
From Ole
No.
Miss?
Rock Taylor from Memphis. Remember him? Big boy.
Yeah.
Let's talk some developmental tackles, offensive linemen that maybe could be targeted. Obviously, Marcus Membao will be doing cheers. Cameron Williams, the Texas right tackle. Fran a couple weeks ago was asked on one of his appearances who could be a player that was like mocked to go pretty high, who could drop, and he brought up Cameron Williams, the right tackle for Texas, all the talent in the world, the prototypical developmental offensive tackle. Jalen Rivers, Miami's left tackle, fits the mold. Marcus Bryant, Missouri's left tackle, fits the mold. Yeah. And then I don't know that I love anyone else. Miles Frazier, the LSU guard, who some people were really high on, including our friend Duffy, still available. Luke Kendra, the Cincinnati guard, still available. Jonah Monheim, the USC interior lineman, still available. So we've got some good O-linemen, including Jackson Slater from Sacramento State.
Josh Gray.
Yep. Let's go D-line. A couple Georgia guys in Nazir Stackhouse and Tyron Ingram Dawkins, who would be really intriguing. Howard Cross from Notre Dame. Dante Corleone from Cincinnati would be all
He's at
fun.
Cincinnati.
Huh?
He went back to school.
Oh, okay. My bad. Yaya Black from Iowa. JJ Pegasus, who took some snaps as a fullback for Ole Miss, would be a fun D lineman. Kyle Kennard, the super productive edge rusher for South Carolina, who is one of the nation's leaders in sacks, and one of the SEC's leaders, would be a really nice edge piece, as would Braden Swinson, the LSU edge, who amazingly is still on the board. Antoine Powell Ryland from Virginia Tech was one of the most productive edge rushers in the country. Cameron Rucker from North Carolina, Elijah Roberts from SMU would all be nice picks. As would Quay Robinson from Alabama. I really like Ethan Downs from Oklahoma. All really nice edge rush pieces. We've got some questions about linebackers. Definitely the two Georgia guys, Smell Mondin, Jamon Dumas Johnson, who transferred to Kentucky. The converted safety playing linebacker at Syracuse, Justin Barron, who shined at the Senior Bowl, would all be nice pieces as well. Anyone you guys would target? Talk to me about Conyers and his ability as a blocker, and anyone who missed the end of the show yesterday.
So, I mean, I'll give you the whole rundown. Jalen Conyers started out at ASU.
Yes.
was, I mean, if it weren't for Scadaboo, Jalen Conyers was their Swiss Army knife.
Yep.
He was taking wildcat snaps from them. He's a big target, man. I think he's 6'4", 6'5", 250 pounds. He was very impressive at the Shrine Bowl, according to me, at least. I mean, I thought he was one of the flashier tight ends there. I mean,
I
the
love
run
that
after.
you cited yourself.
I was trying to. I know. I'm sorry.
No, I liked it.
No, it's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got a imposing size. It's production wise, man. Best year of his career was in 2022. He had 38 receptions, 422 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Kind of underwhelming in 2023. He hits the portal and goes to Texas Tech. Kind of underwhelming there. He's actually got 30 rushing attempts in his career too. He took 22 of them in 202023 at ASU
And
for
was
92
good.
yards.
Was good running the
Yeah,
ball.
4.2 yards a carry. Had a touchdown.
Cal Kennard off the board. He goes to the Chargers. Yikes.
Just prototypical size.
No, like big.
Yes.
One of the biggest
Yeah.
tight ends in this draft at 260 pounds.
Yep.
And usually
under 6'4".
yeah. And usually the move tight ends are undersized. He's
Yeah.
the opposite. He's a big move tight end.
Yeah.
Reminds me of Jared Wiley, the former TCU tight end who
Oh,
ended
yeah,
up
from like 2
going
years
to
ago?
the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, there's obviously room for him to grow. I wouldn't say he's particularly great at anything. He's kind of more of a raw athlete at this point in time. I mean, I think you could ask more from him in terms of a route runner, in terms of refining that versatility instead of just being a big athlete out there that you just hand the ball off because he's one of your biggest players. Can you work out in space?
Dylan Sampson just went to the Browns. Sorry.
Didn't they
Yeah.
just draft the running back yesterday too? They did. They drafted Quinshawn yesterday.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jalen Conyers is a player I'd be excited about if they got in the building.
He's phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's such a fit, and he did get a combine invite. So while I think in media circles he's less talked about, I think there is the pressure in NFL circles of like maybe the late 4th is where you got to get this guy.
Yeah.
He had a sub 7.3 cone drill. The jumps weren't amazing.
So say that again.
6.94 3 cone drill.
At 260 pounds,
Yes.
we only see that from the most elite of edge rushers.
Mm-hmm.
Those are freak numbers.
Yeah. And he's raw in that route running department, but
Yes.
the skills are there obviously with this time.
And was used outside, can make acrobatic contested catches. Yeah, like this kid could be a steal and such a fit. Such
And there's
a fit.
There's no rush with Evan Ingram too. Like you have a guy that you're gonna count on at tight end for some production. So you wouldn't have to, throw Jalen Conyers to the fire right away and expect, I don't know, kind of what he put up in college, 300 some yards and 5 touchdowns immediately. I think you can be patient with this guy and kind of let him really find his way and learn from Ingram and just a pro coaching staff and really pick up the game.
Yep. No, I like him. I
Iowa
think
State offensive tackle Jalen Travis just went to the Colts. The Broncos pick starting to approach. Let's
Yeah.
go. 127 is out the way, and we are 134. So getting to it. Sorry, Henry.
So you'd imagine with 2 picks left, they probably go tight end and offensive line would be the best bet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
You can get a punter UDFA.
Yeah, I doubt it's a punter. I could be wrong.
There's Jalen
There's
Lane.
Jalen Lane.
Really nice pick from the Commandos, who I think have also quietly killed it in this draft.
Yeah.
I mean, it helps when you take my Bay, Josh Connerly Jr.
Maybe the Broncos bail on drafting an offensive lineman this year. That doesn't really sound like them at all, but
Well, is it Palcho time?
I mean, it is Palcho time. He's your swing tackle, but you would think you would want somebody developing behind him with maybe a little bit higher ceiling.
Membao still on the board is crazy.
Membau's still on the board. That could be the move.
I think I'd be prepared to not see a running back today.
I know. I had to talk myself through that, but I'm there too.
I also think you could see 2 guys we like as just UDFA pickups.
For sure,
Definitely.
absolutely.
I think that would be the
Like
plan.
we are entering the point where like the Browns have taken 2 running backs.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah.
like at a certain point, teams who need the running back are kind of
Yep.
out.
Totally. Yeah. I mean, if you don't get one, again, then your competition is Jaleel, Audric, Bidet, and Blake Watson. So 4 plus 2 undrafted free agents. You have 6 young guys competing for your number 2 running back spot, which they might be happy with that. It's interesting though.
Fascinating.
And maybe they do draft one, but I just can't picture Sean Payton going through a draft without drafting an offensive lineman. And they could also
go
trade
against
down
his brand
here.
completely.
Yeah.
This could be a trade down spot, add an extra pick, and then all of a sudden you start feeling like you got a little more flexibility. And maybe they don't draft a tight end. Maybe they
100%.
stick with what they've got.
I mean, all the guys I listed, I promise you a couple of those guys aren't getting drafted. Best available for my board. Obviously, Shaduer Sanders won. Then it's Marcus Membao. Then it's Rocket Sanders. Then it's Jalen Royals.
So what would you place the line on here? Whether they draft skill or go trenches?
I'd bet. I'm torn between tight end and offensive line. I think I'd lean tight end. No, I'd lean offensive line. I lean offensive line. But those would be the top 2, I think. By quite
Skill,
a bit.
trenches, or the field.
Yeah.
Set the odds.
I mean,
Skill, I'm going to say minus 120.
I was going to say around there, yeah.
Trenches, I'll give you plus 2 hundo.
Mm-hmm.
The field, I'm going to go plus 150.
So there's no telling.
I mean, yeah, it's
Yeah.
the late 4th.
Yeah.
I would say
Yeah.
it's hard to give you great value on anything.
We only had so many needs, though, with this draft class. And I mean, you're getting to the point at this 4th round in the draft where it's like, well,
BPA who you can fit on your roster. That's the other thing with receiver, even. As soon as if you draft another receiver, that's 6 locks for the roster, unless you're moving on from Troy Franklin, which would be an insane thing to do. But he would probably be bottom of the list. Maybe, I guess it could be Vele. And you still have Trent Sherfield there, who I have a really hard time believing isn't going to make this team when you bring him in as your special teams replacement for Tremont Smith. And you could play your practice squad game, keep him. You don't have to give him a roster spot the first 4 weeks. But at some point, push comes to shove. So I don't know.
they're going to have to make some decision at wide receiver.
If they draft one, yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. You already got 6 though. Then you got A.T. Perry in the back end and Michael Bandy. So,
But Perry will be practice squad regardless. Even if you really like him, nobody's stealing him from you.
but if you draft a wide receiver, you're
Totally. Yeah. Defensive line, you're probably not too attached to whoever's 6th. Probably Jordan Jackson. Linebacker, you could probably fit a 5th in. Safety's tight. Corners getting tight. I don't know. There aren't too many spots you would just say are untouchable.
Especially at this point. I would say I've got 14 guys on my board with a second round grade or better. They're all second round grades aside from Shaduer.
Okay.
I listed off some already. Rashard Smith would be amazing. Torrey Horton would be amazing. DJ Giddens, Elika Yomanor, Tommy Hill, Damian Martinez, Rod Moore, Jabbar Muhammad.
Yeah,
Former,
what happened there?
Washington corner who played really good at Oregon this last season. He's still available. Feisty, undersized cornerback.
Jets trade in.
Who I think would be very reliable. Teddy Buchanan, the ball was drafted by the Ravens at 129.
I seriously doubt this happens now because of Barron, and I think they're pretty loaded at slot at this point. But Elijah Huzzy out of North Carolina probably projects to be more as a slot cornerback in the NFL, but he was someone really stood out to me at the Shrine Bowl, but I thought had a good year as well. So
I mean, like that. That's
Mello Dotson out of Kansas.
Yeah. Both the Kansas.
Sure. I mean, Kobe Bryant,
corners.
Love him or hate him. He's
Kobe
going to add an edge to your defense if you bring him in. But
everybody's named Kobe Bryant these days.
and it's only just beginning.
Davidson Igbonason, the Ohio State corner, the Ole Miss transfer. He's like, he giveth and he taketh. Like, he's big, he's fast, prototypical man corner, but will also get flagged or like beat for a big play every other play. He's Trayvon Diggs, right? The Cowboys former. He is that type of corner, but at this point in the draft, taking a swing on him would be smart.
More to the Jets. That's a good pick.
Denzel
No wonder
Burke
they traded
from Ohio State is a lockdown corner type profile who'd be really intriguing as well. Dan Jackson, the Georgia safety, is a guy who I think has flown under the radar who'd be really nice. Do you think they want
carry 5 safeties? You could do it.
Yeah, you could do it. Okay, we're getting close, which is why we get quiet on waiting to see what happens here.
Yeah.
I'm also starting to get hungry.
Well, good thing we got those Uncrustables.
That's true. Here, let's take a quick little break and shout out some sponsors.
A chance to think.
We'll get revved back up. Legendary comment. If we got Tatum Bell, I'd be happy.
Shout out Tatum
They
Bell.
were saying just go get him from the mall.
Yeah.
That's a throwback.
Okay. Monster Jam. Experience Monster Jam live and become a fan for life. Awesome trucks, amazing stunts, action-packed excitement, and big air. It's the definition of fun for everyone. Watch as 12,000-pound trucks stand on 2 wheels and fly through the air. You can see the world's most popular trucks like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Sparkle Smash, and more. Only at Monster Jam, as big as it gets. You can start your day of fun at the Monster Jam's pit party and see the massive trucks up close. It's nonstop entertainment. It honestly sounds like a great time for the kiddo. And,
absolutely, bro.
Ball knowers like you, a little summer fun, get out to Monster Jam. Do it up.
Shoot, I might.
Monster Jam hits in Power Field on April 26th. That's today. Get there.
Whoa.
Be there or be square.
Just kidding.
Check out the link in the description for tickets. Yaya will be sure to do that because Yaya always does the right thing. He's that kind of guy. And then, of course, shout out to Bet365, the only place you can use our exclusive code DNVR365, the only place you can get $150 in bonus bets after you've created an account, used our code, minimum $5 bet. As soon as that's settled, win, lose, or draw, bang, bang, 150 in bonus bets for you to play with. They are now an official partner of the Denver Nuggets and Colorado Avalanche. We need them. We need everyone channeled towards Avs and Nuggets tonight to come through for us, including Bet365. Yeah.
Damn.
And Rapids.
What a day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Electric day. Henry and I miraculously made some good money on these draft prop bets.
Any money's good money.
I kind of didn't think it was going to come through for me.
Yeah, no, I had a dark point too.
But it happened. It happened. So that's been amazing. Bet365, incredible. The only place you can find our custom bets as well. So yeah, check them out. Must be 21 plus, physically located in Colorado. Please gamble responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, wants help, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Two
Terms and
things.
restrictions apply.
Real quick, people in the chat are asking us to talk about the Buffs. We're going to spare the Broncos fans. We will have a Buff show later tonight, so you can look out for that.
Well, we can circle back during the Broncos dead period later too. Also, if you really want to hear, we talked about earlier.
Sure, but
scroll right back.
There are other buffs we could talk about
is right.
if you wanted to touch on a few of those guys.
Let's do it after the Broncos.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
Let's
sounds
save
good.
that for our dead period.
Sure.
Yep. Couple people in the chat panicked.
Pretty dead right now.
It's 2 picks until the Broncos. Get out of here. 2 picks until the Broncos.
We're okay.
People in
I just
chat
wish I
saying
hadn't listed off 50 names.
There were a lot of names.
10 minutes ago, yeah.
yeah.
Maybe made that more conversational than just a
No,
listicle.
bro. It's,
Hey,
we got nothing
You
but
live
time.
and you learn. We got hours left
Yes.
here.
Yeah.
People in the chat though, we had one of our poor fans had a bit of a crash out over the Broncos draft.
Legends. We love you for that.
And somebody also said, I wish that we didn't hand the Chargers their guy. 2 things on that. First of all,
Right.
I personally feel very happy the Broncos didn't get Omarion Hampton because
And
at
Najee
least
Harris.
on the Broncos podcast, we were anti-Omarion Hampton guys. And it would have kind of sucked to circle back and be like, no, actually we do like this pick. More importantly though, we don't know that the Chargers wanted Hampton. For all we know, they wanted Jahdae Barron, and the Broncos swept Jahdae Barron out from right underneath them, and that would have been the pick. So you can't just assume that you're making mistakes because also Jahdae Barron would have made way, way, way more sense for them than Omarion Hampton did when you already have Najee Harris.
I mean, they clearly valued Barron over Hampton, or they would have taken Hampton.
Yeah,
So.
definitely.
Yeah. And the Chargers might have too. So you didn't just hand him to the Chargers.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
Are there any big themes for you from these drafts? Any winners who stick out?
League wide, I haven't even. Let me catch up on this. Actually.
I know it's been a whirlwind here.
Also, we don't have a starting running back right now. RJ Harvey is a starting. He is a starting running back. You have a firm penned in starting running back.
You know what? I like this team because of what they did in the first round. I've been looking at it now. I think the Panthers have done a great job in this draft so far. You get yourself T-Mac in the first round, and I thought that was one of the picks of the first round. You get two awesome edge rushers, in my opinion, Nick Scourton and Princely Umanamelon.
Took care of the board. Like, just let the board fall to them
Exactly.
on those two picks. Really nicely done.
Chuba Hubbard had a nice year last year. You had Trevor Etienne to that room as well. So good job by them.
I'd throw the Cardinals in there.
Ruben
Yeah, for
Hippolyte the second, Maryland linebacker, goes to pick 132, just the Chiefs ahead of the Broncos. So all the targets we have listed still very much in play.
Yeah, Cardinals with Walter Nolan and Will Johnson. That's a pretty good start to a draft. Throw in Jordan Birch, the edge from Oregon, Cody Simon, linebacker.
Outstanding
all defense.
defensive draft.
That's I mean, that could be a team changer for him. I'd throw Atlanta in there. Jalen Walker and James Pierce in the first round. That makes that defense a lot more fun. Throw in Xavier Watts and Billy Bowman too. That's a pretty sick lineup.
100%. The Cowboys really stood out to me. Obviously, Tyler Booker, maybe not the greatest value at 12th overall, but being able to pick up edge Donovan Aruzarike there in the second, and then Siobhan Ravel in the third when they had those needs, I thought was quite impressive. Just the value they were able to get out of those picks. I would applaud for sure. We got a great question in the chat of would Devin Neal complement RJ Harvey? I think so.
I think they're a little bit redundant in their play style.
Yeah, for sure.
Which I don't think is the worst thing because I think you just need another player in the backfield at this point. I'd like to see a pass catcher though.
Rashard Smith would be such a dream.
Yes.
Right now.
So it depends how the Broncos value those two things in terms of just one, getting another runner in, and two, getting some versatility, some utility out of that backfield. I like what the Bears did with their first two picks. Colston Loveland and Luther Bird in the third. A lot of people, and then you take Ozzie Trapilo after that. I know a lot of people are like, it's offensive line for them. You got to protect Caleb, but man, this is exactly what you do with the young quarterback. You just surround him with these weapons. They're going to be fun to watch this year, man. I'm in on the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this Hippolyte pick just now, maybe less exciting, but
sure.
Yeah, they've been solid.
Yep. Yeah, Bears are just always going to suck.
I mean, we'll see how it all works out.
I've liked
field.
every move they've made for like a year and a half now.
Do you like the Montez Sweat move?
I mean, maybe not my favorite, but yeah.
That was the one where I was like, is Ryan Pace throwing here?
Fair.
Yeah.
Broncos on the clock. Let's stay tuned to these notifications.
I kind of like what Houston did as well. You had both of the Iowa State wide receivers. You get Ariante Irsay. We'll see if he's ready to step in immediately at left tackle to replace Laramie Tunsil. But you also get Jalen Smith, the cornerback out of USC, and Woody Marks, the running back out of USC. I think that's pretty solid from the Houston Texans.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm just going down the list right now. So
just one pick away. There is a ton of value of running back still on the board.
Yep. Is this Rashad Smith?
Oh.
Do they all work? Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. Still nothing. I'm a little surprised that we haven't.
Seems like a trade up for the Chiefs going on right now, honestly. If they're milking this pick like this.
Nope. Pick is in.
Yeah, no.
Good.
Because the Broncos are officially on the clock.
Okay.
All
Love
right,
it.
let's go.
But they've been on the clock for several minutes now.
Well, they took their time quite often yesterday. I mean, it resulted in 2 trades, but when they were on the clock and picked, they took their time.
Come on. What are we doing?
Oh, wow.
Jalen Royals
That's a
to the
good fit
Chiefs.
for them.
That is an incredible pick. Great,
Yeah.
great value for them.
Yep. That is a good pick for them. I'm curious if this is a trade down spot. Because like I said, I feel like if I were to make the bet, I'd say they take a
Adding
tight
more
end and an
picks.
offensive lineman. And I think adding one more running back to that would make a little more sense. But again, they're going to be great undrafted running backs
I
this year.
think you might be right, Hank. I think that's the wise decision here.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, though, if you go Mbow or something,
Sure.
they're saying like that's a steal here. So if our board doesn't line up, which again, there are people in the chat saying it's bad draft, disaster, whatever. It's not a disaster just because you haven't heard of the players they drafted.
Yep.
Let's all relax.
That's
Yeah.
actually important to remember.
That
Just
is.
because you haven't heard of them doesn't mean they're bums.
And yeah.
Crazy that the Chiefs wouldn't take Membel, given all the help they need on the offensive
True.
line.
Yeah, literally.
We've got a Cameron Williams, please. That's nice. That'd be great.
Who do you
Ollie
want,
Gordon
chat?
would
Tell
be
us who you want.
complimentary.
Yeah.
I'd be all in on Torrey Horton. I'd also be all in on
Yeah.
Marcus Membel. I would approve a Shadur Sanders pick.
Isaiah Bond, Alec Ayuman are being thrown out.
Yeah, Ayamenor would be incredible at this point. Brashard Smith, though, honestly, is the true dream. For
Tez
me
Johnson
at this
is
point.
not it right here, man.
DJ Giddens would also be an absolute dream.
Where are we
this
at on
pick.
Luke Lachey? What happened to him this year? Just underwhelmed?
Yeah.
Just kind of meh.
Gunnar Helm is off the
Let me-
board.
Let me
I just
check
don't
these stats.
think he's the level of talent that we've seen from Iowa tight ends of yesteryear. Damian Martinez would also be an amazing pick.
Neil,
Yeah,
Ollie Gordon,
so-
yeah.
2022, Luke Lachey had the 398 yards,
Mhm.
and we were disappointed he went back to school, thought he could have been a good player. He had more production in 2022 than he did in 2023 and 2024 combined. Now, injury part of the reason, but I think that when he's just been around for so long and hasn't been what he was a couple years ago, you just lose the excitement.
The
Because
pick,
who was the Iowa tight end? Was it Laporta? Laporta would have been that 2022 season.
yeah,
Mhm.
So they had the two of them, and you're like, oh, okay. But
the pick is in.
We've got a Kaleki Latu request, the tight
Okay.
end from
all your shot.
UCLA. Be an interesting one.
Just waiting
Okay.
for this to pop up. Come on, who is it?
Nervous, you guys.
Me too.
I'm also
I
nervous.
always get nervous when teams on the clock.
Yeah.
And it makes no sense, like when you think about it. Like,
No,
why am I
totally.
nervous? Like,
Yeah.
what? They're just going to trade out? They're going to pick a player? Like, we already know what's going to happen.
Uh-huh.
Right. Right. Why would we care?
Who?
Oh,
is this
okay.
one?
Okay. The tension is building. Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
We have so much to say up until like we get to these last 3 minutes before the pick when
Yep.
it's just sitting here
I know.
best pick, but selfishly, I would really love Marcus Memba or Brashard
Q
Smith
Robinson, edge, Alabama.
Ooh. Wow.
That is not what I expected.
Is a guy I'd mentioned when we were talking about developmental edges. He is another long boy.
5-game starter at Bama.
As
it?
the Nuggets
Career
would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's always kind of been a rotational guy. He is very much a Jonathan Cooper type of edge.
Interesting. I was thinking the other way.
Mm-mm.
Huh.
Yeah. And I know he was 243 pounds. He looks way bigger.
I know we're not crashing out about a 4th-round pick in the chat. Come on.
A late 4th at that. 7 tackles for a loss, though, in just 9 games last season with 5 starts.
Yep.
So more tackles for a loss than starts, as many sacks as starts. 4 sacks, a forced fumble, I think is intriguing. What kept him out was an elbow injury.
Okay.
So that's what gets him there. Yeah, he's a bit of a tweener because of that big frame, you know. But he's certainly showed some flashes, and he was definitely a guy on the radar as a good developmental piece for day 2 because, you know, first and foremost, he's good at setting the edge. So I think with him and Saivion Jones, you've kind of got a couple guys who can balance you out and give you an alternative to the Jonah Ellises, the Nick Bonitos, and the more undersized speed guys. Honestly, this is just like Pat Bryant is maybe an alternative to the Von Vele. I think Andre Tillman just got himself some competition in that edge room.
Interesting.
You know, like as that bigger run defending edge.
He is that big.
That's kind of who. Yeah, now you're going to see his measurements as 6'4", 243 and be like,
He looks slender.
Yeah.
But boy, he plays huge. And then those long-ass 33-inch arms really show up too.
Interesting.
So I just watched a 56-second highlight tape, so I know everything about him.
Oh,
Great.
nice. There you go.
That's great.
No, I mean, immediate impressions, I like the first step. I like the length. I think he's actually, from just what I saw right there real quick, I mean, it looks like he's got a little bit more in his bag in terms of pass rush moves than Saivion Jones at this moment in time. So, yeah, I mean, if this is another developmental type of edge, I like what we're doing here.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that George Payton does. You know, remember how thrilled he was to go get Nick Bonito in the 2nd round? Like these sorts of guys who, like obviously blue chip prospect and all that sort of stuff, but only has 5 career starts. This is where George Payton kind of thrives, is going after the more underrated, unappreciated. I'm curious to hear what George specifically has to say about him tonight, because I wouldn't be surprised if he is over the moon.
They have a type specifically on the edges, and that type is Jonathan Cooper, is Baron Browning, is guys from blue chip programs who maybe were slightly undervalued.
Blue chip programs, which means big time recruits.
Yes.
Traits guys.
Yes. In fact, look up his recruiting profile for me.
So Eric Galco, apparently Q Robinson was at the Shrine Bowl as well. He put out a tweet. This is from
this one.
you're this one.
Yours won't.
Oh, sick. Okay.
He put out a tweet actually just now.
Nice.
He said, if not for recovery from an injury in the draft process, Robinson would have been a very likely top 100 pick. Great value for the Broncos.
Okay.
Special teams ace for Alabama early in his career and developed into a versatile edge / linebacker and pass rusher who can work on all 3 downs. He says at the Shrine Bowl, he greatly impressed NFL teams with his football and personal character.
And I think you have to remember that Saivion Jones is not an edge. Defensive lineman for the Broncos is what they've said.
Yep.
So now your room is Jonathan Cooper, Nick Bonito, Jonah Ellis. Then the competition probably for that next spot will be between the new guy, Q Robinson, and Andre Tillman. So there's 5 guys. You probably keep 5 on the roster. If there's a pinch, you know, it might only be 4 and you wind up seeing Andre try to get through the practice squad or something. But you did probably need to add somebody. And the nice part about getting that done is that you now have everybody under contract for at least 3 more years, I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at least 3 seasons where you can hold on to this entire room.
Yeah, and I mean, this was his first season as a starter, and he was really kind of poised to have a breakout. Starts the season with 3 consecutive games of tackles for a loss, has a half tackle for a loss against Georgia, and then 3 tackles for a loss against Vandy, kind of a breakout game for him. Things slow down, and then he gets injured against
LSU was an elbow injury.
You see
Right.
the strip sack against Wisconsin?
Yes, dude.
The speed around the edge
Yes.
there, getting a hand on the ball.
No, the first step explosive. I mean, it's just like, yeah, former blue chipper with some upside because of that. And they kind of find upside in different ways, you know, like RJ Harvey is a guy who
Totally.
played quarterback, you know, so that's where the upside lies with him.
I mean, yeah. Also in the fact that I think he could put up some big numbers in the NFL with that home run stuff.
The recruiting profile is strong. Was a 2020 4-star recruit, 65th overall player, 6th ranked outside linebacker in that class.
Big
Who
time.
Offers from everybody, I'd imagine. If he went
I
to
mean,
Bama.
he went to Bama, yeah.
Yeah.
247 has him with... hold on here.
I'd also be curious if you want to read us the write-up they have on him.
Sure, yeah. So, come on, man. This is from actually Steve Wiltfong wrote
Yep.
this. So
Yeah.
he's now the big recruiting guy at Alec Ayumanner just went to the Titans.
Dang.
Steve Wiltfong's on the big recruiting guy on 3, the head of recruiting there. He wrote, "You can't teach 6'4" with great length. Has gone from a high school safety to a defensive end from sophomore to junior year. Still evolving on the edge, but he's explosive, a good athlete. He's a pass rusher, learning to put his hand on the ground on the prep level. Probably projects better as a stand-up outside linebacker that can blitz, but also be a presence dropping in coverage. Continuing to add weight and strength will obviously be important. The skill set is there to be one of the best outside linebacker / weak side defensive ends in the country. Should be an impact Power 5 starter and a future NFL draft selection." Steve Wiltfong absolutely nailed it.
Projected him as a day 2 pick.
With a comp of Sam Hubbard, and this is back in 2018 when he was evaluated as a high schooler, as Steve Wiltfong said, going from sophomore to junior year. So,
And we've got Fran Duffy, who actually has a pretty good grade on him.
Yes, we were due for one of those.
Coming on the line. Yaya, whenever you've got him, bring him ahead. Converted safety is freaky stuff.
That is fun.
And in
he's
this
got some
loaded edge class, he was one of those intriguing gambles. Also another older prospect.
and no real RAS score. All we've got is height and weight.
Yep.
He didn't do anything. So,
Yeah,
Yeah.
Shrine Bowl kid. So we've got that going for him.
I do think these are picks where they're pretty easy to get behind. Because, I mean, the flaw is obvious. The flaw is he hasn't played a lot of football, and because of that, the numbers are down. But then you actually watch what he's done when he's on the field. He's doing a lot of things that are pretty easy to get excited about.
he's
And then you
totally
throw in-
deserving of this pick.
Totally. And if you
Yeah.
wind up with I think this might be the pick that we've been highest on live. Right? Just thinking back.
Sure.
Pat Bryant, obviously a surprise. RJ Harvey. I don't think he was none of our 5th running back. Jahdae Barron was the shock. Saivion Jones. I think this is probably, just based on these vibes, probably the consensus most excited we've been by one of these.
People talking about getting worse from the draft are just crazy.
crazy.
You guys are nuts.
These
Can we relax?
His,
do we have to do this early already today?
His
yeah.
per snap pressure rates are amazing. From what Fran was telling me, he is like on. So you just
Oh. I have it on. Yeah. He's fast. He's got juice around the edge.
yeah.
And I don't disagree. See, because first thought was more Nick Benito than Jonathan Cooper, but
I don't think so.
he does have the run stuffing type stuff as well.
Oh yeah.
And again, like Nick Benito had that freaky first step, freaky speed.
Yeah.
This might not be freaky traits. It's just
It's
wow,
a
maybe
really
he
good
has-
first step, though.
He's got some of that too.
Converted safety is nuts.
Exactly. I mean, that
That is
right there
nuts.
tells you what you
Nuts.
need to know about this guy. He's an athlete. Although he didn't do the testing stuff at the combine and we don't have an RAS score, I mean,
Played a ton.
we're
of
going
special
crazy
teams.
about the high school
Might be
evaluation.
why he's still on the board.
What?
Doesn't have an RAS score. Bring him on.
Could
Yeah,
be.
launch it.
There
he is.
What's up, Fran?
Fran, how are we this morning?
What's up,
Fresh
guys?
as a daisy. You want to do this
it's,
another 3 days?
Look, this is an interesting pick. I like Q Robinson.
Let's get into
Yeah.
it. Yeah, we were just
All right.
reading a recruiting profile on him.
Oh yeah, that's the thing is that there's not a lot of college tape to go off of. 6'4", 240 pounds. He's played 370 snaps on defense in his career.
Wow.
Crazy.
Suppose that he's played 674 on special teams. So he's played double the amount of snaps on special teams that he has on defense, which is it's a crazy profile, especially round 4. That said, when I studied him a couple weeks ago just because, I hadn't done him before the Shrine Bowl and then he didn't work out at the Combine. But watching him, I was like, okay, that there's something here. And he's long, he's athletic. He's pretty versatile. He can line up off the edge and he's going to stand up. He's probably more of a stand-up guy, but this is a guy that can be moved around as a joker type. They definitely did that with him at Alabama. Look, he can chip in on special teams, be a core 4 guy that way while he grows into his frame a little bit defensively. Just the injuries have been a big thing. I mean, he missed the end of this season, did not participate at the Combine or the Pro Day with an elbow injury, had ankle surgery in high school that led to some ligament damage, and that caused him to just kind of miss some time. But you're talking about a player that is very raw, but I think when you look at his length, honestly, when I watched him, I expected him to be really raw, just a complete project as a rusher. And you can see he's what I typically call with him is a segmented rusher where you can see he's thinking through his steps and I'm going to take a step, then throw my hand. And I'm going to take another step and throw another hand. It's not all happening at the same time, which you typically see with a guy who's so green at the position. But what I liked about it, I mentioned the length. He's a pretty good bull rusher, and he sets up his bull rush well. And he also is showing all right, I can complement that bull rush with a ghost move and some other different moves to kind of keep tackles guessing. There's something there with him as a rusher, and he can play the run as well. He's strong on contact, has the ability to hold his ground in the run game and set the edge. Bigger blockers can jar him at times, but I thought he competed well there. He's got really violent hands with stack and shed. Tight ends really struggled to block him this year. It really is just the guy hasn't played a ton on defense. He's athletic. He's long. I like this pick. Look, you could say maybe it's a little bit early in the 4th round, but honestly, I don't think he would have been on the board too much longer. I think you get into into round 5 territory. That's where he's going to start to go off the board. We know Sean Payton's mantra, if you like a guy, go get him. And so I think they obviously felt convicted here on this player and on this evaluation.
Yeah. No, I'm curious watching him because I agree. I was kind of surprised because I didn't know much about him. Watching him, there's some juice there. I mean,
yes.
as a pass rusher, the speed around the edges there, and we kind of thought of him maybe more so run defender, more physicality potentially. It kind of seems like he has the best of both worlds in some ways, just hasn't really had a chance to prove it. I'm curious, do you see him long-term more pass rush type, more of a Broncos country, we call it more Jonathan Cooper type, run stuff, set the edge, that sort of thing? Where is the strength of his game right now, and then where does it go for long-term?
I honestly feel like he's got the ability to impact both phases. I think that he can defend the run and rush the pass. If he hits his ceiling, he's got the ability to do everything, right? And so I do think that there is starting upside there because of that. Now, what is it? Where is that rank on the range of outcomes? I personally had more of a role player backup grade on him, just because it's tough to say with that limited sample size that I feel really good about him becoming a starter, right? I can't sit here and say I felt great about that. That said, when you get to day 3, it's about traits, in my opinion. It's about all right, well, what is the upside here? Especially if you can say that he's got a high floor because of the special teams value, because of the run defense. I feel good about the floor. I feel good about the ceiling. As long as you talk to him, you're like, I like the character. You like the work ethic. To me, if you're talking about high ceiling with high work ethic, that's a guy that has the ability to hit that physical ceiling. I think it's a fine bet to take. And again, we can get into the discussion of value and things of that nature. But in this class especially, I'm fine with this selection by Denver.
Yeah.
Fran, we didn't get a RAS score on him because he didn't do anything, really in the Combine. He dealt with an injury. But again, what you just mentioned, it's the traits that pop off the tape. It's the burst, the first step off the line. I mean, if he did do that stuff and you did get an RAS score, is he up there? Is this a real value pick? Is this potentially a player who would have been picked yesterday if he had tested and had numbers to show off the teams?
My guess is no, Dre. I just think that, honestly, when I watched him, I thought it was like solid athleticism for a guy that size. Because again, you're talking 245, right? And so when you're talking to a guy that small, that lean,
you expect speed.
You want to see like eye pop. Yes, exactly. I'm expecting him to have at least a solid first stepper, and I thought he checked the box there. I didn't say like holy smokes, like that kind of athleticism, but I thought that there was enough there, especially when combined with the length. There was who was I listening to? There was a podcast I was listening to recently. And Daniel Jeremiah made the comparison, was like, kind of reminded me a little bit of Jalix Hunt, who went late third round to the Eagles last year, coming from a lower level of competition. I'm like, that makes some sense for me after watching. I'm like, I could see that. Now, Jalix, he had wow athleticism. Yeah. He tested, and we got the RAS there. There was something there. I didn't quite see that level of athleticism with Q Robinson, but certainly I think when you're looking at it, this was a fair profile to bet on.
It's funny because we didn't get to talk to you about Saivion Jones yesterday, and they're kind of a similar mold, right? Like highly touted recruits, go to a blue chip program in a heavy rotation, show some flashes, but it's more a gamble on those flashes panning out and these frames that can work. And we've seen the Broncos do this before with guys like Jonathan Cooper, Baron Browning are prime examples that come to mind. What were your thoughts on Saivion? The last pick last night.
Real quick, we do know that he's bumping inside. So in the 3-4, he's going to be playing defensive end. You might have seen that.
Yeah, and honestly, like that's how I viewed him. I actually had a higher grade on Q than I had on Saivion. Now I see them both as similar kind of like backup rotational pieces. I think they're more like key cogs of the rotation. But they're definitely different players, right? I think that when you're looking at Q, he is more of your stand up off the edge, the Sam linebacker, rush linebacker type. Whereas Saivion, as you guys said, like he's more of your kick him inside. He maybe he's a mismatch in there kind of a player. I didn't love the film with Saivion. I think that he can be that kind of a replacement level like rotational backup. I was fine with him in that kind of a role. I didn't see like a high impact starter ceiling there with his film.
It's interesting. The guys we don't see as the most explosive tested better than expected, Barron, RJ Harvey, and then these guys who maybe didn't pop necessarily on tape, like Saivion Jones, tested out the roof. That's why we get the testing too. I'm intrigued. It's fun. It seemed like the strategy early on was go with safer bets, and now they're taking a few more swings on upside at premium positions.
Yeah, and I think that honestly, when you look at Sean Payton's history, that's something that has been a recurring theme during his time in New Orleans. Was we're going to find guys that have those traits, and I'm a big believer in that. When you get to day 3, you start taking those swings. So that when you have because all these guys are flawed, right? Especially when you get to day 3, there's flaws with all of these players. But who's got something that's got like an A+ trait that they can hang their hat on that might lead them to starting upside or impact role player upside moving into the NFL. And when I think you're looking at Q Robinson, I think there's definitely a path to that type of role.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious, who would you have gone with if you had made this pick for the Broncos? Is there anybody near the top of your board who you'd say like that would have been a good fit?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when I saw that Robinson was a pick, I was like, "Ooh, like, all right, I'm excited by this." It might be that might have been me colored by the fact that I didn't love some of the other picks throughout the course of the draft there. But no, I mean, look, there are plenty of other players that I could have made an argument for. Like I liked Elijah Roberts, but again, he's a different kind of player. He's more this like. To me, I'm taking Elijah Roberts over Saivion Jones, like because I think they're the same archetype of like kick inside, more snug alignments, playing tighter the tackle. I like Roberts more, in that kind of a role. Yeah, honestly, like if you like Brayton Swinson, I think is better film, but I think Q Robinson has better character, and I think is better, in terms of like the special teams and things that run defense. He's a better run defender. Swinson, I think that's a big question mark, and honestly, it's the reason why he's still on the board, in my opinion. He was suspended for the first half of a game last year. I think there's some questions there. So, I think when you're looking at Robinson, that's going to give him the edge. Again, it's all going to be about team fit, and you could start to explain away why guys like a Swinson might be falling to this point in the draft.
What the heck is going on with Marcus Membel? How's this really good football player still on the board, and we've entered the 5th round now?
Yeah, I think when you're looking at Marcus Bowe, the big thing is, he was a right tackle, at Purdue, and a unique athlete. I talk about the physical traits. He's going to go today because he's an unusual athlete at the position. I would argue the most athletic offensive lineman in this class based off of tape. Now, he's got really short arms, and so that's going to say he's got to slide inside. Some people felt like he could be a center. Any conversation I've had with anybody was like, he's not going to, because if you're going to make that transition to center, it's more between the ears, right? It's more like you got to be able to handle the load of protections and being able to, not even just like the mental load of it, but also like you are the shot caller, right? Like you are the alpha on the offensive line in that way. And people didn't really view Marcus Bowe as being that kind of presence. So it's all right. He's going to have to play guard. So he's a guard only. All right. Well, strength is an issue. So when is he going to be ready to be able to play guard? You're probably a year away. He's not a power guy. So he's probably more of a zone blocking guard only who needs physical development. And so now it's like, all right, now we're talking about where does that player go? And that's why, honestly, I when I did my final projection on it, when I watched the film, I'm like, okay, like before I had all the full measurements because he's an underclassman, before I knew about like interview stuff, I'm like, all right, like, yeah, this could be a guy that could go in the early second round.
Right.
I could see a guy with those athletic profiles. But as you start having those conversations with the people that spoke with him and spent extensive time with him, and then you get the full measurements, we get the athletic profile, all of that, those things. Now I'm like, okay, he's more in this bucket. He's going to go round 3, round 4. And so that I think we're at the spot now where he's going to hear his name go off the board relatively soon.
Love it. Let's see what they do in the 6th. Lots to unpack here. Thank you so much, Fran Duffy. Fran Duffy, legend, all his great insights. Check out the draft guide. Fran, we'll talk soon.
Trey, we'll talk soon. Henry, we'll talk after the next Broncos pick.
We love it. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Fran.
See you guys.
I think we've got Zaxter on the line. I can't wait to do our usual bit of us not hearing him and him not hearing. It's the best. There he is.
No, we know that's your lying face. We know your lying face.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so good, bro. So good. Give us your guy. Your Roll Tide through and through. Tell us everything about Q.
Let's go. Shout out to the Paytons for bringing an Alabama player here. And Q Robinson, guys, you guys talked about it. He's a guy with traits. I mean, he was a 4-star recruit coming out of high school into Alabama. Anyone that goes to Alabama, you obviously know is very talented. And that's not just me saying it. You guys can agree with that. And then once you get to Alabama, what happens is you end up sitting on the bench for a long time, and you don't see a lot of starts, especially when guys like Will Anderson are ahead of you. And so he didn't become a full-time player for Alabama until this past season, his senior season, when he was a redshirt season. Before that, a lot of special teams. Keep that in your back pocket for a second. And then when he got playing time, he was a dog, man. He really flashed and showed his talent and why he went to Alabama, why he was a 4-star recruit. But then he got hurt 9 games into the season, hurt his elbow, immediately had surgery on that elbow right after the game. His season was over from there. That caused his draft stock to fall. Plus, just a lack of production from really only getting playing time for 1 season. So he was just overlooked in this draft process. He did say he is 100% with his elbow now, so that's good. It's not like the Broncos still have to manage his injury. He's 100% ready to go. But the Broncos made this move for 2 reasons. One, the high upside, the 4-star recruit playing in Alabama, showing flashes this season that he played. They believe he can be an outside linebacker on this team at some point. And the second is, look, guys, we're in day 3. Day 3 is when you need to get special teams players. And not only does Q have the physical traits to be a good special teams player, he's been a special teams player. He's played all 4 core special teams at Alabama, so he can do that right away, right now. And being a 4th-round pick, he's going to make this roster, you would very much assume, and so it's okay. The Broncos have a vision for him long-term. This year, it's be a special teams contributor. Next year, probably be a special teams contributor. And then after that, okay, let's see if he has anything at that outside linebacker spot as well.
I'll ask you the same question I always ask for the media reaction. What was the vibe? You got 50 of your closest friends out there. What'd they say?
Oh, everyone was screaming, "Roll Tide, roll!"
Oh,
baby.
I believe it.
It was
Sounds like that.
Henry.
Those are my
you
guys.
should
That's
have been
Jeff
out
Legwold
there.
there.
It was so much. I think both George Payton and Sean Payton came out and were yelling it too. But it was like, okay, solid pick. And kind of exactly what we said, like, okay, you're getting a solid football player with good traits. Probably what you should be doing in the third round of the draft, especially with the Broncos only having 2 picks today. Really, it was actually more of a surprise that the Broncos picked at this pick than they traded back, just because I think everyone was expecting George Payton to rack up picks here and try to come away with 3 or 4 picks today. Right now, they're only getting multiple picks if they trade that 6th for 2 7ths. Let's not do that. Let's just stick with what we've got right now. So I think that was really the biggest surprise, the media reaction here.
Odds the Broncos trade one of next year's picks to get back into this draft, whether it's to move up, whether it's to just add more.
It could happen, but
I think
the Broncos are really satisfied with their draft. Even after just yesterday, you heard George Payton say we had 4 guys we wanted in the first 2 days of the draft, and we came away with almost all of them. Again, I have some more insight on who that almost could be, maybe for later next week. One of them, Saivion Henderson, I believe that's a guy that they really wanted. I think they fell in love with him, and RJ Harvey, who we talked about. Broncos could have taken Saivion Henderson in the first or traded back and then taken him. George Payton pointed to that on Thursday night, but decided not to. But I think they really came out of this draft with the guys that they wanted, and now it's just about getting some depth, some high upside guys.
Zach, I mean, this team has had a history of kind of taking edge guys beyond day 1, day 2 guys, Nick Bonito, day 3, Jonathan Cooper, those Ohio State guys, and developing them into really good players. It seems like there is a level of freak out with how the Broncos draft has gone thus far, but I think that George Payton and Sean Payton have kind of earned the benefit of the doubt, especially when it comes to developing these edge rushers, right?
100%. And I think a big freak out comes by the Broncos not going offense in the first round. And this shouldn't be that big of a surprise. George Payton has constantly and consistently gone with defensive guys early in the draft to make his defense good because he knows he can handle the offensive side of the ball. And I give the Broncos credit for sticking true to their board and taking a good player in the first round instead of going offense. And then instead of trading up in the second round to get Saivion Henderson, I would have been okay with that. They just stuck true to their board again, waited for it to fall to them, waited for RJ Harvey to be there for him. And, that's just what the casual fan doesn't do, but that's why George Payton does this for 365 days a year, and that's why George Payton does this with a massive staff that's worth millions of dollars. So I understand why the fans are freaking out, but I don't think there's a reason to freak out, and especially after what Sean Payton told us last night. They got the next Michael Thomas and Pat Bryant. What are we freaking out about, guys? They got the next Darren Sproles and RJ Harvey. I can't wait for them to tell us that they got the next Von Miller and Q Robinson. So let's go, baby.
Yep. And maybe I'm just delusional based on the almost negative hours of sleep.
No, Henry.
I'm not delusional. Well, then this is good news because I guess we haven't heard from you about what the vibe was for some of these picks yesterday, specifically last night. But looking back on that RJ Harvey pick, he's more explosive than Saivion Henderson. Like if you just go straight by the numbers based on 40 time, based on, explosive play percentage, big play, all that stuff. I think throw in, he might be better between the tackles as well. I get the vibe that the Broncos think that there's like superstar ability in RJ Harvey. Am I delusional or is that the vibe there?
No, they absolutely think that. And Henry, if you want to say that he's more explosive than Saivion Henderson, you say he's more explosive than Ashton Jeanty. I mean, that's what the 40 says. That's what the stats say. He had the most 10-plus yard rushes in college football last year. So you can just go a step further. I know it's crazy, but that's just what the stats say. 3,000 rushing yards the past 2 seasons, over 42 total touchdowns the past 2 seasons as well. And the thing about him that really stands out is his vision. And actually, George talked about that after, the Browns taking Shaduer Sanders here. That's something. So sorry about that. Got caught off guard. But really quick, because this actually is a big thing.
Caught off guard.
This is a big thing off RJ Harvey really quick, guys.
Yeah.
George Payton or Sean Payton said we thought he had the best vision in the draft. That was not excluding Ashton Jeanty.
No, that is correct.
The best vision in the draft, and I see that when I watch his film. And the thing that also makes him so difficult, not only his good vision behind the tackles, but he just gets lost in the tackles. He's 5'8", so he gets lost behind the tackles, which makes him an all-around runner. So I'm a big fan of this pick, guys.
Yeah, so we hear that from you. We see it with our own eyes. Also have Xanath in the chat saying, can't catch, can't block, small and old. So again, like we miss you, Zach. We miss you, Zach. We need the optimism, and we need you to come back to this war zone that we're living in.
Zach, while you hang out during the whole 5th round, maybe we'll find a lull where you can come back and talk some Saivion Jones. Because we didn't get our Saivion talk, but maybe we should shift to Shaduer real quick, and then
enjoy.
We'll holler at our boy in just a second. Okay, love you, Zach.
Right.
Talk soon, buddy.
Congratulations, Jake.
Thanks.
Your long over here. Your long national nightmare is in fact over.
And now the new one begins.
Also, in the 5th round, we will be procuring food for ourselves. We might do the Uncrustable taste test, and I will be taking a 5-minute break.
Oh,
but first,
real quick before to give.
No,
can we get a poll?
We have to get into it.
Draft grades.
No.
Get a poll up.
We'll do that later.
We need to see.
Just do a poll and that'll be fine.
Yes.
Okay, Jake. Thoughts?
You have to. Yes, you are doing it. I'll fight until he does it.
I mean, just an insane situation. You're now bringing him in to compete with Dylan Gabriel, basically. That's who's going to battle it out for the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. It's Shaduer Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, and Kenny Pickett. I'm glad
they have some other washed guys, right?
Oh, Joe Flacco too.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
He's in the conversation.
Dang.
I fully expect Shaduer Sanders to win this job. He's going to be the Cleveland Browns starting quarterback, I think, this year. He's way better than Dylan Gabriel.
It's a perfect room to succeed in.
Absolutely.
Pickett way better. I like him in the Stefanski system.
I'm just concerned about the Cleveland Browns and the ownership.
Yeah.
They have the name Factory of Sadness for a reason.
They do.
They have been the most dysfunctional NFL franchise as long as I've been alive.
Right.
He's already been on the back foot, obviously, throughout this whole process. If Cleveland acts like Cleveland does, I mean, we'll see what happens in the future here. I mean, he could be the one who just turns it all around, too.
I do really like the Stefanski fit. And yeah, I mean, the only other quarterback that's really worked out for Cleveland is Bernie Kosar, right? And he was procured in the supplemental draft, if I'm not mistaken. So it'd be funny if the only 2 quarterbacks that ever worked out for them were like procured in really unconventional, unusual ways. Why wait till pick 144 and draft the quarterback before him? I don't know. Seems dumb. It's not like that's going to alleviate any of the media hype or any of the talk.
It's so stupid, dude.
It's really dumb. I'm glad he's selected, though. And I think the Browns could really get a steal. Jose already liked their draft a lot. You're going to really love it now that they got...
I mean, by all accounts, this is the steal of the draft at this point. This is unprecedented.
Yes.
No quarterback this good has ever just fallen this far for off the field reasons when the man has never been in trouble.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, I remind you, stone cold sober, which really changed my perception of him.
The whole family is.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's like, that's something I would bet on real easy, you know? Seems like a really safe thing to take on. So, yeah.
Yeah, can we get this poll in this chat? I appreciate you. Okay. I need to know if this is a vocal minority or if this is actually like...
You know, Hank, I'm about to pee my pants. Shaduer just got drafted. No. We had back-to-back call-ins.
Oh, no.
Like, give Yaya a second, you know? Things are happening.
It's been like 6 seconds at least.
Yes, it's been 6 seconds. We know that for you, that's a long time.
I know. I was about to rebel.
All right. Wow, I can't believe that. Some pretty anonymous picks so far in the 5th round, which has actually been all about the trenches. 4 defensive tackles in the first 6 picks. Tyrone Ingram-Dawkins, who's a guy I like. Cam Jackson, the Florida defensive tackle, goes to the Panthers, who Fran liked. Carson Vinson, the Alabama A&M offensive tackle, goes to the Ravens. Riley Mills, the Notre Dame defensive tackle, goes to the Seahawks. Go Hawks! Miami Dolphins take Jordan Phillips, the Maryland defensive tackle, actually pretty nice prospect. And then the Browns take Shaduer. The Eagles are next at pick 145, and we don't draft until when, Hanky?
I was just going to check that, and then I didn't want to lose our viewers.
197.
Yep.
So pick 21 of the 6th round.
Bear with us for 52 picks.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
I
We'll figure
honestly
out
think
some
they
good
might
stuff
trade
to
up.
do.
I think they might.
But
get,
for who?
I
just
don't know.
also point out that
I don't know.
everyone we've wanted dating back to the RJ Harvey pick has yet to even come off the board.
Yeah.
Like Brashard Smith, still there. Torrey Horton, still there. Ayomanor Royals just went recently. Jaden Blue, still available. All that second tier of tight ends. Only Gunnar Helm has gone today.
That's why I think they're not drafting a running back. I think it's undrafted free agents.
I think,
time.
they're staying put and they'll play the. Also, I think they know they have. A, they know that there's a lot of talent still on the board. And B, they know that if they get 2 undrafted free agents and they have only added
Exactly.
RJ Harvey, they are going to be the hottest place to land for an undrafted free agent running back because the opportunity is tremendous.
Totally. Also, for all the hype we gave this tight end class, only 7 off the board.
Yeah.
Which in a lot of years is a big number, but with 2 going day 1, I would have thought next 3 rounds more than 5. Especially now that we're...
I also think it's the 7 you expected. Haven't
True.
necessarily had anyone
No.
crazy off the board or any surprises.
Yeah.
You guys got this for 5 minutes?
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to check out food status down at the bar. Start there.
Yeah.
Anyone want anything?
No, I'll tap out when you get back.
That was to the chat, into the mic, to the chat. Does anybody want anything?
What do you want to hit on, bro?
Can you grab me a water? Yeah, definitely. Thank you. An agua.
What do you want to hit on?
Let's run back through these picks again. I think we did that. We kind of ran through a few times, but let's talk RJ Harvey a bit. I think again, the chat is down on him. I see a guy with a high floor and a high ceiling. I see a guy who's one of the most explosive running backs in the draft. Any way you slice it. Again, like 10 plus yard runs, 15 plus yard runs. You're talking about a guy who was 5th in the nation among running backs in total yardage last year. And if you go if you take the top 20 in total running back production last year, he's number 2 in yards per carry behind Ashton Genty. Like, this is a guy who was remarkably productive in an awful offense behind a bad offensive line when everybody knew that he was running the ball and they still could not stop him. He's Ashton Genty minus 2-3 ticks of the physicality and tackle breaking type ability, the shiftiness probably. He is shifty. He just doesn't have that untouchability that Genty has.
Yeah.
But he also has more speed, more big play ability than Genty does, which I think is really exciting. And you're talking 4.4 speed, 4.4 flat. That's Saquon Barkley. You know, we talk a lot about Travion Henderson being explosive. That's at 4.45 speed, which again is very, very fast. But this guy was number 4 among running backs in the combine in 40-yard dash. So I'm fired up. I think the ceiling is really high. And I think the ceiling is high because not only does he have all the speed, he was just as productive between the tackles as he was outside. So I see like too small. We already have that in Jaleel McLaughlin. He is significantly bigger than Jaleel McLaughlin.
100%.
He's Maurice Jones-Drew sized is what he is. He's D'Angelo Williams sized, and he's also way faster than Jaleel. And then the biggest thing between those two is just the between the tackles ability, where if Jaleel's on the field, you know it's going to the boundary. They can try to keep you honest inside, but when you have RJ Harvey, he's actually, you look at the numbers, slightly more productive when he's running through the A and B gaps than he is when he's going to the C gaps or way outside. So I see a guy who has a high ceiling, and I mean he's your immediate starter. I mean, you don't draft a running back in the second round and not make him immediate starter. I think this could be the big question is just the age and the health. But if he stays healthy, like he has the past 2 years when he's taken a ridiculous amount of carries, like that goes both ways. He was able to stay healthy through all that. It means more tread on or less tread on the tires at this point, but I love it.
Yeah, I think this is a great pick by the Broncos. You brought up the concerns there, and it's worth mentioning them. Yeah, he's an older player. Yeah, he is technically
24.
a smaller running back, but he's definitely not the smallest back in this class. And it's not something I would necessarily worry about because of the other traits that pop, which is the speed, the lateral ability, and I mean, there's some advanced stats that really back up RJ Harvey here. PFF. 2025 running backs career explosive run percentage. That's 10 plus yard runs. RJ Harvey led the draft class in that stat. Over 20%, the only running back over 20% with an explosive run percentage. He had 21% in that category. The next closest was Jarquez Hunter at 18.9. You could factor in volume and stuff there, but that matches up with what we talked about with the yards per carry. He had over 6 yards per carry in every of the last 3 seasons.
6.8 per carry this year. Crazy at that volume.
For sure.
No, in that offense.
Yes. He was the offense, bro.
KJ Jefferson was horrible.
Yes.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday.
They played 4 quarterbacks last year.
They were 1-8 in their last 9 games.
Yes.
All they had was him. And in the last 6 games, he had at least 100 yards, put up crazy efficiency as well, averaged 147 a game during that stretch with more than 2 touchdowns a game. This is all just the rushing numbers.
And that's actually, Dylan, that's a good point. I mean, the age of running backs, how much does that matter at this point when the lifespan is already cut down? I mean, obviously you draft a player and the hope is that he becomes, especially if you draft him day 2, a long-term starter for this team. So I'm not going to say that that's the plan, draft him, just use him on his rookie deal and then, move on to the next guy. But that's kind of how the NFL goes at this point.
To the age thing, the age isn't the concern. The concern is just he's taken such a beating so far because he has played so much college football, and that's why the age is higher. And so those 2 things are correlated. It's not the age that's the reason you're concerned. The reason for concern is just that, he's taken a lot of hits. He's carried the ball so many times because, again, he's all they had.
To go back to the speed, another advanced stat here. This is from the combine tracking data. RJ Harvey, in terms of the 40-yard dash, out of all the running backs, he reached the highest top speed. Was the only one of 3 running backs to go over 23 miles an hour with that 4.40.
And it shows up on tape. That's the fun part.
It does.
It shows up when you watch him.
Another one for you here. This is from Sports Info Solutions. Positive % with a blown block. So basically, how efficient are you when there's kind of chaos already blowing up in your face? When there's a blown block and you have to run the ball. There were 4 guys ahead of him: Omarion Hampton, Kyle Monangai, Taj Brooks, Trey Benson. RJ Harvey had a 28% in that stat as well. So, analytically, he kind of checks out, man. You can look at all the tangible numbers, the 40-yard dash, the production and all. But when you dig into some of these advanced stats, they're really kind of backing RJ Harvey at this point too. So,
and then in the chat, they say, how can you not see his limitations? He cannot be our 3-down back. 2 things. First of all, Broncos don't believe in 3-down backs, or Sean Payton doesn't. It's always been a 2-back system. And you have Alvin Kamara, you've got Pro Bowlers, and it's still going to be 2 backs. So there's no such thing as a 3-down back for Sean. I would say he actually can handle that though. Again, run through the A gap, see what happens. He's one of the best in the class. See what happens when we run through the B gap. A lot of these explosive plays are coming up the middle.
Yeah.
I get that there are questions about whether the tackle breaking ability will translate. And to some degree it will. And as crazy as it sounds, tackle breaking ability has translated better to the NFL statistically than almost any other running back for metrics. Or metric for running back.
You're spot on.
You would think it wouldn't, but it actually does. And so I think the number was 8 running backs in the country broke more tackles than he did last season. So I really think that he is a do-it-all running back. Question is he true power back? Do you line him up in goal line situations and say plow straight ahead? I don't know that he is that. He has to prove it at the very least. And on the very other end of the spectrum, the question is receiving ability, and mostly because it's the Ashton Genty thing, where why would we throw him the ball? He is our entire offense. Let's just hand it to him.
Sure.
So the offense just wasn't built that way. So it's not that he can't do it. It's that we just haven't seen it. And the fun thing from last night with Sean Payton and George Payton was they said their perspective of that changed his pro day. when he was out there running routes. It was like, oh, interesting.
On that, man, I mean, again, I mentioned this yesterday. I don't think he was asked to do a lot of that at all at UCF. That just wasn't what they were asking out of him. So it's entirely possible he comes into Denver, or they just saw him at the pro day, these situations, spoke to him in meetings, talked to coaches, and there's more to be tapped into when it comes to his ceiling in the passing game. So another one, I mean, so many people have already mentioned it in the chat. Trevor Sikkema at PFF said this was like his favorite player in the draft. He said that this is going to be this year's Bucky Irving.
There's a group of those guys who had him top 3 in this class, which is interesting. So we talked about this a little bit last night. General consensus, there were 4 guys at the top of the draft. You got Genty, you got Hampton, you got the 2 Ohio State guys. And then there's 10 guys maybe who could have gone in just about any order. I think that's why a lot of people are going to be down on Harvey, because, you know, they might have said, we'd rather have Caleb Johnson. We'd rather have Scadaboo. We'd rather have Tootin. We'd rather have ETS. Just because there's so many different orders that they could go. Obviously, to the Broncos, it was Harvey first out of that group. But I think the chat has been down on Harvey more so than they should be. We start with that. And I think we've done a good job alleviating some of those concerns, we'd hope, because I am very excited. Oh, how big is Maurice Jones-Drew? Maurice Jones-Drew, 5'7", 208. But you've got 5'8", 207 for RJ Harvey.
But they're different builds, though. Like,
it is, the weight was up here versus down here.
Exactly, yes.
And then 40 times MJD 439, 440 for RJ Harvey. As Jaden Blue goes off the board.
Yep.
Real quick, just because there are concerns, let's go back and say, why did the running backs who went in front of him go in front of him? Ashton Genty, it's because he's a freak. He's a tackle breaking monster. He's untouchable. You get him to the second level. Linebackers half the time can't even get a hand on him. He should go in front. Omarion Hampton, though, again, we were not the highest on Omarion Hampton on this podcast.
I wasn't either, yep.
Okay. So, I mean, you see 6 foot 220 with a 4.47, whatever it was, 40 time. Like, there's just an athletic size speed combo that's really tough to pass up. And then you throw in that he was one of the few guys who was more productive than Harvey. 1,600 rushing yards, I want to say, last year, second most in the country. Or no, sorry, Scadaboo was second. He was third. And he did back-to-back. I think he was 5th in the country the year before. So again, makes sense that he's in front.
I think that the reason why he went in front of a lot of these guys is what we've already touched on. It's the first thing I said when he was drafted, home run hitter.
Yep.
It's why I think they valued Travion Henderson so highly, and it's why I think they followed him up, 22 picks after that with their second round pick. I think that's one of the glaring issues that was on this offense. There was hardly any big playability, and if it was Bo making something happen or a wide receiver breaking free downfield. Now you get that in the run game. It's exactly what we were looking for out of the position in this draft. So I don't know. I honestly, just watch the tape. Watch the highlights even. If you can't watch those and get excited about this guy, then I don't know what to tell you.
And I think...
Q? RJ.
We're still on RJ. Yeah. RJ, again, you have the combination of at the very least, one of the 3 best home run hitters in this class, combined with the fact that he has been very productive between the tackles. Like, that's a guy who could put up a really big number. I don't want to, as soon as you say, like, he could be a 1,500 yard rusher, then you're crazy. But he could put up a big number in the NFL.
You easily expect 1,000 out of him this year.
Yeah.
I don't think that's even asking too much.
Yeah. Again, if it's 60-40 split, just touch wise, it'd have to be pretty efficient to get there. But I agree. I think you don't bring him in here to do any less than that.
Let's do a fun exercise and look at running backs drafted day 2 the last couple years.
I think I wanted to do this.
Last year, Jonathan Brooks, Trey Benson, Blake Corum, Marshawn Lloyd.
You got nothing out of that group, basically.
Nothing.
And
then you get Bucky Irving in the 4th round, late 4th. That's kind of the one guy that works out. Last year's running back draft class, kind of a disaster. The year after, Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker, James Cook, those are your second rounders. I like him better than any of those 3 coming out, James Cook was kind of comparable for me.
That's an interesting one.
People were low on James Cook in that draft, though.
I was low on him and I was wrong.
They were low, and I thought he was a stud at Georgia. And it took a couple
so
years.
too.
Yep.
He made my top 5 easily.
Yep.
I'd like to see some James Cook measurements coming out.
Again, though, he's way more explosive than Breece Hall and James Cook, and I think K9 might be a decent comp, honestly.
Interesting. Yeah, that would be a good one.
The next year, Etienne. Oh, no, that's late first, so forget Etienne. Javante's the only round 2 back, and then it's Trey Sermon.
Could have been.
Yeah, with both those guys, because Trey Sermon struggled with injuries
I like
as
Trey
well.
Sermon coming out, too.
DeAndre Swift goes top of the second in 2020. I think there's a lot of DeAndre Swift to his game.
I would agree. So
Cam
4.36
Akers.
on the 40 there versus this, but obviously you've got another 10 pounds and a little bit of height when you've got Harvey instead of Swift.
Cam Akers also, I think, is a kind of comparable frame, comparable-ish profile. J.K. Dobbins is another second rounder. A.J. Dillon. I also think there's some, J.K. Dobbins a little more physical, different kind
I would
of
agree. And maybe not quite
profile.
as explosive.
Yep.
He had some big ones at Ohio State, though, man.
He did. He absolutely
no
did.
doubt. Miles Sanders, maybe more complete.
I wasn't a big Miles Sanders fan at all.
I wasn't either.
I was wrong, though, for a lot of reasons.
More polished receiver, I think, Sanders coming out.
Yep.
For sure.
Definitely.
Yes.
And again, more just... I guess the size is the thing. He feels a little bit bigger, feels like longer. It's not so much like the quick movements as much as he skews toward Najee Harris a little bit. Not that he is that, but just like along the spectrum. So James Cook, by the way, 5'11", 199. So 3 inches taller, 6 pounds shorter.
That was James Cook coming out?
James Cook.
Coming out?
Yeah.
That's crazy because I remember a lot of people talking about how small he was coming out.
Well, here we are again. 4.42 on the 40 for James Cook.
Ain't that something?
Ain't that something? Running backs are not 220 pounds anymore.
DJ Giddens goes to the Colts.
Interesting fit.
Yeah, for sure. Also, like Jonathan Taylor starting to get some insurance on him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Ain't quite working out there. I was never the biggest Jonathan Taylor fan.
I
The stop
think
start stuff concerned me.
the injuries have played a role to his ceiling.
Certainly. But again, I mean, I think it's also why vision matters. You know,
You're
like
absolutely
just
right.
being a downhill back and being fast isn't necessarily everything.
I mean, people were just jumping on the table for him in that draft class. I was not one of them. I thought he was good, but
100%. I really like these D-line picks they got. I talked a lot about big edges. I talked a lot about edge hybrids. And the fact that they got both one that fits the JFM mold and one that fits the Jonathan Cooper mold is really nice for me. Q is listed lighter than he looks on tape.
Yeah.
To me, he looks huge, even though he's like slender and carries that weight well. I got a breakfast
what's
sandwich
up,
from the
brother?
bar, boys. So
Our breakfast sandwiches, we got to show
They
that.
do
to
go
you.
hard.
you might want to follow
so
in
big.
line. This guy is a
Oh, my
beautiful.
Lord.
Thank you, Noah. Noah's a
Dude,
stud.
we serve those all day, right?
Always. They
Okay,
are
no
served
rush.
all day.
No rush.
And the
So
homies
big.
are ecstatic about it.
Also,
Noah, you're the man. Thank you so much.
yes, and our beautiful producer Yaya is back, whom I love, and we'll give a hug to later because of this great poll that he put up that has alleviated my concerns. A, 12%. Okay, fine. 59% B, 19% C, 9% F. This is
Okay.
a vocal minority in the chat, and I feel a little bit bad.
As
about
it usually is.
that. As it usually is. It's a
you
vocal
love to
minority.
see it.
We're not all Glens out there. No offense, Glenn. I love
Glenn,
you too.
we love you.
Yeah.
Yeah, just we do this year round. We have fun.
Yep.
The only pick that has me a little bum was Pat Bryant.
That you were out on Bryant.
And you guys have quelled my
Here's what I will say.
concerns.
Dre, you look at the receivers, I think, in a very smart way, where you take this very nice blend of the metrics, the values, and combine it with like, oh, this guy actually can run routes. He has good hands and all that stuff. And so when you have a guy who like the Jalen Knoll, for example, puts up the big 40 time and on top of that has the sharp feet, has the hands, all that sort of stuff.
Production, shows some separation on tape, that whole thing. Yes.
That's a very good way to look at things. But also, you know,
me and the other analysts, this is how we look at it.
Totally.
We are doing a general board. So we're kind of hedging our bets. We're kind of trying to look at the overall package and hedge our bets of who has the most tools to give them the most outcomes to work out.
Yep.
An NFL team has a much different perspective because they're looking at the tools we covet, the tools that allow them to work out in our system.
Exactly.
So it is quite a different mindset that anyone doing rankings like a Fran, like a me, like anyone has versus how the team views them.
The question they have is, can this be a guy who gets open consistently? Is there one thing that he is really good at where we can get open and we don't need big numbers. We just need completions for Bo. And if that's 5 yards, great. So does he have that one thing he's good at? And can he add 2 or 3 more? And I think with Pat Bryant, there are limits to what he does. He caught some short passes and ran with them. To me, you're not throwing screens to the guy. You know, you're not probably getting him those behind the line of scrimmage touches too much. Although he did do some of that. You're also probably not targeting him too deep. When you have a guy like a Jalen Royals, Jalen Knoll, some of the appeal is that you could see him catching a ball behind the line of scrimmage. You could see him catching a ball deep downfield. You could see him catching here. Just anywhere you look, boom, there's probably a catch on his catch chart. The Broncos may have ruled out kind of the top and bottom of that range. But if they're saying we need this guy to be, I think they're drafting him to be their wide receiver too. You're saying we need him right here over the middle. We need him 5 yards deeper. And he runs all of those routes so well. And, route running, I think, can be seen as like beating man coverage. It's not always, though. A lot of it is showing up, understanding, hey, this is cover 3, which means coming off the line, corner is going to run with the guy on the outside. So I'm going to have this spot. I just need to make sure I press this guy who's going to play this flat inside so he doesn't jump out. There's a lot of that sort of stuff. And he has the sharp feet. And sometimes sharp is even the wrong word because it's so fluid. It's based on pace. It's about, I'm going to jog through here and then boom, then I'm going to go. Or I'm going to go fast and I'm going to kind of slow down while you're dropping and then make my break. I really like it. I think that...
And it's body positioning. It's giving your quarterback a target he can throw to.
Totally. And pacing yourself into those zones, understanding how to set corners up. A lot of people saying like there's going to be he's another Vele. I think he's better than Devon Vele. I think he's better right now than Devon Vele is. And a little bit slightly different skill sets. But I think day one he comes in as your Vele upgrade.
That's not a hot take, by the way.
It isn't? Okay, good.
The stats,
everything about
the rankings, comparing the two, production at their age, production in similar power conferences, every single indicator would suggest Pat Bryant better, more coveted prospect than Devon Vele.
Yep.
Even though they maybe fit the same archetype of wide receiver.
Yep. A little bit bigger for Vele, a little bit smaller, maybe a little bit more fluid for a Bryant. And I would say Sean Payton, he might have been giggling himself to sleep last night thinking like, oh, I just got my Puka Nacua, I'll show them. He's probably wrong. That probably isn't the outcome, but I do think that's the ceiling. I think that's a guy like that. We ran through the numbers. It's basically the exact same numbers as Puka was. A little bit more production in college, but measurements wise, 40 time, very similar. I think there's your ceiling, and the floor is kind of Vele. That's probably your floor.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other more possession-based wide receivers beyond Devon Vele that we could use as a comp.
Tim Patrick was bigger and probably faster, but not as smooth, I wouldn't say.
Who's the North Carolina wide receiver who's always walking around barefoot and the media?
Matt Collins.
I think that's maybe a medium outcome for Pat Bryant.
Interesting.
Which, again, is like kind of a Devon Vele type, right?
Yeah. And I guess
forget the wacky personality stuff that
please forget.
you get a 5
I wish I could never
opener
remember.
before a playoff game on some cutesy stupid stuff. You know,
mushroom
we love
rankings,
ball. We're
yeah.
not interested in bare feet walking
No.
around.
Grounding but yeah, I think when you say Matt Collins, I think Matt Collins, there's too much deep stuff there for that to be Bryant. And then you remember that actually Bryant was and Bo goes to the Giants. Good pick, but Fran talked me out of him, thankfully.
Honestly, most annoying stretch of the draft we've had yet, with DJ Giddens going to pick 151, then Jalen Rivers, a really nice developmental offensive tackle, one of the few tackles that had versatility, not just at left tackle, but center as well. And that kind of experience goes to the Bengals, who are quietly killing it, much like the Cowboys, who added Jaden Blue. And then Marcus Membao goes to the Giants.
Yeah.
Marcus Bo.
Fran said Bo, and I trust him.
No, I trust.
Yeah.
I mean, who I know not to trust is me when it comes to pronunciation.
That's what I've learned.
Any prospects.
Did you ask for 2 hash browns, or does it just come with it?
I think it comes with it, bro.
My goodness.
It's just a glorious time to be alive.
Yep. Final thought, Thomas Bryant, to finish off this.
Please.
Not Thomas Bryant. Thomas Bryant. That's a dark memory. Hopefully he's not like Thomas Bryant. Hopefully he's more Pat vibes than Bryant vibes in that name is what I'll say.
Holy cow, Thomas Bryant. Yikes.
Yeah, Pat Bryant. Like I said, first thought when you say Matt Collins is there's too much deep stuff. Bryant did all of that. And as much as we can say it's not sustainable because of the 40 time, again, a lot of what he did wasn't I'm separating deep. It's you got your back turned. I've got late hands. I'll flash him. I'll grab the ball. And hey, I don't think that that's going to be a big part of his game, but you give him a little credit and say he has done it before. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm. We're getting a question about, is Isaiah Bond still around? Yes.
He's very available.
We should inform everyone who maybe hasn't caught the news that he did recently. This was the news from April 10th, turned himself in on outstanding sexual assault warrants. Mm-hmm. He had bail set at $25,000, and in a statement release, he said the accusations blatantly false. So that is another layer to the Isaiah Bond situation. Torrey Horton, however, still available. Tez Johnson, still available. The Xavier Restrepo, LaJohntay Wester, and Nick Nash, still available. So there's still plenty of really good wide receivers to get into here. Mm-hmm. Tons of good tight ends. No tight ends have been taken today, right?
I don't think so. I'm going to take a break.
Do it.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Do it.
Okay, have fun.
You guys need anything?
No.
I'd take an ice water like I brought up to Hank. Should we bring on Zach Stevens to kind of tell us what he's hearing after having been able to digest on this info for
We did want some Saivion thoughts.
a night and some Saivion thoughts?
Sure.
If you could put out the
Zach
signal, that would be great. What is the Zach signal? Like, what do you think that icon looks like?
What
It's
are
like
those
him
shoes he
going
likes?
like this. Like,
He really likes those shoes. Oh yeah,
it's
he does like the joke. Yeah, he does like those jokers.
Is he a Batman guy?
No way.
He probably has. If there was anyone I had to bet hasn't seen Batman at our company, it's probably him.
How about so let's just say when he gets on, we'll ask him how many Batman movies he watched.
Yes.
He has seen.
Yes.
I will say the answer is 1.
Let's ask him if he's had an Uncrustable.
Under 1.5. Will you go over?
Okay, and then I think the second caveat is how many have you watched as an adult?
Oh.
Because I think it'd
we
be
can
possible for him to have seen the old school ones when he was a child.
I don't think he has. My answer is still 1.
Yeah.
Dude, what's your call? Okay. Are you willing to take that over?
I mean, I'd go under.
Okay,
I think
we're all on
like
the under.
0 and 0.5 is the over under, and I'd probably still go under.
Yep. Until Zach gets here,
Yeah.
we're kind of cycling through these draft picks again. We haven't talked about Jahdae Barron recently.
We
Got
haven't.
a little bit of a new audience. Any lingering thoughts for you? Let's go. Let's start with consensus. We both feel that he is a nickel corner in the NFL.
Yeah,
I think
doubt.
you have your
With
Denzel
some
Ward
safety and outside
safety more likely than corner boundary.
Yeah, I think both of those are in the mix.
I think so,
He
too.
can moonlight in both those roles. Yeah, I thought the two kind of headliners from going back to watch him now that the Broncos drafted him was watching him in 2022, where he's playing that star nickel cornerback role and had 11 tackles for a loss. Really made me appreciate the vision for the Broncos and the other stuff that he brought to the table that you really see in the 23 and especially the 2024 tape, where he won the Thorpe Award as an outside corner, mostly playing off, mostly as kind of the lockdown guy for that Texas defense and having some really big games for them, showing ball skills, showing great instincts, eyes, ability to jump on the ball. And then when I watched that 24 tape, in some ways he reminded me of another undersized outside corner who I was lower on than consensus, which was Denzel Ward coming out of Ohio State that year. Similar size, though Barron is 11 pounds heavier. They ran very similar 40s, which the knock on Barron is he maybe doesn't play the faster. I think that's more because he's playing patiently in off coverage, reading and reacting and letting everything come forward. I think his instincts in zone play a lot higher than Ward, who maybe had a little more natural traits to be a true man corner.
I would agree.
But I mean, when you look at them on just a sheet of paper, they are very, very similar.
Yep.
And Ward has been able to be an elite outside corner at the NFL level.
Yep.
Or certainly along those lines. And checks off many of the same boxes, you know, the instincts, the ball skills, the hands, the feistiness, the competitiveness, the physicality in a small package. And then you watch that 22 tape and he looks a lot like the Honey Badger. So if you have a Honey Badger type corner who can also give you some reps at safety, who can also give you some reps at outside corner, and now you have this versatile Swiss Army knife, dare I say, joker of the secondary for Vance Joseph to get even more exotic, even more confusing for opposing quarterbacks in those coverage looks that he brings to you. I think there could be a lot of value in that. And that's where the appeal is. On top of him just being a good football player, a solid human being, kind of already an adult in the room. And I think being able to adjust pretty quickly at a position that's quickly becoming a premium position.
Yep. And I think the big appeal Broncos wise, I think long-term you hope that he's an outside corner. He goes through the same drills as all the other corners. You hope that you find that kind of works out. And
I think you're happy with him being an elite nickel or good outside corner. It's one of those two outcomes you're pretty happy with.
Certainly. If he's elite nickel, great. If he's elite corner,
That's the bar,
even
though.
better. Yeah. But so I still think you have that hope that like things click and first and second down, you put him out there. He has that sort of versatility because he has every other kind of versatility. But that being kind of like the most expensive skill set in a secondary is lockdown corner. You get lucky if he has that. What you know, though, is that he's at least functional as an outside corner, even if he doesn't wind up being like, oh, he's a plus outside corner or super plus outside corner. And because of that, you have opportunities to be a little bit more versatile in how you want to use your corners. If you say, hey, you know what? Standard week, standard opponent, we're playing our 65% zone or 60% zone as we typically do. Plug him in the slot. And when we go man, we're just going to leave him in the slot against slot receivers because we like the matchup. We like the spacing. We like him against those type of guys. You still have easier help to a safety over the top from there. And so you don't have to worry so much about him getting beat deep, getting beat in general. Sure, that's great. But in the weeks where you want to say, hey, these guys play these three receivers, and we like how Pat matches up on their number one and how Riley and Jahdae Barron match up against these two, we want to hold these matchups throughout, or at least when we go to man coverage. You now have a little bit more flexibility to do that because, again, the Chargers being the great example within the division, you want Pat more often than not against any team's best receiver when they only have one good receiver, even more so. Ladd McConkey's that guy. You put Pat on Ladd, which means a lot of snaps in the slot for Pat. And that means your slot corner, more snaps outside. You know, and as much as we all love Jaquan McMillan, and I think he's a good player. I think he's a starter in the NFL. I think he's a good starter, a plus starter as a nickel corner in the NFL. I think that's part of the reason why the pick was a little bit surprising to almost everybody is, you know, it's not a spot where you see a need for a day one starter. The one downside is that the athleticism there just wasn't anything special. It's why he was undrafted. And he found ways to fight past that and become a good player.
Yeah.
Same thing happened to Chris Harris. I think
exactly
when you have that guy, when the other team can say, hey, you know what? You want Pat Surtain in the slot? Guess what? We're going to motion this guy out here. And now who's their speed guy? It's not Jalen Hyatt. Is it? It's he wasn't very good. Josh Palmer.
Yeah.
Who I'm not sure if he's still there. We're going to say, guess what? We're lining Josh Palmer up in the slot. You're going to put Jaquan, and we're going to motion him out. We're going to put Ladd in the slot. What are you going to do? Are you going to leave safety help and use another defender? Are you going to say you're playing super off and we're going to have some space up in front? That's the thing that's gone now. And we talk about this occasionally before the draft. As much as we say there's this piece of paper that has 11 players on it, where do you want an upgrade?
Yeah, your camera better.
There's a piece of paper, you got 11 players, you want an upgrade. Well, it's more than that, because there's also, if you want to get the basic level, you go to the nickel package. How do you get your upgrade? How do you get your upgrade dime? More specifically, it's in these situations, on these 3rd and 10s, what do you want to be able to do that you can't do now? On the 3rd and 5s, what do you want to do that you can't do now? Against these types of opponents, what do you want to do that you can't do now?
Yeah.
And what they decided was that piece of flexibility is what they wanted. And on top of that, the potential for him to turn into a Denzel Ward, where you now say we've got 2 Pro Bowl cornerbacks, like true cornerbacks, 2 lockdown cornerbacks. Well, you throw that upside in, and we're going to pull the trigger here, and it adds to the depth, because when you lost one corner last year, you were screwed. Remember,
not last year, post Kubiak era. I think injuries at cornerback have gotten the Broncos defense for at least a couple weeks every single season since Kubiak retired and that vaunted defense kind of started aging out and getting turned over.
Totally.
The other thing, Hank, is he helps you not be hurt when there is just one good wide receiver and that dictates the matchup. What this also allows for, and I don't think we got into this so much on yesterday's talk about Barron, is you can be an elite zone cover team.
Okay. Yep. Okay.
And that sometimes is the best way to stop the Chiefs and stop Mahomes. Is just play a bunch of zone coverage, right? Force him into the timing and taking what the zone gives him instead of him being able to dictate at the matchups. Riley Moss, Jahdae Barron, and Pat Surtain can make this a truly elite zone cover.
100%. That's the other piece of the whole Barron thing, you know, off zone coverage. Like you saw when he moved outside that he wasn't experienced playing man. He got beat a couple times. Not because he didn't have the tools, but more so because like you start flipping your hips the wrong way. You play a little bit passive. You're not fighting with the receiver through the breaks, so you're not sticky, and he gets that free turn on that deep dig, so he gets a little separation. The two problems, I guess, with the man coverage from Barron. First, he isn't the tallest. He isn't the longest. Those sorts of troubles may stick with him. He might be able to fight through. Denzel Ward was. Then there's the fact that he's just inexperienced because he spent 4 years playing this hybrid position. And so you're going to have a couple of those. It's going to take some time.
Yep.
Riley Moss, coming from Iowa, where they played that same zone defense for decades and decades, and for as long as I can remember, you only play off coverage. You only play zone. I want to say he played like 18 snaps of man coverage his senior year, even more drastic than what it is for Jahdae Barron.
Way more drastic.
Yeah, so you saw that work for Riley. You saw him fight through. You hope Jahdae can fight through, become a little bit sharper in man coverage, which he is when he is physical. And you get to do a little bit more of that when you're up at the line of scrimmage and you're kind of fighting with these slot receivers. But you also know right away, like you said, that zone coverage is going to be insane. Insane. Right off the bat.
Yeah.
Cover
you just
three,
have a lot of weapons to go cover 3, cover 4, cover 2.
Cover 2.
Keep everything in front of you.
Yep.
Be aggressive, read and react, tackle guys, and really dictate things that way.
Totally. It's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah. I'm excited about that pick. I also know he's going to be a fan favorite. Like, think how hyped we got when Jaquan was making plays.
Yep.
This guy's going to be that on steroids.
Maybe even crack.
Hell yeah. Yep. Hell yeah. He might be that on crack. And I'd say the same about RJ. RJ is going to be a fan favorite. And then Jones and Quay are going to be the guys where it's like, eat your vegetables. You didn't like getting run all over against the Bills. Here's more depth.
True.
Here's more size to counter those issues you had.
You did have that depth problem at cornerback. I think maybe that piece is getting forgotten because we really like what we saw from Chris Abrams-Drain coming off the bench. But remember what Jameis Winston did to you. Remember what Jameis Winston and Jerry Jeudy did to you. Like, you had to throw Levi Wallace in there, got torched. That was game one of not having Riley Moss, right? Maybe it was game two. I think it was game one. So you had to get better. And what's the best way to get better? Say, we like you, Jaquan. We love you as our number 4 corner.
100%. Great comment by Patrick Albert, who says Denver had 85% of their defensive snaps using nickel. Thank you so much, Jake.
Got you.
Might go down because they go dime more.
That exact Toyota chat is the reason for every single defensive player they drafted today. These guys fit sub packages and they fit 4-man fronts. You want more size on your 4-man fronts. You got that in your front 4
that
with
was
Quay
the issue
and
against
Saivion.
the Bills. That was the issue against the Bills.
And you've got more versatility. You've got more blue chippers on that back end when you've got 5 or more DBs. Who could complain about that? Why don't we take a quick little break to shout out some partners. Some partners. That's sponsors and partners combined.
Wow.
As Zach ghosts us. Zach has ghosted us.
Wow.
He really
Big
has
time
ghosted us. What could he be doing?
Don't
also
ghost.
didn't ask him about Saivion?
We got to, yes.
Oh, okay.
Also, don't ghost the youth of our community because we are so excited to share the news of ALLCITY, including DNVR, partnering with Big Brothers Big Sisters of Colorado for an exciting 3-year partnership. Having those guys in our office, seeing how we live our day-to-day life, bigs, littles, being able to share in that, be mentors on our own. Get you, all our diehards, our amazing community, all our Colorado and Denverites and Broncos fans and Nuggets fans, Avs fans, all of us who are invested in the well-being of our community, who love this place so much. Well, there's no better way to show your love than to help out some youth in our community. They are especially looking for male mentors because they have a long wish list of male littles that are looking for mentors. Such a great organization, such a great way to contribute, such a great way to invest in others, invest in your community, and invest in yourself because it's amazing what you will get out of it. Think of your experience as a youth. Think of the mentors that have meant so much to you. This is your chance to give back. So yeah, we're so excited to support youth mentorship that really makes a difference. That's the other thing. The impact of this program that it has on both bigs and littles is immeasurable, and the metrics they use to measure it are truly outstanding. I mean, the success that people have in their lives when they're part of these programs is just incredible. We're excited to support youth mentorship that really makes a difference. You can learn more and see how to get involved at BBS.org/ALLCITY. And Breck Brewery. You know Breck Brew, always the homies. I've got my little mug here. Would be nice to have a nice Breck Brew at the end of today, huh? You can order it online. Use the beer locator at breckbrew.com to find a brew near you. What Breck Brew sounds like it would really hit the spot right about now?
Whatever's strongest.
Yeah.
A little fun slinger?
A little the Irish stout. You sit there, like it's a heavy beer, but we got time.
A nice good company hard seltzer can put down a few of those.
You could.
Tasty, hits the spot.
I'll drink those too fast.
Hits, period. And just what the boys could use right about now. So Breck Brew, you know it. Go check them out. great craft beers for us. Check out the beer locator at breckbrew.com to find a beer near you.
Final Jahdae Barron thought before we can move on.
No.
Oh,
Look,
I'll come up with more. I'll come up with more.
Yeah.
For the complaints we have about him on the boundary, and questions about whether it could exist, we forgot to throw in the caveat that you have to throw in every single time, which is that he played 68% of his snaps on the boundary last year and was the best defensive back in the nation. He was, again, personally, I still would go Travis Hunter, but the official award for best defensive back in the nation went to Jahdae Barron. He was the only player to beat Travis Hunter in any national award this year. So again, we have questions. Does it work? Is it sustainable? Did he get a couple lucky on one of the picks or two of the picks? Didn't give up a touchdown last year, although the stud receiver from Ohio State, Jeremiah Smith, he did drop one.
That wasn't
could have been
Smith, though.
Oh, it wasn't Smith?
It was another receiver altogether.
Oh, so there was like a drop touchdown. He got a little lucky. Point is, there is always the caveat that he played 68% of his snaps on the boundary last year and was the best defensive back in the country.
He also just was never used in pure press. The few times I did, I thought he looked smooth as hell and physical and could really be sticky to guys, And
every time he got his body into somebody.
Henry put some great clips of him in man coverage, mostly off again, and he that's where the 4.39 speed does show up.
Mm-hmm.
He can cover, man.
He can.
It's just second nature to him.
Very well-rounded cover profile.
This is the thing with defensive backs, man. It's kind of striking, honestly, watching the difference between someone who just gets the position and someone who's just learning it, hasn't really figured it out yet. He's just a natural-born defensive back.
Mm-hmm.
It's what he's meant to play. He moves great running backwards. He can transition. He's got great cover skills, mirroring. He's feisty with his hands. He gets his hands on the football. Home run pick.
Yeah. And
really safe pick.
I really like the pick. I think it really helps the Broncos, and I think we're going to look back and be really happy about it. I should say it still isn't the pick I would have made, just because I liked what you had in that secondary. I liked it. I thought there were other values, but you see the vision, and you got a really good player who was supposed to be off the board before that. There are no complaints. That's still an A pick for me. A pick, yeah. We're going to have to do these grades, aren't we? I haven't even thought about
if
grades.
Honey Badger was 92% of the playmaker he was in the slot, but then could give you much more as an outside corner than actual Honey Badger could give you, wouldn't you
absolutely
you'd jump all over that?
Sign off on that in blood?
Definitely.
Yeah. People forget about what the Honey Badger was. He didn't age perfectly. I think he did just have the bounce back year. He's all pro again.
Kind of quietly built a long NFL career.
He has. And I think that there was a lull from his age 30, 31 seasons where he's and then I'm pretty sure he won some award last year. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But he came back and was really good again. That's a great football player. 3-time first-time All-Pro. Sign me up. Second-time All-Pro in there too.
So Glenn asking, why are they taking these edges we don't need over running back, tight end, wide receiver? No, they did get a running back and wide receiver before the edges.
You no longer need a receiver. You've got 4 young guys in court. You don't want to be taking too many more touches away.
Saying you don't need edges. Now, one of the edges is a down lineman. He's a 3-4 defensive end, right? And as Hank has told you, as we've told you, obviously, of those 3 down linemen, 3s have their contracts up next offseason.
Yep.
And if you have to pay Zach Allen, you might not be able to retain JFM. So there's your need right there.
Yep.
And then, Jonathan Cooper was kind of one-on-one in this defense in that edge room, as kind of the more stout run defender on the edge who can put on the strong side with Dondre, who's still an undrafted free agent. So you needed more depth there, right? You just saw the Eagles win because of depth on the defensive front. All great defenses have great depth. Super Bowl 50 not that long ago where DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller are backed up by Shane Ray, Shaquille Barrett.
It's a premium position. You build depth at that position whenever you can just because of what it is.
It's modern football. Edge rotations really matter when you're throwing it 30, 40 times a game, and it's hard to just pin your ears back and get in a track stance and get after it that whole time. You need a heavy rotation. You need guys with different things, right? You need the quick electric step bendy guys. You need the length guys. You need the power guys. You need it all. So now you have some real diversity. Now you have some ways to come at guys like Herbert, come at guys like Geno Smith, who really struggles under pressure. Come at guys like Mahomes in waves and keep that pressure on while also having the ability in your secondary to mix and match and create some confusion and make them never feel comfortable. So you're always creating pressure to limit that comfort, and you're always creating some unease before the snap to create some discomfort. That seems like a valuable defensive plan to me, and it all starts with having the right personnel to execute that, or else it's nothing. So just thinking about it from a raw need standpoint, maybe ain't it. Think of it more for what is it you need to game plan week in, week out.
And I think some of the hesitation from fans might be that we like the young guys. We like the upside. You know, you have Jonathan Cooper. He's a good starter. You paid him. There's one starter. Nick Bonito, we saw what he can do. Get him out there, passer. Jonah Ellis, he flashed. He looked good. Dondre Tillman as the kind of next guy up, big guy, big edge, maybe subbed him in a little too late against the Bills when he held up really well against that offensive line. You know, you don't want to take those guys off the field. What I'd say is this. You don't have a fifth. There isn't really even a practice squad guy I'd look at and say like, oh, look, there's your developmental piece. You want to have at least 5 probably on the roster in any given year. And I think if you weren't going to do it through the draft, you're probably going to sign somebody just to come in, play some special teams, do some of that stuff. So to use that pick on a guy who does play special teams and is a developmental player, like you probably don't see him on defense this year other than, hey, there's an injury or, hey, we're late. Let's see what happens. If he's getting uniforms, it's because he's a really good special teamer. You have this edge room locked up, all of them for at least 3 more years. And so it kind of, that's why I thought maybe you do just go the veteran route. Maybe it is like, hey, let's throw another pass rusher in there, add a little juice. I don't know if they necessarily need that though. And so it wasn't a massive need. Need is the wrong word, but there was an open roster spot. And like we've talked about with the receivers, Courtland Sutton's on the team. You got 4 young guys that you really like who are going to be on the team. You paid Trent Sherfield to be special teams captain level special teams player. He's your Trayvon Smith replacement. So there's 6. You're probably not keeping 7. And so at some point you have to start doing some math about who is going to make this roster and to find a guy with some upside who fits with special teams now, who can grow and maybe compete for a spot next year. Who knows? Maybe he breaks out, surprises us, does something this year. Like that's need is the wrong word, but I would say the Broncos are kind of past the point of having needs. You know, they came into this draft with 1 need, and that was running back. Yeah. And then you could maybe find some like tier 2, like defensive line. You're going to need to solve that next year. Doesn't hurt to do it now.
Exactly. And that is a need. That's how you should be treating the draft, as looking at your roster 2 years down the road.
This is what the Ravens, what the Eagles do. They just load up on these edge rushers, defensive line prospects. This is what it's supposed to look like, frankly.
It is kind of a very Ravens-y draft.
It is.
If they needed a 5th, why not keep Browning? So here's the thing with Baron Browning. When you traded him, you were thinking
his contract was up.
Exactly. Contract is up. So you were going to have to pay him. And a guy with a pass rushing skill set, you thought that he might get a big number.
You're trying to extend the asset is what you're doing with that Browning is like, well, we're going to have to pay at least 2 of these guys. We're probably choosing Coop and Bonito over Browning. And so let's flip them so you still have that asset and you're not just losing them for nothing.
Where does Baron Browning fit in the rotation? It's after Cooper, it's after Bonito, and it's probably maybe on par with
after
Ellis.
Jonah Ellis.
After. So he just got a 2-year, $15 million contract. Broncos weren't in a position to be giving that much money to that guy. Go get a guy in the draft.
Yeah, you need your depth to be cheap. And on top of being cheap, if it has some upside to maybe work out into something greater in a couple years. Which again, remember, Jonathan Cooper's a 7th round pick. Like, Jonathan Cooper comes in with less pedigree and fanfare than a Q Robinson.
Yep.
And obviously, it's always hard to imagine lightning will strike twice, but it often does in these things. And that's why you take these swings, because you never know when the next Jonathan Cooper might just be on the board.
Yep. Yeah, you got to take a swing somewhere too. You know, like you're not in a position where the other option was, hey, let's just go get a new starting whatever. you're in the third round. Like you
100%.
call your shot, and you call a shot at a position where you have a path for the guy to break out. And there's a path still at edge. There's a path at edge to find a roster spot, find a role in the defense, especially next year.
Oriante Godson goes to the Chargers. So that must be their first and only tight end in this draft.
Yeah. I need to find a new draft tracker website because mine was slowing my computer down.
Oh, hell yeah.
I don't have it pulled up.
Love that for us.
Yeah.
Jake, how are you feeling?
Interesting question.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Oh no.
Okay.
I'm gonna spare everyone. I'm saving it for 5:15, but yeah.
You're good. That's a lot of saving. That's gonna explode right out of you. Turn the volume down, guys.
I've already touched on it, man.
Yeah.
It's just sad what we've watched work out the last 3 days. But
I need
I'm
to
excited
watch
for the
this.
Broncos.
Torrey Horton goes to the Seahawks with pick 166. Nice fit for a team that just lost DK Metcalf.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna play there.
He's gonna play there.
He's going to play a decent amount. I like that a lot.
I miss Smile Munden to Georgia, the linebacker, or from Georgia to the Eagles. That is such a perfect fit for them. Just an athlete like that, raw, no pressure to put him on the field. They love their Georgia guys anyway. That is one of my favorite, certainly my favorite pick of this round and one of the best of the draft. And I don't even think the Broncos should have been interested in him. I didn't think he was a fit, but boy, does he fit well with the Eagles.
Yeah. I wonder if they'll address linebacker. I mean, so far you're feeling biggest winners on the Broncos roster currently.
Mm-hmm.
And then biggest losers is coming up. I would say biggest winners, Jaleel, Audric.
Yep, Julian Audric.
I mean,
Troy Franklin
Lucas-
and Devon Bailey.
big time.
Yep.
Mims as well.
Yep.
Lucas Kroll and Nate Adkins. Looking like
100%.
roster guys again.
And
Which
who's
was
our
all about.
Utah Australian kid?
Thomas Yasmin
Thomas
has an
Yasmin.
opportunity. I
Big
wouldn't be
day for
surprised if he
Thomas
gets the job
Yasmin.
over Kroll.
I think it's been a great couple days for the legend Drew Sanders
Yep,
and Justin Sternad.
totally. Yeah, I think Sternad maybe less so because I saw him as a roster lock just based on a lot of guarantees, special teams guy. But Drew Sanders for sure. Yeah, it reminds me. Somebody in the chat when we were talking cornerback needed some depth there because of what happened. Somebody pointed out that you're in trouble if you lose a linebacker. I would add, remember the start of last year?
I mean, it literally happened last year, and the backups were the same guys they have now, and it worked out.
So you remember last year at the start, they were playing one linebacker in part because they didn't love Cody Barton and Justin Sternad, but
In part because they're a nickel 24/7.
And it was, and they chose the one linebacker, get five guys up on the line of scrimmage. And that was arguably the best that defense looked all year. They hit some hot spots, but boy, when Alex Singleton was there, it's great. And I'm sure Dre Greenlaw could do it too. So you have that as your quick out if you lose a linebacker. On top of that, Justin Sternad, I thought, again, wasn't an all-star, but played the role pretty well and can come in and do the same thing. In a perfect world, Drew Sanders shows something and you say, hey, if we lose a linebacker, it's Drew, not Justin.
Yep.
So I like how that's built. I wouldn't say best linebacker room in the NFL or anything like that, but I think it's built out well now. And after the season, that's when you decide, like, hey, what are we doing
nice
here?
pieces.
But you're set for this year.
What we've seen though is them emphasize the areas outside of linebacker though, and I think that's how you can do it. You can build a defense that way.
Bring DJ Jones back; those linebackers will look good.
Exactly. Like you can load up in the trenches and just have guys that cover, and then if you just have linebackers who are able to diagnose, fit the run. I mean, maybe cover a back out of the backfield in the flat in the hook curl zone. I mean, we're kind of cooking here, man.
I agree.
This defense is going to be monster.
Yeah. No, it's going to be really fun. And now you have a little, I still believe in Drew. And I know word on the street is maybe the team has a bit of mixed feelings about him, but actions speak louder than words. And right now the actions are somewhat of an endorsement, or at least somewhat of leaving the kid a chance to still have an opportunity.
Yep. He's a guy who has something he does well. You want to blitz
That
him?
lit me up.
It's going to be good. Third downs, you can blitz him. You can have him like green dog the the running back dropout. It's just finding at least one more thing that you do well so that you can at least be like a consistent rotational piece.
Yeah.
And if you find a couple things you do well, you start reading defenses or figuring out what you want to do. Those instincts come along a bit. Then all of a sudden you might actually have a starter. But I mean, in a pinch, if you really had to say, hey, we're putting Drew in for a game, you get around it. He's probably blitzing 80% of the time, just playing those A gaps, but he's good at it. And you can build a defense around that if you really wanted to. Patch a defense for a week or two, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Sean Payton was not lying about how much he liked this wide receiving room as it is, though.
100%.
Mm-hmm. He was banging on there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I mean, those guys must be feeling good.
Where do you think Pat Bryant fits in target-wise this year?
I don't know. I really don't know. I would think in the 30-ish target range.
Okay. I'd go more. I think he finishes... I think my bet would be Court gets the most, Marvin gets the second most, and Pat gets the third most. I wouldn't be surprised if it's more than Marvin too, honestly. Well, it depends. It depends.
The chat having an A.T. Perry moment.
The chat loves an A.T. Perry moment.
I love A.T. Perry too.
Yeah.
Great stuff. He's got the size. He's fun.
He has the speed.
Yeah. He's way more of like the toolsy wide receiver than anyone that typically pans out for Sean.
Yeah.
Which is funny.
It is. Let's see. We're at pick 170. Broncos are what, 192? 190. Okay. Let's fill some time.
Yeah, I mean, if Zach could join us, that'd be amazing.
It sure would.
That'd be electric. I know. He's just ignoring us. A.T. Perry, 98 overall Madden every time. Yep. You get him in as your 22-year-old and just feed him the ball. You can get him up there. He is built for Madden. You know who's not built for Madden? No, who's not built for Madden?
Pat Bryant. Not a Madden receiver.
Not a Madden guy.
Not a Madden
I'm
receiver.
going to let Lindsay in upstairs.
Oh, okay. We'll try not to miss you too much. Yep. Talk A.T. Perry up. We need Dre to talk A.T. Perry up. A.T. Perry. Talk him up. You start by saying, so he was a day 3 pick for the Saints, and they got him into some games. He has like NFL catches, and the next season when they decided that they wanted to use that roster spot somewhere else, they did it thinking that they were going to give him to the practice squad. So Saints didn't want to get rid of A.T. Perry. They wanted A.T. Perry to the practice squad and were disappointed when he decided to go to the Broncos practice squad instead. So there's the starting point for talking up A.T. Perry. When you say like, hey, there's a lot of guys on practice squads, at least this is a guy who, you know, Saints probably would have played their hand differently had they known they were not going to be able to keep him. Might have found a different guy bumped to the practice squad. Want. I can.
Sucks to be you.
Also, he did one media availability.
Nice. Legend.
Yep.
What'd
So
you
first
learn?
day, we learned that he is a very confident man.
Dude,
Good.
sick.
Love it.
Never saw him in the locker room again after that.
Oh, man.
Which makes you wonder if there was a certain person on staff who might have thought, hey, maybe a little too confident to be talking to the media.
Damn.
We're not doing this anymore. And so that's why I think some media people might be saying, maybe this isn't a guy who, you know, we see being long-term answer in the NFL. But
I mean, you would have thought he would have got a chance at some point last year if they actually thought anything of him.
Yeah. I mean, you never really had serious injuries at receiver. I mean, so if people every week were saying, why isn't A.T. Perry active? It's like, well, because half the time Troy Franklin isn't even active and you'd rather see him instead.
Yep.
So it's just, there's a pecking order, and I would be surprised if you ever see A.T. Perry.
Shoot.
I just think, again, like would you rather have Cord or A.T.? The answer is Cord. Would you rather have Marvin or A.T. Perry? It's Marvin.
Yeah, Marvin,
Troy,
for sure.
Pat, Vele, and even finding those 5 uniforms is going to be hard because guess what? Trent Sherfield is hopefully your best special teamer. You're bringing him in to be your best special teamer. You're certainly not giving out 7 uniforms on a game day to receivers. even 6 is really, really, really hard.
Yeah.
So A.T. Perry basically needs to unseat Devon Vele, and I will be shocked if that happens.
Come on, AT, you got this. We still believe in
Yes.
AT Perry, Andrew Sanders. Facts and information be damned.
Yeah.
Nice. Daniel, with this last pick, he could see O-line, defensive tackle, inside linebacker, safety, or even punter. Punter watch is the electric one. Bama has an Australian punter that's eligible, so that would be electric. Also,
6'6".
no punters taken so far.
Can't be too surprised, right? I would say more years than not, no punters drafted. Would I be wrong? Let's see.
Check it out.
Yeah.
Check it out, man.
Let's see punter draft history. I would be wrong. 1 last year,
Hell yeah.
3 in 2023,
Yeah, it
4 in
was
2022,
Electric. Literally
1 in
electric.
2021, 2 in 2020. So 2017, no punters.
Turn up the burn up
2011,
indeed.
no punters. But I'm just living in the past. This is a punters league now.
Right, yeah, it is a punters league. And of course, we drafted Riley Dixon not so long ago.
That worked.
I
Great.
wrote a film room on that, which was electric. I can't
And
wait
it
for
only took,
Hank
7
to
years to
write
get the
film
fake
room.
punt that we were waiting on?
Yeah.
His Syracuse tape was
Second stint, he
sick.
finally does
Yep.
Sick.
it. Yep.
Yeah, I would love me some Burnip. No doubt.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't look too deep. I
Here,
trust
we'll
you
get
though.
into some punter rankings right now.
We could make a shirt. It's just a turnip, but has like his face kind of like superimposed. You know, it kind of looks like his head is a turnip.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. I mean,
Somebody would buy them,
dude, people love puns like that on shirts.
especially for Australian punters.
Yeah, what you just described, that's what people are clamoring for right now.
Speaking of Australian punters,
Yes,
there was
the transition we need.
James. What was his last name? James
Oh, shoot. We can't
From
help
where?
you here,
from
buddy.
from CU. CU's punter, Australian. He was so cool. Oh, he was Australian. James Stefano. That's right. James
God,
Stefano.
I hate when you guys put us on the spot with shit we
yeah.
clearly don't know.
So he was the oldest player, kicker actually, not punter. He was the oldest player in college football when he was playing for CU. My first year there.
Yeah.
33 years old, I want to say. And he was so funny. He had a baby because he was a real adult with a wife and all that.
Hell yeah.
Rare for these college kids. Getting more normal now, though, I guess. And James, we're all really excited to see him after the baby. And he's like, yeah, it's been great. The one thing is, the kid's the size of a football. So I have to remember,
Not
don't
to punt
kick it.
Dude.
Don't kick the kid. I was like,
Yeah,
"That's-
makes sense.
what a funny guy.
I mean, Jake, CU's current punter, ran an
Mate.
electric 40
Yeah.
at
he's
the showcase that everyone seems so
Draft
fond
him.
of.
and he's a good punter too.
Come on now. So James Burnip, because he's Australian and played at Bama.
Mark
all
Vassett's
in.
also Australian, by the way.
Yeah.
And an older guy. He's like 27 years old.
Eventually, there will be no more Americans kicking or punting in the NFL.
Good clarify that pause
No
after
way.
no more Americans. had
Good
been
for
inserted.
Australia then, bro. They can have that.
Absolutely. Could I interest you guys in a 6'1", 241-pound punter
Oh,
from Florida State named Alex Mastromano?
no, you just like him because he's Italian. don't
Yeah,
you?
I like
Yeah.
him because he's Italian. Also, everyone forgets, like, Italians are the original good kickers and punters,
It's
right?
true.
Like,
They
we're
were.
good with our feet.
That's what they say.
This is why you better watch it with me, or I'll bust a foot in your ass, But yeah, he'd be electric. Jeremy Crawshaw from Florida, he's got a lot of buzz.
Okay, for a punter, he's got a lot of buzz, right? I have not heard the buzz. I have not heard the buzz.
No, by buzz I mean if
Somebody-
you look up best punters, he's usually one of the top two.
Yeah. They're like 4 tweets if you look on Twitter. Yeah. Some buzz.
It's not even tweets, frankly. Electric pick by the Lions, taking Miles Frazier, the guard from LSU. Go Tigers. kind of rounding out this 5th round. I hardly knew you 5th round.
Yep.
The Chiefs get Jeffrey Bossa. The Chiefs quietly having a draft I appreciate.
Tend to do that.
Who?
The Chiefs.
Who?
Exactly. The Patriots having a really nice draft with Braden Swanson added in the 5th round. Other notable picks. We've talked about the running backs. We talked about Memba. We talked about Elijah Roberts. You talked about Smile Mondon. We talked about Torrey Horton. I'm so happy for Torrey Horton. What a great selection and what a great opportunity for him in Seattle. Okay. That was good. That was good punter talk.
Electric.
When you went to bed last night, Henry, and the people, they want to know about this. So just lock in for a second for me. Did you have any regrets on your Big Sky rankings that you unleashed on us on the stream?
Yeah, did you get to reflect, bro?
Yeah. Or do you stand by those? And either way, should we rewind them? Because those feel more appropriate for day 3, especially as the 5th round is rounding out, than they ever did for our day 2 stream.
That is true. I was not upset. Actually, so when I went
By
to
the way,
bed last
punter
night,
talk completely turned the chat around. So
good.
much like your Big
vibes
Sky
are good.
rankings did yesterday. So
Vibes are good.
hopefully Mile High Memes, who took that edible earlier and was tuning into
right.
us, is awake for
What a
this one.
legend.
Also,
Because-
memes, not memes, but hey, maybe that's an idea for him.
Oh shit.
It might be an idea for him. You might have just...
I mean, I'm mispronouncing Abby's in the chat
yeah.
now.
You can hardly
Holy
pronounce your own
shit.
name. We're not-
I know. It's a semi-miracle. I
Whatever you
can.
say, Andy.
This is why we love you, though, Jay.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
So we got to start by I was not upset about it going to sleep because I went to sleep a little delusional.
Love it.
I was trying to power through. I finished my Red Bull around 1.
Yes.
And I was like, okay, well, we got this going. But around 1:30, I was kind of like, I can't do it anymore. So I went to sleep at 1:30, set the alarm for 5 to get back to work.
Just a machine.
But I just kind of like conked and I was like, there was no time to be upset about things. I stand by them, thinking back now.
Do you even remember them?
Yeah, so we went 1
Could we
Efton
extend
Chisholm.
them to all of FCS?
Jeez. So, I mean, the interesting thing...
You literally just have to add the North
I
Dakota
know.
quarterback.
That's
great
what I was
table,
going to
right?
say. Yeah.
Well, right. It would be best available, though.
Oh,
Here's
Not
the thing.
FCS rankings. You know.
So, NDSU, 7 straight
Roger,
left
you know
tackles
ball.
drafted.
Mm-hmm.
7 consecutive. How many teams in college football as a whole can say 7 consecutive of our left tackles drafted? Like Bama's got to be.
all the blue chippers.
All of them, you think?
Georgia, LSU, Alabama,
Okay.
Texas.
Ohio State
Ohio
had 2
State.
of their left tackles
They
going
did.
round
Yeah,
1
they
this
did.
year.
That's fair.
Bama, Ohio
I
State
mean,
for
Michigan's
sure.
had guys. Penn
Georgia's there.
State.
Amazingly
Yeah.
good. Not the case for Clemson.
No.
Yep.
Texas, kinda.
Mm-hmm.
Connor Williams and
Yeah, for
those
sure.
guys. They've
We'll
had
see.
a decent run. But no, I mean it's a short list,
It
and
is.
they're all blue chip programs,
Yeah.
and then it's
NDSU.
the what are
Dating
they?
back-
The Bison.
The Bison. You're supposed to say it's stupid.
Bison.
They're not the. No offense to people in North Dakota, but you know.
Well, no,
Hey, we are not like them.
offense, man.
And again,
Offense,
like
man.
Montana
No.
is a spectrum. That's what people don't understand. East side of the
Oklahoma?
state different than the west. Where I'm from, closer to the Pacific Ocean than I am to either of those Dakotas. So just throwing that out there.
Oklahoma's had a stretch of offensive linemen too.
We got
Maybe not as much
Dakota
recently,
listeners.
No,
but
Oklahoma's a good one. Oklahoma's a good one. Aside from Brett Venables ruining that program, Oklahoma.
There you go, Landon. Go Jacks. I disagree. I support FCS football. We love it, and you are one of the good Dakotans.
Aw, legend.
Yeah, just because I got to pander
Also,
to the ones that we
yes.
have.
Luke Elzinga is another punter to keep in mind from Oklahoma.
Can you name the first North Dakota State left tackle of that of this streak to be drafted?
7?
7 left tackles ago. Here's the thing.
No.
Former Bronco.
Oh.
Yeah. Former Bronco, North Dakota State, beginning of the 7 straight left tackles to come
No,
from NDSU.
I don't know. Come on, chat.
can I get a
Cheat and help
year?
me.
Is that too?
2017, I want to say. He
Damn.
had 2 stints with the Broncos, including one only 2 years ago, I believe.
A former North Dakota offensive tackle
Chat.
who played for the Broncos.
Tuska's defense.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Yes. He was North Dakota State, though.
Yep.
Luis Vasquez? No.
No. Long hair. Long hair.
He had long hair?
Yep.
Alex Kappa.
Nope.
That guy literally played last year.
He did.
Shit, man. I don't know.
Billy Turner. Yep. Billy Turner.
Of course,
Yeah.
Billy Turner.
Of course, Billy Turner.
Of course.
Over under on the next time we bring up Billy Turner on a DNVR podcast.
3 years from now.
Okay. I'd say over. Yep.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Billy.
Bye, Billy.
Hardly knew you. Or maybe we got to know you quite well.
No. I didn't either. I tried. I asked him.
Quit stalling. We need these rankings.
Oh, sorry.
Jackson
Montana,
Hayes,
North
the
Dakota
tight
State.
end
Okay.
from Georgia Tech, has gone on the board, as has Chris Paul Jr. Denzel Burke, the pick now. So some actual good players are coming off the board
Also,
out of the blue.
Denzel Burke.
With this happening, we have to say rest in peace to Dre calling Jackson Haas Jackson Hayes. Boy, was that an era.
Oh,
I'm going to miss that.
whoopsie.
I'll never see Jackson Haas a thing. Well, because there is a Jackson Hayes who plays basketball.
Whoopsie.
Again, name's not your thing. Ball's your thing.
Mems is still laughing about when I said never.
Yeah. Because somebody
I
said,
forgot
what time
about
is it?
that.
And the answer was 9/11.
No. It was literally someone's broad jump.
Oh, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah,
How
that's
funny
what it
He
was.
was reading off Saivion Jones's stats, and he read off the
That's
broad
right.
jump, and I was like,
Never
never
forget.
forget. I couldn't help it.
couldn't.
I'm so glad you picked up on that.
No, it
Mems.
was funny. Nobody brought it up in the chat.
What
either.
you guys missed was the most hilarious moment of all off air was yesterday. Henry was asked to do a sound check, and he was so taken by what Yaya was doing off stage that it's like we're all waiting for him to say literally anything and help us do the sound check, and he was just he couldn't make sounds.
Yeah.
It was nuts.
Yeah,
For sure.
This has been a.
Do you boys need an Uncrustable?
Yeah.
Sure.
Also, over under Yaya Uncrustable? I could split the uprights and pass one to you.
That
The
would be kinda
game
fun.
is more will I break a light in passing you an Uncrustable than
So-
it is
Yeah.
anything else.
They make these with Nutella in them now. Have you seen
Whoa.
them?
I've
Yes.
still never had Nutella.
My kid would be
Henry.
Well, I feel like I missed the wave. So like
What?
Nutella comes out, everybody talked about it, and then like 2 years
what
later,
year was this?
I don't know. We can check after, but I mean, it's like
The wave
everybody's
is still going,
everybody's
man.
still but it fades away. It
Roger,
used to
that's
be
a good list of tight
It used to
ends,
be
plus our
everybody.
guy,
You couldn't go 3 feet without hearing about Nutella. Like Nutella. It's hazelnut, but
That's
it tastes
crazy.
like chocolate.
No. I think only 2 tight ends have been drafted today, and those are Jackson Haas, since Henry's married to them. And you got to pronounce his name right.
I am not, despite
And
the rumors, I'm
Orante-
not married to Jackson Haas.
Orante Godson
We
the
gotta stop saying
second.
it.
I'm sure I nailed that pronunciation as well. So, no, our guy Collier is still in the mix. I've never had an Uncrustable, so we'll get to do a taste test right here, live on
What is
air.
happening? Are y'all real people?
Yeah, I mean, I actually grew up in Italy, so I have an excuse. All right, yeah.
Got the computer, but
we cleared it.
doinking in.
It cleared the uprights and it hit the monitor. So it's truly like hitting the crossbar as it bounces in. We got it. Am I mispronouncing Uncrustable?
Can't be.
What were you saying?
Will someone
think there
put
might
in
be a typo.
Oh, gotcha. No, obviously I keep these in the fridge. These have been thawing for us for a couple hours. That's okay. Probably makes them better. I like them a little soft.
I mean, a lot of people recommend actually freezing them.
A lot of peanut butter. in
Yeah,
the mouth
peanut
for a
butter's
podcast.
annoying.
Yep, peanut butter on a podcast. Bad idea. Yeah.
I've got a hot take. Since y'all gave out your hot takes, peanut butter, not a fan.
Whoa.
I'll eat it, It's like it's not like I don't like the taste. I like peanuts. It's literally the texture and eating like feeling like you're eating cement.
That's how I'm
it
about
is tough. It is
corn on the
tough eating
cob.
cement.
It's not that it's not good. It's that it's just not worth it. Like 4 hours later, I want to be picking corn on my teeth. It's just not worth it.
Did you have braces when you were a kid?
Yeah.
When I had braces, I just cut off the cob or the kernels.
That's
off
a
the
good
cob.
way to do it. That's how Lucia likes hers. Honestly, I think corn on the cob's like a great reminder to floss. I don't know if I'd ever floss if it wasn't for corn
Steak's
on the cob.
good for that too.
Yeah. Steak's great. Yep. I mean, I was trying to clear. There's lights and monitors and electronics all over behind us. I'm trying to thread the needle. Okay.
Look, Iron Turtle, I get it. I'll fully accept it's the worst take of the day. I stand by it.
Yeah.
I stand by it, man.
Gray throws like a 13-year-old girl might be my favorite take of the day.
Which I take that as a compliment. I know there's a couple 13-year-old girls right now out in the ether who have rockets. And so I wish I could throw as well as they do. Try the hazelnut, I'm telling you. Yeah, it's basically a PB&J. Gotta say, I was expecting something maybe a smidge more exotic.
What were you expecting out of this? Honestly.
Yeah, no, I thought there'd be more.
You set yourself up on that one, bro.
To be fair, the way the DNVR Slack talks about them, it makes it feel like they're the best food in the world. And the way they're consumed by NFL locker rooms.
Yeah.
Because, I mean,
It's just so simple.
Well, no, I mean,
we got 10 grams of protein in this thing, bro.
that's how I became an Uncrustable fan. Is I don't need to make a PB&J every morning for my kid. I just pull. But now she's out on that.
Really?
She's gone back to requesting I make her
Handmade.
sandos. Yeah,
A sandwich always tastes better when someone else makes it, bro.
No
How
doubt.
would you make a damn sandwich
In
yourself?
fact, I'm glad we got six months out of these Uncrustables. Honey and peanut butter is the request.
Oh.
Wait, they
With some
traded up.
bananas? Wait.
Oh,
No, he's talking about the Jets, I think.
for Cam Williams. Okay. Oh no,
What?
Robbie Otis, the big fullback from Bama,
Yeah. Your
just
favorite.
got taken.
Your favorite. That would have been fun.
Oh,
Folks, we are into the sixth round of the draft.
I mean, literally a fullback, a 270-pound fullback just got taken. So that's like more of a niche pick than a punter.
It is.
Tyler Barron. Oh no, that's not the BYU guy. That's the
that's,
Miami guy. So
Batty.
good.
Also, as we talk about
Okay,
pronunciations,
sixth round. We're going, baby.
pronunciations and ends of eras. Your guy, Robbie, whatever his last name is, I don't know how to pronounce it, but I will really miss you seeing Robbie and then seeing that last name and pausing and going with Otis, because that has happened so many times on these podcasts. For those who don't know, it's spelled Ouzts. It's not Otis, but I love that the number of times I've seen you say,
just kinda-
like, we got to run that back because that might be our last one.
You're
Robbie,
right.
pause. Otis. Like, just pick something similar. End of an era.
It's like I can recognize him on tape. You know
Exactly. You're a
who-
ball knower, not an idiot.
Who the right, not a pronunciation guy.
They don't say it on the
scout.
All 22.
Yeah, that's
There's no
exactly
sound.
right. I mean, frankly, even the broadcast view, I don't think he comes up very often.
Yeah, he does not come up often.
It's American Ravioli, elite chat comment by Isaiah 2335. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. So now I have all these leftover Uncrustables because I'm being asked to make homemade sandos again.
Bring him in
so-
here. I'm sure.
That's why you showed up with your
That's-
white
yeah.
paper bag filled with Uncrustables today.
Yeah, last night I didn't even bother bringing my lunchbox in. I just left it in the car. So paper bag replaced it this morning.
How long till the Broncos?
Okay,
I asked too
so
recently.
we're
This is
at
gonna
pick
hurt me.
177, which is the first pick of the
Oh,
sixth
okay.
round. 197.
Yeah, so
20 picks away. That's we are also reaching the point of the stream where Zach Stevens' radio silence in our request is starting to concern me.
Yeah.
It's
No,
starting to concern me. We always hear about media fights, you know.
we
and
do.
I hope
There's
no
that
one
hockey
took
guy back
offense
Hope
to
there's
like.
no Starbucks near
that's
Dove Valley.
right.
Yep.
I hope no one took offense to like Zach merely tweeting out a fact and
Yes.
aggressed him, and or I hope no one aggressed Zach, because they would be in for the ass kicking of a lifetime. As I've told you guys many times, that dude is a badass. You have absolutely no clue.
Should we do UFC fight odds setting between Zach and various media members? Zach, BK, who you got?
More compact to the ground, I'd take BK.
Okay.
BK's got a build like I wouldn't be surprised if he wrestled at some point.
Interesting, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
wrestling is who you don't want to
BK
mess
easy.
with.
That's BK easy.
Yeah. I don't know that you're going to find anyone where I'd take Zach.
Mike?
What you will find is mental badass, you know. Yeah, and then some of those other people, they're like cancer survivors. I don't think we want to go there.
There's a very select few I'm willing to have the discussion. I'll talk BK for Zach all day.
I'm glad that's where
BK
it starts.
Romy?
A lot of the names we gave out as Broncos targets going in, right? That's problematic as well.
Zach Romy, yes.
We gave out when starting the day, still very much on the board.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Which means our rankings were shoot. Can we say the other? We can't say the other.
No, you're allowed.
No.
I give you the green light.
Our rankings were shit.
Yeah, they were. They were ass, the kids would say.
Oh, they would.
Rashard Smith, still
I love saying
available.
ass.
Damian Martinez, fan of the program.
Yeah.
We are fans of his.
He could be a fan of us.
Devin Neal,
You never know.
Khalil Mullings, Ollie Gordon, LaQuint Allen, all still on the board. Lan Larson, of course.
Hey, not
Did
of
you
course.
say Brashad?
Of course on the board.
I did. He's the name I let off with.
Oh, okay.
Isaiah Bond, look, we get why he's slipped. True slots like Xavier Serpo, Tez Johnson, LaJohntay Wester, Nick Nash, Ja'Cory Brooks from Louisville would be intriguing. Brew McCoy from Tennessee still on the board. Jimmy Horn Jr. still on the board. Electric. Ricky White III from UNLV. Very crafty, nice wide receiver. Rock Taylor from Memphis. Interesting profile. Dorian, in fact, is his name. And Silas Bolden, who has some return ability. Remember him at Oregon State? Tight end still on the board. We have Jake Brenningstool, Thomas Fedone from Nebraska, Bryson Nesbitt from North Carolina, Gavin Bartholomew from Pitt, Moliki Matavano from UCLA,
Big old blocker.
Ben Urasek from Georgia, Brent Kuthi from Utah.
There's a group of those tight ends that you just mentioned there.
And the
Brant
two Bama
Kuthi,
tight ends.
I'd throw Ben Urosic, Caden Prescorn. Like these guys were, even Luke Lachey. Like these are guys who at one time were thought to be like big time,
Totally.
day two draft prospects. And from one reason or another, Brant Kuthi was injuries. Ben Urosic, I mean, he was great at Stanford, transferred to Georgia, and didn't really do anything. So
Yeah, I mean, Stanford Ben Urosic is my Ben Urosic. That's
Still,
all I got to say.
Still some nice developmental offensive tackles. Cameron Williams hasn't gone yet, right? From Texas, I believe. Marcus Bryant from Mizzou, I think, would be very intriguing. Miles Hinton, former Stanford as well, played right tackle for Michigan last year. Big boy.
Sometimes I wonder. So, like Stanford to Michigan, he's smart. Stanford, does the Georgia undo the Stanford education for Ben Urosic?
I don't think so.
Okay. Cool. Good to know.
Thank you for asking, though.
Yep.
Good clarification.
Yeah, important.
Okay. And then defense, I think we're done. Let's look at some linebackers. Not a ton left. Jay Higgins from Iowa.
no, if we
Eugene Asante from Auburn. It's not slim pickings a little bit. Still some nice value at corner.
linebackers should be UDFA at this point.
Yeah. I mean, you still have Lavelle Bailey in there, too, who in year 2, they might expect to take a step. He was an exciting UDFA last year. Sometimes takes a year. But I think their linebacker room is good for this year. I wouldn't be surprised if there are big changes next year, though. Never hurts to get ahead of things, but I don't think there's any real pressure. You might kind of want to see what you have before you make any decisions.
Still some super duper talents at cornerback. And I honestly don't think I'd be surprised if they went that direction. You know?
Little CB action.
Tommy Hill, Nebraska, Jabbar Muhammad, former Washington and Oregon's lockdown corner. The two Kansas kids, Melo Dotson, Kobe Bryant, yet another Kobe Bryant, much to Hank's chagrin. Davidson Igbonason, sure. Former Ole
sure
Miss
that's right.
and Ohio State. Dorian Strong, first pick of the 6th round, the Virginia Tech cornerback. Mac McWilliams, also on the board.
McWilliams. I don't know him.
He's a UCF teammate.
And we could double up on UCF.
Dan Jackson, Georgia, really like him.
If we're
as
going to
well.
double up on UCF, it should be Kobe Hudson, the wide receiver.
He's good. He's good. Yep, no doubt. Or best punter available.
Yeah, go BPA.
John Joda saying Georgia insisted there would be good running backs in the 6th.
It turns out they're going to be good running backs who don't get drafted at all.
Who could have ever predicted that?
Did you predict it?
I mean, anyone who's ranked these guys could have predicted.
You didn't think 30 running backs are going in the draft?
I did not. I did not. Surprisingly enough.
Huh.
Well, this is where we're at.
Quick little trivia. Don't look at my computer.
Oh, okay.
Did you look?
I mean, my eyes are crappy, so
Oh, good.
I just saw first and last name that I couldn't make out.
Okay, good. So there are actually a lot of Broncos running backs who have first and last names. Do you know which of them was the most recent to have a 100-yard rushing game for the Broncos?
Drafted?
No, on the team for the Broncos. Here's a hint. It didn't happen in either of the last 2 seasons.
Javonte Williams.
Nope.
Melvin Gordon.
Nope.
Okay, Philip Lindsay.
Nope. Yeah. I'll give you an even further hint. This was who's our guy, the old man, super sweet. Took over for Nathaniel Hackett. Really liked talking to the media.
Oh yeah, special teams guy.
It is Latavius Murray, last 100-yard rusher for the Broncos. Ever heard of him?
Whoa.
Do you know who the previous 100-yard rusher before that was?
Philip Lindsay.
Nope. Also Latavius Murray.
See, I mean, that's the. I told you guys I like Gus Edwards. You know,
How did it
who's
get so
still
bad?
available. That's the Gus Edwards mold,
Yeah, well,
right
Latavius
there.
Murray might be available.
Where did we go wrong? How is this our lives?
I don't know.
Right, we used to be such a proud running team.
Follow-up question. Over under week 8.5 for RJ Harvey's first 100-yard rushing game for the
Under.
Broncos. I also think I go under.
Easy. Not even a question.
I think he breaks a run at some point.
Definitely.
I think he breaks a 60-yarder and
The
Seems too
signals in my
reasonable.
brain aren't like responding
They aren't
super quick.
firing
So
or whatever.
if I'm honest, I didn't catch the question.
over under week 8.5 for RJ Harvey's first 100-yard game.
Come, give me set it at a serious 3.5.
under.
Week 1.
Week 1. I don't care who we play. I don't care where it's at. I don't care what time slot it's in. RJ Harvey will get 100 yards in week 1 this year.
Okay.
Denver also says Murray was also at UCF. It's meant to be.
It's meant to be.
Wow, that's crazy.
He'd be a decent pairing for to go with RJ Harvey if he was just like 8 or 9 years younger.
Latavius?
Yeah.
Gus Edwards.
Gus Edwards. Gus Edwards being 3 years younger?
Can't do it.
I thought he looked pretty good for the Chargers last year.
Yeah. I mean, he did, but
I'd rather not be the team to find out that, oh, yeah, he's washed.
I didn't realize he's not from America.
Robbo making me laugh. I love that.
Latavius 35, Gus Edwards 30. I disrespected Gus.
Yeah, he's 30.
Born in Liberia. Wait, this has Staten Island.
Which
Are you feeding us false information?
many have said the Liberia of the United States.
This is why you don't trust Wikipedia.
Yeah.
No, and this is the real Liberia. It's not like a trendy little...
Is RJ going to be the starter? I think
Yes.
he'll start
Yes.
the game. I think he'll be your primary
Yes.
option on first and second down. And third down's we got to figure it out.
What'd you learn here?
Well, I learned we have a little Dre battle going on. Talking Gus Edwards. He was awful for the
okay.
Chargers from Dre in the chat. 2 yards a carry.
But during the chat, just because
You're
he was
right.
awful in fantasy doesn't mean he's not. I'm just looking for a power back that's maybe a little more reliable than Audric Estime on the goal line and on third and short.
And I remember having this conversation repeatedly.
Damian Martinez.
Yeah. He almost
Damian Martinez would be perfect.
Yeah. Ollie Gordon to the Dolphins. There's your power back. There's your power back.
That's crazy. Good for them.
Good to see him get 6 carries.
Mike McDaniel killing it this draft. Way to go, Mike.
Speaking of that 2 yards per carry thing,
we had this. They get Brashard Smith as an undrafted free agent.
Well, Udfa.
Also, Khalil Mulling's a beast at Michigan. Like I think him and Damian Martinez better power backs than Ollie Gordon. So
Michigan backs haven't been hitting in the NFL.
Sorry?
Michigan backs haven't been hitting in the NFL recently for some reason.
I thought Corum had like a couple moments. I could be wrong, but
yeah, but
not. Yeah,
he's obviously not going to break through Kyron at this point.
Yeah, I mean it's also year 1.
They had a guy 3-4 years ago I really liked, who I thought was a late round guy. Nothing from him.
Ollie Gordon, one of the worst fall offs in his draft season that we've seen from any top prospect coming into a year.
Yeah, it's Spencer Rattler level.
Dang.
Yeah,
hell of a shout out. Shout out to the Rattle Man,
wherever he may be.
Yeah. Again, just hoping Zach Stevens is safe at this point.
Didn't get got by the Rattle Man.
If you guys in the chat want to send him love and appreciation and check in on him to make sure he's safe.
Oh, 1 minute ago for 3rd straight year, Greg Penner and Kerry Walton Penner were in the Broncos draft room for the entirety of the draft. So Zach is alive. He is still tweeting.
That's good. I imagine him fighting off other media members as he's tweeting out that fact.
Yes. Anybody watching anything good?
Did you guys watch Severance?
Severance was awesome.
Yeah.
Severance is electric.
I can't No, that's the one service I've decided not to subscribe to.
I just took a free trial just to watch Severance, and I watched it all in like 2 weeks.
So good. Really makes you think.
Sick.
It does.
If you're into drugs, you might be into Severance. That's all I'm going to say. Not because there are drugs in the show, but because just what it does to your brain.
Oh, JJ Pegasus goes to the Raiders. No. Sad.
The Last of Us, I played the games. I didn't watch the show.
I'm ready for the second season of The Last of Us.
Do you know what happens?
First season was electric.
You have any idea about the games?
No.
No?
But I mean, it's a zombie apocalypse.
Have fun.
The outcomes
they never end well.
You know, there's a couple outcomes of both.
Yeah.
Probably not the greatest.
Dre is a thinking man. He would love Severance.
Dude, you know what? Show. What was... Remember Westworld?
Yeah.
And that
great first season.
That had me going. And at the time I was really like working on spreadsheets and stuff. And I really had a moment of like, I am like a cyborg. Like I'm thinking in code and stuff.
Oh,
like,
you love Severance,
one of these?
bro.
So,
you got to watch it.
I'd be all in. The Eagles take Kyle McCord.
Oh. To replace Kenny Pickett, really?
Right?
Yeah.
Who actually played some meaningful minutes for them last year.
To use a basketball term. Also, good point from Jackson in the chat. Apple TV doesn't make you pay for 4K. That is awesome. All these places that make you pay for 4K.
What's that even mean?
It's so you know there's like 780, then 1080, and then you go to 4K. So you don't have to pay extra. But then you go to like Netflix or whatever, and it's like for an extra $3 a month, you get 4K.
Oh, that's the next level is 4K.
And so then for people like me who have 65-inch TVs that they sit 9 feet from, things can look blurry pretty quickly.
Oh, man.
I'm all about finding the 4K.
Things with us in the chat.
Yeah.
It's so glorious, man.
Hey, what do you expect in round 6?
They'll bring that
It's been
we're here. This is it.
Yeah, it's been 50 picks since the Broncos, 50 more to come. That's not true. 20 more to come.
Guys, it's so funny. This is exactly the range where Tez might be drafted. So it's funny that you're all just starting to assume now that he's going to be a UDFA. Like, yes, that was always
hit the window.
very strong in the cards, but him being drafted prior to this moment, I don't think should be any indicator. We'll see how the next 2 rounds go. Also, what's the housekeeping? What's the plan for these shows the rest of the day?
I'll pull up the schedule.
Are we effing off after the 6th round? And then it's Jake's taking over?
We have a decision to make.
Buffs right now scheduled for 5:15.
Oh my gosh, it's 2:00.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This draft's getting over by 3.
I'm going to the Avalanche game with Ryan.
RK?
That right, yeah.
So he's not going to be on the Buff show?
Well, it's not until 7:30. It's not until 7:30.
will not be on the Buff show. He is, in fact, going
Hey, it's our guy Baldy.
Baldy
He's probably
on
been
the
sitting
TV.
there for 4 hours. He's probably been sitting there for 4 hours.
But he looks fresh as a daisy, unlike us,
I know.
who are like
I literally had to spin myself in a circle to
bit
try
of
to
the end of our
lock
rope.
back in.
Yeah, I'm contemplating drip coffee right now. I don't know.
Spin
I don't
yourself
really
around a
want
little.
I don't
yourself
really
one of
want it. Boy, I hate that Zach is well and safe,
I
but
know.
not responding to us.
It's like a new. It only happens with Zach.
Like people who are such like active, almost dare I
Exactly.
say, annoyingly active responders.
Yeah.
Then the one time they ignore you,
Like we love
kind of breaks your heart.
It does. It's one of those things with him too, where it's text my girlfriend. I'm coming to the bar for the Nuggets.
Yay!
Party in the bar. Maybe she'll get me one of those sandwiches. Do you want me to bring you anything or anything? That's got to be a typo.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, I love that. Do you want me to bring you anything or anything? I'm going to say, I'll take the anything.
I mean,
She actually doesn't like me.
he's got an opening to just ask for something, and instead he's gonna. Oh yeah.
on the side of anything, please.
Yeah, Jackson pointing out how Tez Johnson's weight is a true outlier,
Okay.
and he won't be drafted.
So we can all disagree about like vibes about the draft. We can also agree that things can be funny even if we don't agree. Like Xanath, who said, surprised the Broncos didn't take Tez in the 3rd. Funny joke given the overdrafting try. That's okay. I like it.
Good job, Xanath.
Yep.
Good job. It's good to laugh.
Ooh, Ryan, y'all need to grab a brew at Saturday. This first beer after 6 hours of sleep the last 2 days, either going to make me a crazy person or I'm going to be asleep at the Avs game.
Yeah, for sure.
I need it.
Middle finger from the girlfriend.
That's
I thought that's
a
how
shame.
that means she
Oosh.
knows it's funny.
Well, I can see Denver on the scroller for next pick.
On the
so,
scroller.
We've made it onto the scroll.
Andre Sporgalis to the Patriots. Kicker off the board.
Kicker off the board, but not a punter. So we're still alive, baby. We're still alive because we're good on kickers. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Will Lutz. You alternate years between kicker competition, punter competition. The Broncos, I think.
Gunnar Helm has been drafted, Cornelius Jackson. That happened in late round 4, I believe.
Broncos wanted Brian Anger, but didn't get him, and then had to panic and take. It's not Mike Hawk, it's Matt Hawk. Sorry, I have to go with what you remember. Now, remember the Mike Hawk jokes, but Matt Hawk, who is kind of been bouncing in and out of the NFL, so that's why there's such a big punter need, is because your punter isn't necessarily an NFL punter. Maybe he has a great season, but you're competing for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. That's fun though. I mean, this is the area of the draft. Is Brashard Smith going to go undrafted is my question.
I mean, at this point,
And like, is Damian Martinez, is Devin Neal, is Khalil Mullings, is Marcus Yarns, LaQuinton Allen?
I mean, I
Give me
guarantee
a couple
one of
of
those
these
guys does
and
not.
I'm cooking.
There's still 50 picks ish, right?
Cinquenta.
For sure. Yeah. Can you confirm? Did he get that right? Oh, let's go.
It's probably right. He knows.
We talked about there's 50 picks left, and then Hank translated that in Spanish. Go ahead, Hank.
Cinquenta.
Oh, good job. Good job. Good question from Denver's finest. And
wow.
Nug's going to win today.
Sorry. There's way more picks in this draft than I thought there were.
Oh, in a good way, or was
Yeah,
that
no,
disappointing
it goes to
see? Okay.
257.
257. We're at 183, so only 74 picks to go.
Yes.
And this one hasn't been made, so 75.
It's just 2 rounds, but it's 70 picks.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I just want to get the undrafted free agent.
Yeah.
That's the best part of
It
any
really
draft
is.
day is like,
It is.
I'm exhausted and all I want to do is fall asleep and maybe not watch college football players for a couple hours.
And then next thing
But then it's just that hit of like, where did Brashard Smith go? Where did the 5 guys who I had like rated really highly and don't even get drafted.
Well, and it's even like just
No
from
Colorado wide receivers drafted yet.
a pure Broncos perspective.
Camillas. Shit, I think I put an R in his name first, which that's kind of the shtick. I can't pronounce the name.
We
right.
needed something to lean into today.
Daniel wants a defensive tackle. Interesting,
That's
Daniel.
very responsible of him.
Interesting.
It's a real educated Missoula man right there.
The Raiders had a damn good draft. Should we go through some AFC West drafts and see what the fellas have done?
Yeah, I had something I wanted to say, but I forgot. So
That's
check
it'll
in
come
on the
back to you.
ops.
We've got a long
doubt it.
time.
the
so-
brain, what are the synapses? The
Yeah.
synapses are dying.
The
I'm not
synapses are
gonna
not
know the
snapping.
names.
Yeah.
Synapse here in about 10 minutes.
Yeah. Bond may go undrafted. Yes.
Yep.
I mean, he's a supplemental draft pick if I've ever seen one. Like he should just like
Yeah.
let this settle and be figured out. And okay.
Yep. Plus, you have Bond at home, and that's Marvin Mims, who actually maybe Bond is the Mims at home. I would say Bond is the Mims at home.
When he was saying Bond, I was thinking of like out on Bond. So
Yeah.
you okay there? Loud noises coming from
it's a
your
loud
end.
Maybe
And then
check that chair. Yeah.
It seemed like the camera shifted for a second. So
I
Dante
would.
Bichette throwing the first pitch, by the way.
Oh, that's fun. No, I don't. I didn't meet him.
Big Cat.
I did meet Big Cat. Me and Yaya talked to Big Cat.
We
for
had a
bit last year.
signed bat of his in the office, and that was sick to have.
If you need if you
Massive
need another,
bat,
let me
bro.
know and I'll hook you up with my guy, Big Cat. Yeah, we did. We did talk to Vinny. Damn.
Oh no,
Damn.
he confused as Rockies and Legends.
Not ideal. Jake doesn't know anybody.
No.
Fun thing about UDFAs. Fun thing about UDFAs.
Yeah.
The reason I think it really hits like
Oh, there
crack
goes
or
Neil.
super
Shoot.
crack or whatever, is that so like Broncos have a first round pick and it's like pick 20 or whatever, and there's like a 20% chance that it's a guy you want, because everybody has like their own guys. You get to the second round and the numbers like it's even less likely.
Yeah.
And you're just waiting for hours between these picks and not really getting the rush. UDFAs, they're gonna wind up with like 5 guys who probably were on your list
so
within like
good, bro.
15 minutes. And it really does just
I
give you a
wonder if
rush.
Isaiah Bond just went too.
Yeah, TV did go off. Either something happened to NFL Network or to our TV. Oh, it was NFL Network. I was sure it was that little TV. Yeah, that was Devin Neal. To the
I
Saints.
kind of assume Zach Stevens has something to do with it.
What's up?
Kale
Kale's in the house. AFC West grades.
Yes.
I've got the Raiders pulled up.
Okay, let me pull it
They
up.
take Ashton Genty 6th overall. Then
pick.
with the 26th pick of the second round, they take Jack Beck. At the top of the third, they take Darian Porter, the
Most
big
Raiders
cornerback
pick.
from Iowa State. Then at the end of the third, they take Caleb Rogers. At yet the end of the third, they take Charles Grant. Then they take Dante Thornton, Tonka Hemingway, and JJ Pegasus. So a big toolsy. That's the most Raidersy pick of all. Dante Thornton Jr., the Tennessee wide receiver. And then back-to-back defensive tackles from the SEC. Gotta tell you, after the first 3 picks, I'm pretty unimpressed by this draft haul.
It looks different though. They're really emphasizing the trenches. I mean, since they got into the third round, only 2 of their picks have been used otherwise. That's Darian Porter at cornerback, and that's Dante Thornton at wide receiver. They drafted a guard, a tackle, 2 defensive tackles as well. Seems like a slightly different approach. I mean, obviously a totally new regime there. I am trying not to say nice things about them right now.
Yeah.
So I'm going to leave it at that.
Interesting, the strategy of doubling up on offensive tackles, defensive tackles, and wide receivers.
Yeah.
And then addressing two of their biggest needs in corner and running back with some pretty high-end talents, obviously.
Yep. I think I like this for a Raiders draft. I think this is like a modern Raiders draft. I think it's like if you're the Broncos, you want to see like West Coast offense. Like it's part of the reason we wanted to see Kyle Shanahan come back that first time. It's like bring us the legacy, like lean into past Broncos, but then update it. I think they did that with you go get Dante Thornton Jr., crazy fast receiver, crazy fast corner, and Darian Porter, who I really, really liked and thought, I mean, he was number 4 on my cornerback list or DB list, maybe 5. But then they blend that with
Upside's really high.
Blend that with going to the trenches too. It's not like irresponsible. It's like we're going to get our Raiders picks, and then we're also just going to go get not necessarily my favorite players, and even the other speed receivers and great. And then throw Genty in there. It's awesome.
Here's your starting quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Bill Howard.
That's right, Bill. Sorry.
Good for them. National champion Will Howard selected by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
He proved me wrong.
Yeah, a combination of, I mean, he wasn't exactly that good.
No, but he turned it on in the playoffs.
Yeah,
he did. It's a good combination of like safer picks and swinging on some upside.
I
Kind
mean,
of similar to the Broncos.
I don't know. It's not immediately memeable, which is different for them.
that is different for them.
Yeah, that's true. Who should we go to next? So, I mean, I don't know. I think that's a solid haul.
Yeah.
It's a B+, A- probably for me if I'm just giving out objective grades.
Yeah.
You don't have to give out a grade if you don't feel like it.
I also feel like it might look a little bit better just because I have so many picks, you know?
Yes.
Like, I
yes,
think
yes,
if I
yes,
looked
yes,
at
yes,
it on
yes,
a per
yes,
pick
yes,
basis,
yes,
I might not
yes.
like it as much as I do when you see this list of names together.
I mean, in fact, that is where I'm at. Like, I think with all the picks they had at the end of the third
And
and,
they did,
fourth today, like I'm not that impressed
It's
by Caleb Rogers, who has no length at tackle, Charles Grants, who's a really long-term project, Dante Thornton Jr., who's just a workout warrior, and Tonka Hemingway, JJ Pegasus. Okay. I mean, they're just rotational DTs, nothing more.
I hate that, you know, JJ Pegasus is such a great thing to call him. I almost feel like it's too complimentary for a Raider now, you know?
Yeah, you got to call him by his real name now. He doesn't get a cool name anymore.
I wasn't doing that on purpose.
Did you think that was his real name?
Yeah, I thought that's
that
was like Otis. That was my best guess at how I would pronounce Piggies.
Which, for the viewers who
And
don't
you
know,
guys can step in and
No.
correct me.
Oh, I
anytime
know,
you
I
want.
know it's
No, it
funny.
would be better
You know-
if you actually corrected
you know-
me at some point in the process.
Bill Howard's name is Will, right?
I do know.
Okay, good. Because like I thought it was the same thing where it's like
the
Pegasus,
only
it's really funny.
The only on purpose thing I've done all day or all draft is calling Will Johnson and Will Howard Bill Johnson and Bill Howard. Everything else is doing in a purely sincere way.
Wow. Pegasus.
Lord bless you,
Pegasus
Dre.
for the people in the chat spelled Pegues. Throw another ES on there, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, maybe.
I can't even blame being tired because I was pronouncing his name like that months ago.
I know. I thought it was a bit. I was like, yeah, JJ Pegasus, our guy.
Oh, holy shit. That's so good.
Chargers or Chiefs?
Dealer's choice.
Let's go Chargers. I said it first.
Yeah.
Go in reverse alphabetical order.
It's not bad.
Nope. I like this haul quite a bit. Let's put Hampton to the side for a second.
Okay.
I think late second getting Trey Harris is nice. Obviously, there was talks of them being a team that was interested in Colston Loveland and Kenneth Grant. You get your Colston Loveland type in around a Gadsden.
Yeah.
In the fifth
We
round.
did this to you.
And you get your nose tackle replacement in late third with Jamari Caldwell. Joey Bosa no longer with us, right? No. With the Chargers, at least.
Yes.
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 So you replace him with Kyle Kennard. A very
not a Charger.
solid, productive edge rusher out of South Carolina. And then you take a swing on Keandre Lambert-Smith, the wide receiver with a blazing 40 out of Auburn. It's the Hampton pick after giving Najee Harris a contract. That's a bit odd to me. And then the other guys, aside from Trey Harris, I guess aside from how do I pronounce this guy's name?
Gadsden.
I see you were right this whole time.
Aside from Gadsden and Trey Harris, everyone else is a bit of like safe selections.
Yep. And Trey Harris is the one where even Trey Harris, I wasn't like in love with him, but to get him that late in the second is where it's like, okay, yeah. Because like the idea of like trading down 35 and taking him, I was like, okay, I'm fine with that. Just snag him at whatever that was, 55. That's a steal
for a team that is starving for someone to put opposite Ladd McConkey.
Yep. Just so smooth. There's so many different things. Ridiculous numbers this year. What was it, 127 yards a game, I want to say, when healthy this year?
I think so, yeah.
The chats.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, like
is he still with us?
Something hit when the 6th rounder started. And it's I think it's like my body digesting the food and like the coffee I drank to start my day, and then the second cup I had this morning is like wearing off, and
I'll tell you what. I gave myself a little spin in my chair. Kind of got things clicking again.
Yeah, that's good.
In case you need
ice water really helps.
That's what the adults do.
With Justin Tucker's
Another
status.
kicker. Wow. And it's Tyler Loop.
Yeah, and it's because, Justin
Of
Tucker.
course. He's a psycho.
I'm just
Psycho
not a big
creep.
believer in undersized kickers.
Tyler Loop has a hell of a boot, though.
Okay.
Bro, you're ready to give us a Tyler Loop?
This is one kicker.
My whole life.
This is one kicker I can actually tell you quite a bit about.
So why
He's got
is
a lot
that?
of power.
Why are you bona fide loop expert? Why are you in the loop, as they say?
That is what
Well,
they
I've
say.
seen him kick in person the last 2 years, and he's got a boot. I don't know what else to say.
That's great.
I don't know
I
if I have any more kicker analysis.
That's great analysis. Dude has a leg, and that's going to really help him in Baltimore, where they're, I don't know if you guys knew, but Baltimore, very close to the sea level.
Oh, yes.
No out. Yeah, I learned last year. That's fun fact.
He has had a drop off though. 78%, 79% the year before, and 85% in 2022.
Oh my gosh, that's
field
bad.
goals.
That's like my ability to pronounce names correctly. I think it's on a similar downward spiral.
You nailed Tyler Loop, though.
Great job.
I haven't even said that yet.
Haven't
so
you?
No, I probably would have like thrown an E at the end, like Tyler Loopy or something. Yeah.
I mean, 6
Hashtag
foot 180.
analysis. Let's keep it coming, guys.
we
I'm all in on this
Yes.
fake scouting report on Tyler Loop, if that is in fact how you pronounce his name.
KC.
Oh, yep. KC.
Yeah.
KC, back to football.
Yeah.
Not that kicking isn't football.
It sure is. I mean, shit. I love those first 2 picks they made.
Yep.
Yeah. I like the Noah Williams pick, the Jalen Royals pick as well. I mean,
First 2 picks being Josh
Jeffrey
Simmons from Ohio State, the tackle, and defensive tackle Omar Norman-Lott from Tennessee.
Yeah, and Bass I think is tremendous value in the late 5th, and Ashton Gillette.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
There's
No,
an O
you
in
said I
there.
forgot that there's a question. It might be
Ashton
Galat.
Gillette.
It might be Galat. But
I like him Gillette. No,
now you'll never
as
forget.
a power edge, as a defensive end, in a 4-man front. I think he has some ability to him at Louisville. 264 pounds, maybe a smidge undersized for that profile. But I think he brings some nice traits to the table. And
What's up?
you look at
pretty
that?
solid pick. Look at
with the
this
cat
guy.
Wow, you might have to move.
The cat dragon. We're just having some fun with my pronunciations of names, Ryan. You know?
He's been crushing it, bro.
The
He's
big
been
one
crushing
being-
it.
Oh, we could share. Split it.
We could switch it.
You can
out.
even slide in right here too. We can make it work. Yeah.
So
we need to tell you the
All Day
stories.
RK is in the building.
All Day RK,
if
yes.
people hadn't picked up on that, so that's electric.
I also like that we moved all of your things on camera so they can see the multiple bananas, multiple coffee cups. However, Ryan moved the bag of Uncrustables before you could see the bag of. Yeah.
Do you want it?
I'm just here to no, I can't. It's on my diet.
Oh, you gotta
Shit.
share. Dre,
The
share
jelly
your mic.
is not keto friendly.
He's got that mic wrapped up. He ain't sharing that right now.
Dre, share it with your friend.
I'm just here, just chilling.
Okay, but you have to hear one of the crazier things. So, have you heard of JJ Pecase, the defensive lineman from Ole Miss?
Oh god.
JJ Pecase.
Oh yeah. It's
Yeah.
like spelled with like a U and an E.
Yeah.
So for months, Dre has been saying JJ Pegasus. We all thought it was a bit. It was not. And so when we corrected him and said like, "Hey, we're not calling Pegasus anymore. He's a Raider. Like we don't like the
Yeah.
guy." He was a little lost.
You thought that was just how it goes, huh?
Yeah, we've been
I
talking
mean,
names.
that was my best guess. It also turns out that Robbie
go.
Robbie Otis. Could you give him the spelling of Otis?
Ouzts.
Ouzts.
Tough to pronounce.
Ouzts.
Yeah.
I would just say oats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my favorite part of it is always the pause he makes in between when he reads it. Because you know exactly what's going on in his head before he goes, Otis. Just bail out with Otis.
Wow, I never wear light colors on camera. I look so
really
much
tan.
brighter.
You're glowing,
really
bro.
tan.
You look gorgeous.
I've
as
been
they would
playing a lot of
say.
golf
Yeah.
recently. By the way, Ravens getting Tyler Loop.
Yeah.
That's
Kicker analysis.
that's big
Let's
time.
go.
We had a big time.
You guys
Biggest-
are on fire.
Biggest leg I've ever seen live.
He's under 6 feet tall.
Yeah, I
What about Zane Gonzalez?
no, not even close.
Really?
Tyler Loop put on like you
What
know how
Zane
people
Gonzalez did at Folsom that year was epic.
you
to
know how
me.
people show up early to see like Shohei Ohtani take batting practice.
Sure.
That's what you should do with Tyler Loop.
Look at they're showing it right now. That was over the
yeah,
upright,
that's
bro.
crazy.
Watch
No,
these.
I'm telling you, this guy put on a display.
Wow.
Like Steph Curry warming up. Like this dude was hitting 75-yard field goals with ease. It was unbelievable. And of course, the Ravens get him because the Ravens always do smart things.
He needs to go on tour.
Well, they kind of have to as well.
Is that goodbye to Justin Tucker?
By the way, all I had to do was
Khalil Mullings
accuse
goes to
my
the
own
Titans.
company of being a poverty company, and I got a mic.
Wow, that's all it takes.
Well, I think they just needed
steal
it
that
for the 4:00 pregame show. As you know, it's merely 2:20 right now.
Since when do they use these mics on the pregame show?
Only have 7 mics.
You really like coming on and doing some inside basement spieling, just
Sorry, I had
letting
to,
all the people
raise
in
my
into
chair
all
a
our problems, you know.
Hey, I'm an open book. I am who I am on the show and off the show.
Yeah, that's
Am I
true.
not?
That's the way it's supposed to be.
That's
Yes,
true.
it's very genuine. There's no
I mean-
pandering. It's just truth.
I think we are too.
So I
We're
think-
just,
yeah.
I haven't been listening, but I do think someone
Nice.
probably needs
Hell
to come
yeah.
on here and balance out Jake's Shaduer to the Browns take.
I have been saving it.
He has been saving.
Do you
it.
want to
Okay.
do this now?
No, that's fine.
I mean, we're
Save it
just
for a Buffs emergency show.
we're just happy he's off the
Scheduled for
board.
5:15.
Really?
Yeah, and then we heard that you're going to the Avs game, so maybe
How
we'll be
could you
able to
tell?
make that show. This
Do
was
I
the
look
rumor.
like someone who's going to the Avs?
This was actually the rumor that came out even before you showed up in a Quebec Nordiques jersey.
Well,
That is a
clearly I'm
good-looking
going
jersey.
to a Quebec Nordiques game.
You are exactly.
Let's do it though.
Gold time machine.
You want to talk about it?
Let's do it.
You guys want to talk about it? I don't want to hijack anything.
We're at the point in the show where
We are.
anything
yeah.
and anyone who can fill some airtime, we're all.
We
in.
are 8 picks away.
Also, we asked Zach in this lull of the 5th round with no picks to come on and give us some Saivion Jones analysis, which we missed out on yesterday.
Yeah.
Riley Leonard to the Colts.
Took him an hour and a half. to get
Congrats
back
for
to us.
them.
Riley Leonard. I'm gonna run to the bathroom for my
Legendary.
first break of. I thought I was gonna make it through all 3
Dude.
shows with breakless, but
Amazing.
I'm not gonna wet our new studio.
It's why they call you the pissless wonder. That's really
That's exactly
incredible.
why the pissless missile.
Okay, bus talk. Also, Zach Stevens is available for a call, and double bless you to you, Schwan man.
Which take do we want first? The positive or the negative one? I'll let you choose. You're the host of this show.
Let's go. Okay, sidebar. I do this new thing nowadays at my home where I introduce something and I say, hey, I've got some good news and I've got some bad news. Only thing is that I don't have good news and the bad news is X, which is like an amazing way to introduce it. Good news. What the hell?
All right. Here's my Shaduer to the Browns take. No one has ever been more well equipped for this situation, in my opinion. Shaduer Sanders is going to have the biggest chip on his shoulder after what happened. He is uniquely and one of a kind in the sense of his ability to endure pressure.
On and off the field.
Yes, on and off the field. To overcome adversity. He's the most never too high, never too low quarterback I've personally been around. And so he's not going to be, I mean, you saw the videos of him celebrating after he got picked. Like, this was not a pity party where he's like, you know, crying about what happened. He's like, okay, cool. Where's my helmet? Where's my playbook? Let's go. And my excitement over this is...
Helps to be in a quarterback room where you're only competing against geriatrics and little people too, you know?
My take on this is when he turns the Browns around, he will be undeniable.
I mean, yeah,
so
no doubt.
That's what excites it about me. It's like, okay, he decided to, he didn't decide, but he's going to have to play the video game on extra hard mode. If you beat it, there's nowhere else to go. And I think he can do it.
I agree with all that.
I think it's a great scheme fit too.
But it is the Cleveland Browns.
Sure is.
You saw their faces, I'm sure, that clip when the pick came down.
Yeah.
They obviously didn't want him.
What do you mean they didn't want him? They picked him.
The owner picked him, I think. I think if the Browns coaches wanted Shaduer, he would have gone way earlier. I don't even think that's debatable, honestly.
My take on that is that there was divide. If you had to guess off of the pictures of the faces, you could probably figure out who you'd think wasn't in on it. But I don't think that means that they didn't want him. It means that somebody didn't want him.
They picked a quarterback before him, too. I mean,
that's going to age very poorly.
It's bad management. It's the Browns being the Browns. And the way that this Deshaun Watson thing is just looming over them is going to hamstring this organization for 2 to 3 years. At least. Free agents aren't going to want to come play with him. They're going to have to rely on all this draft capital. And thankfully they did, trade back. They got the extra first rounder for next year. So there's stuff to work with. But it's literally playing football in hard mode. As if Shaduer needed to crank it up anymore, because you already know there was going to be everyone out there to get him, all the critics and all this stuff.
Oh, my!
And now it seems like his own organization really didn't want him anyway, too.
See, I think people are reading into that way too much. But in the end, like he's getting a chance. He's going to go out there. He's going to compete against a incredibly weak quarterback room, and he's going to have a chance to start. And once we got into the later rounds of the draft, there was an increasing chance that he could get picked by a team where he had a very, very, very little chance to start.
Sure.
And I think he's going to do it. And I don't disagree. I mean, I don't disagree with anything that you're saying about the Browns, except for maybe about the whole they didn't want him thing. But about the organization as a whole, yes, it has historically been where quarterbacks go to die. And I just think that Shaduer's built different, and it's going to end up turning out pretty well for him.
I mean, I agree with all that too. I love Shaduer. I think he's going to be a good quarterback in the NFL, and I think he is one of a handful of quarterbacks who could go into this situation, thrive, and eventually turn around the franchise. Just the deck is so stacked against him right now. They're clearly not confident in just bringing him in to compete with Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. They had to go get this insurance in Dylan Gabriel, which is obviously, it's madness. I mean,
it's no insurance.
We all know that. I mean, it's not even close comparing the two. Who's the better quarterback? So, and honestly, the whole process it still pisses me off. This was just nasty work.
It was
disgusting.
But it's all in the past now. Shaduer's going to get an opportunity. I mean, like, I was just thinking about, like, we've got rookie minicamp coming up soon. Like, I can't wait to hear about how Shaduer and Dylan Gabriel looked at rookie minicamp.
I agree. It's just I was a fool for thinking this would be an easy process. I thought we'd be done and dusted Thursday night. We, congrats Shaduer. We analyze the fit. He goes on. We don't talk about this for weeks. And now all of a sudden, this is the biggest story in NFL draft history. Like, I don't even think we still fully understand the scope of what happened to Shaduer Sanders in this process.
I agree. All right, let's save the rest for
one thing. Have we ever seen a 5-way quarterback competition before?
No.
That could be, I don't know how you run it as a coach, but that's going to be electric.
Oh,
Yeah. I forget who it was. I think it was a Raiders reporter who tweeted like they talked to an NFL source who said Shaduer is already the best quarterback.
Of course he is.
Better than Deshaun Watson.
We all have eyes.
Deshaun Watson of old, maybe not, I should say, but
that's
Deshaun
only one
Watson
we're
of
saying.
new is
He's not good.
very bad. I'm excited to see it. All right, let's move back to the Broncos.
Flacco, old man.
I haven't gotten my RJ Harvey
Dylan
take
Gabriel.
off.
Oh,
yet.
let's hear it.
RJ Harvey.
No
Right,
one
because you're. I quoted you on the show.
Okay, I was going to say no one responded, didn't even get a thumbs up.
Oh,
anything.
yeah. I think it was because we were live on air for 4 hours.
Hey,
Also, you strike me as a guy who doesn't like a thumbs up emoji without a response. I assume you saw that as a passive aggressive thing.
no.
Also, I thought, as the elder statesman in that group chat, I thought it wasn't on me to respond. I left it to the youth.
To the young guys.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, RJ Harvey is Ashton Genty light.
Yep.
And when you watch the tape, I mean, I wish I knew how to do the thing where you blank out the prospect. And they're like, what prospect is this? Because I think you could post some RJ Harvey highlights and people would be like, oh, that's Ashton Genty.
You would.
The vision, the short area quickness, and then the burst once he gets through is all of the things that everyone loves about Ashton Genty. It's just maybe one notch below it. And I don't even know if it is if you were to have them trade places.
And the straight line speed, I think, is a notch above.
Exactly.
Like in a foot race, I'm almost certain RJ Harvey would.
But we had this conversation a lot on the Buff Show. It's like, okay, take Caleb Johnson, put him on Boise State instead of Iowa. Is he putting up these numbers? I think so. Take RJ Harvey, put him on Boise State instead of UCF. Is he putting up these numbers? I think so. That's not a knock on Ashton Genty, who I still think is going to be really good. But the differences there are slim, I think. And I kind of think that's why the Broncos went and got him. They obviously loved Ashton Genty. We heard that from Zach. Like, if he got past the Raiders, they were going to go do it. Right. And I think that as they looked at it, they were just like, okay, if we don't get him, this is our next move. And I'm really, really excited about him.
And that lateral mobility really stands out. You know, that's like a Sean Payton running back trait.
And he breaks tackles. I think I read in Henry's film room on DNVR.com that he was 7th most broken tackles in college football last year.
Yeah.
So it's like he's got the short area quickness. He's got the lateral mobility. He's got the broken tackles, and he's got the breakaway speed.
Yep.
What else would you want?
Exactly. Exactly.
100%. He's a stud. Speaking of Henry's film room, go check that out. Subscribe today, thednvr.com. It's final days of the draft sale, $36 for the entire year. That includes a free shirt. That includes discounts at our event, at the DNVR bar, on our merch. And the beauty of it is you get all this post-draft content. You got all of Fran Duffy's draft guide, all the great reporting Hank's doing. And then guess what? Because you're smart. You sign up now, you're going to get all the lead up and recap content to next year's draft. That's how it's going to work out for you because you're a straight baller. So do it now, thednvr.com. Subscribe, support us, support your homies, support the coverage of our teams that is worthy and deserve all encompassing coverage year round. So yeah, do your thing. thednvr.com. Become a diehard today.
Little game of guess the lines with the offensive rookie of the year odds for our guy RJ Harvey at Bet365.
Lay it on us.
Oh,
what do you got?
I'm gonna guess plus 4,500.
Okay, Dre.
Really? Plus like 500, I think.
Okay, Dre.
I'll go plus 700, and I also might just have to hammer Shaduer Sanders to win that because I imagine the odds are really nice.
They gotta be plus 5,000.
Wow.
50-1 odds.
Got it.
Tremendous
Tough to get
odds.
past like Genty
Tremendous
in the running
odds.
back conversation.
That's crazy
Cam
in
Ward
my
sucks.
opinion.
Yeah, he does.
I mean, he's
Cam
on.
Ward is the favorite.
He has no help.
Travis Hunter plus 650 behind
Cam.
those guys.
We're
Oh,
2
yeah.
picks away, folks. 2 picks away.
Those picks. On the clock. Online.
The pick is in for the Lions.
Yep, we are on the clock.
Brashard Smith, Rocket Sanders would be electric. Jake.
We're still on the running back, huh?
We're
Why
having
not?
talks.
2's better. We want a committee. Jake Brenningstool, Thomas Fadone would be lots of fun. And then, of course, our guy.
I'm 100% with Broncos fan for life here who says Jimmy Horn or Tez Johnson.
LeJohntay Wester.
Combine them and you have one full-sized receiver.
And
That's legit.
Jimmy Horn ain't
Never
that
mind.
small.
He's not small.
Bro.
That's legit.
who's our tight end, Jake?
Jalen Conyers.
And Jalen
Oh,
Conyers, who
also
would
my
be
guy.
absolutely electric with the Broncos.
All right. Odds on
And then you
me
could
knowing
have
this player
a
immediately on
developmental.
selection.
Broncos trading back with the Texans per Zach Stevens.
No.
Zach, why do you do this to us, man?
Man.
To where?
No.
The Texans don't have a pick, so this was supposed to be 197. They picked 216.
7th?
Last of the
Last
six.
pick of the 6th. Mr. Relevant, as he's known, because the last
yes.
pick of the 6th is, in fact, very
So then they also have 224 and 241 and 255. So they got 3 7s. Come on, say we got all 3 of those.
Wait, no.
A 6 and 3 7. 6 and 3 7. Oh, that'd be a lot of film room.
As Broncos fans,
Yeah. Sometimes I
amazing.
forget.
Love this trade. As sports media professionals,
Yeah.
I mean, I just got here, so I'm doing all right.
this is a tough
Some
blow.
of us
We
haven't
need
slept
you, bro.
much.
This is
I
a
can
tough.
carry it. I can carry this.
You kind of came at just the right
Yeah.
time. Now, mind you, it was getting fun and silly.
It
right
was.
as you came in, and then he comes in. He's critical of this. He's critical of that.
We have the Shadour combo. Yeah.
Right. So you actually have Shad all over the vibes.
That's unlike you.
Not how I would have worded it, but
I mean,
Oh, I'm sorry.
let me just be
I'm
clear.
sorry,
I
didn't
will
realize that was
happily
too-
leave.
No, Ryan, no. No.
I've got
Oso
a double
Blanco.
tequila soda
We just-
calling my name in the bar
We just want to
at
have
any
fun
moment
with
if you like that.
We just want to have fun with
People
you.
are leaving. The rest of you shouldn't. Oh, our views are going back up because everybody's excited for the pick.
hit the like button, subscribe to the channel.
On your way out at the very least. Give us a like
Come
and
on,
tune back in here in a
guys.
couple
This is
picks.
gonna
because
be
this is gonna
great.
this is gonna be our best stuff.
Brashard, Tez Johnson. We were so excited
We
about
were.
the UDFAs. Guess what?
What?
We get a head start on the UDFAs.
Yeah.
How about a couple Colorado wide receivers?
Yes.
Huh?
Broncos get 216 and 241.
216, 241.
I thought maybe they'd get one more.
Wait, so they got 2 7ths for a 6th?
Final
No.
pick of the 6th
Yeah.
and a 7th.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll take
Yeah.
it. We'll take that.
Sure. Why not?
That means we could get Jalen Conyers and Jimmy Horn.
It's true.
Right. That'd be electric.
Is Jalen Conyers going to get drafted?
He should.
We're
Let's
getting
hope.
to the point though where
He
it's like, hey,
was a combine invite and kind of balled out. So I kind of think yes, even though he didn't have a
yeah,
ton of
that's true.
media appeal.
teams wanted him before the combine. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited him. And then he was good at the combine, so you would think he would get drafted.
Can someone say who the Lions just selected?
Ahmed Hassanine. He was actually
Wow,
supposed
great
to
job.
I
come.
think it'd be Hassanine.
Okay,
My
Hassanine.
pronunciation would have been fairly Hassanine, if you know what I mean.
I really liked him in last year's draft, but obviously decided to go back to school.
That's great.
I think I even mocked him to the Broncos at one point last year.
Someone told me that there was love of the game concerns for Jalen Conyers. As someone who knows him, I think
Well-
that's just people reading his like happy-go-lucky
Yeah.
nature
Well,
the wrong
it's
way.
also, I think like if anyone's doing content, that's immediately the knock.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know,
I think it might be.
yeah, like you do 2 podcasts or you publish a
Damn,
short,
I
and they're
hate
like,
the game.
yeah, no, we are.
Game
We don't
hater.
love the game at all.
Hate the game.
not to ask you to do more math, but if you did every Broncos trade, how much value did we get back?
I can check. I mean, I think.
Not to ask you to do math, but here's
project
that 12-minute math problem
Yeah.
for you.
Let me do that
love
for you,
this
Jake.
so much.
I'm pretty
And
sure
he's the guy who was doing it for all the other trades.
at that point in the 7th, I think every pick is only worth 1 point.
So we've earned
I
like
think you probably
25
lost.
points.
No, like pick 210, I think, is worth 1 point. 256 might be.
No,
1
I mean
point.
in total though, because we only got 10 points for like
You're up
2 of
20
them
yesterday,
yesterday, right?
up 20 or up 10, so up 20 total. And I think you probably lost a couple here.
the Broncos are winning.
I think we are dialed in on Brashard, Conyers, Tez.
You're still
And the Buffs
anti-Tez,
guys.
right?
I'm anti-Tez as well.
I wouldn't say full. There's a big divide between people super pro Tez, super anti Tez. I kind of fall somewhere in the middle. I think there's some really fun things he does. I think it's an interesting dynamic that could be good or bad. I think you don't see a lot of 155 pound receivers work out.
Outliers or UDFAs?
I'm doing a peaceful protest.
Oh,
Love that. Love that.
I thought, to me, it's not about really. I just want vibes.
True.
Give me the vibes. And then Henry killed the vibes by being like,
did
well,
do
yeah,
that.
what if you have to cut Bo's brother? And I'm just like, you just don't.
Right.
You just, if you want, you just keep him on the practice squad forever. If he's good, then you play him.
yeah. At some point, you might say, wish we hadn't done that instead. But, every pick could come with regrets. That would be a very unique regret.
I think he's kind of sick, to be honest.
I also do.
I just think
He's gonna get swallowed up by NFL DBs, man.
I also wonder about that.
it's just a sad way to go through life, not believing in outliers. I know at least the 3 on this side of the table might not be employed if we just only looked at liars and not outliers.
So true.
There's
That's a
liars
good
and
point.
outliers. I like it.
You know,
Two types of people in this world.
Broncos pick was worth 12.2 points. 2 combined picks from whoever the hell the other guys were, 5.6 points.
So we lost value on this.
You
one.
did. I mean, again, like
we got murdered.
Unreal.
yeah. I mean, I wouldn't lose sleep over it.
Who's going to make up for those 7 points?
Right.
I don't know.
RJ Harvey.
Shoot.
There was also a chat.
Go ahead.
There was a chat that said trade Jaquan. I would say no, because you finally have depth at cornerback, and we love that.
Yeah.
There were also questions asking, do we trade Jaleel? If you could,
Does he
guys,
have value?
I doubt it.
Yeah. We were talking last year, like if you cut him, could you get him to the practice squad? I think you might.
Someone in my mentions today was comping, saying Jaleel and RJ Harvey are basically the same. And
I hate that.
SMH.
I was really struggling with that one.
Yeah. I hate that so much.
They literally complement. I mean, one has the strengths the others has as weaknesses, and vice versa.
Listen,
They are opposites more than similars.
here's the other thing that I'm getting, and I must admit, 9 out of 10 tweets on my timeline are about Shaduer Sanders, so I only get like one little
That's
thing.
sick. That's sick.
One little break from like stupid memes every 10 tweets.
Yeah.
I was getting the feeling Broncos fans aren't happy about this draft.
Yeah.
So we had a poll in the chat.
Right. Tell them about
We
the loud
found-
majority. Yeah.
19% give an A for the Broncos.
Oh.
55% say B.
Okay.
20% say C. 6% say F. So
So
there's
it's
a
a vocal
very vocal
minority.
Vocal minority.
The most vocal minority I've ever heard.
Minority. Yes. And
The NFL's gonna drop him to the 5th round.
That's true.
Right.
Or comp pick.
They hate a vocal minority.
they do hate a vocal minority.
That's a Shaduer joke. You should tweet that one.
Our data on the back end also shows that 90% of those who voted F are actually Russian bots sent by Putin to divide us. So
That is what the data is
that's-
telling us
Okay, so-
on the back end.
Maybe it's just that our listeners know ball, which kind of adds up.
I mean, they've tuned in for 3 consecutive days. We
Yep.
could not be more grateful.
Some of
You
them for
guys
like
are the
10
real
years.
MVPs.
You guys did big numbies last night.
Yeah.
See that?
I was sick.
Well, you
Yeah.
bring the, you call the Schwan man over, the numbers
it's
follow.
true.
You know how
Schwan
it
is
is.
They just love to watch me suffer,
He's the candy man.
He really
brings
was,
it all.
yeah.
Yeah.
It is kind of fun to watch you suffer, though.
It is.
I've learned that very
You handle
quickly.
it in a very entertaining
It's
way.
like a really
yeah.
likable quality about him is watching him kind of squirm and suffer.
It's one of those things where it's like, I feel
I love the guy. I'm often defending him when others are trying to make him suffer, but I too cannot deny the entertainment level it brings me.
good stuff.
It's like,
It is good stuff.
I feel so bad for
Again,
Shaduer.
love the
Like,
guy.
I can't imagine being in that situation. It's like, it hurts me. It makes me sad It's almost worth it though when I see Jake, and I'm just like, oh, this is
God.
Dang, that's
it's
mean.
just the value of it.
I don't think
Thomas
you have to hurt
Fedone
for
the
Shadour.
second, Paul. Yes.
You
The
think he's
answer
fine?
to your
I
question
do.
is
I think
yes.
he's better than fine.
Oh,
I still feel bad for him. He didn't
Well,
deserve
you know,
this.
the
It's just
saying, like,
embarrassing.
God only gives you what you can handle. I think he
Exactly.
was the only one who
Toughest
could have
battle,
handled
strongest
this.
soldiers.
He didn't
true.
deserve this.
He
My life
did
is
not
easy.
deserve it, but I'm saying like
Right.
he.
Yeah, we only have the battles.
I don't think he
Yeah.
wants or needs your pity.
No, of course.
Well, yeah, totally.
he would
This-
definitely say that.
Paul,
this,
the
I'm
answer
fired
is
up
yes.
about this draft.
Thomas Fedone.
Me too.
second,
Now
yes.
it's like I'll be honest. My excitement is like 80% RJ Harvey.
right.
That's the Pat Bryant take.
I don't have a Pat Bryant take. Other than he's big.
He's crafty.
He's nice.
He gets. Here's what I like. He gets away with a lot of like the little shoving at like the top of the route. Like gets into his break and let's give it like a little.
Don't
one
do it
of
against
these.
the Chiefs.
True, but he has like that little like vet game aspect that I
Crafty.
appreciate. Yeah.
I like that. I know he's reliable. Kind of feels almost like
Graham Mertz to the Texans.
Crazy, bro.
They moved up for him.
What are people doing?
He
At least
literally
Shador's off
got
the board,
benched
otherwise
at
it's-
Florida.
I've never seen one person's career made off of one
He
game
was-
more than him.
I remember that game.
Yeah.
19 to 20.
Yep.
It was insane.
5 touchdowns.
Yeah. Oh.
He was horrible at Wisconsin.
Yeah, terrible.
had
He
to be-
left.
Well, other than that one game.
His first game. His
That first
first
game
ever
was-
college game.
Who'd they beat?
Like Minnesota or something, probably.
No, it was a good team. It was.
How long have you guys been in here for?
We
Since
started
10
at
a.m.
9:55.
Smells like that.
Wow.
That's me. That's my doing.
Is it?
It's fair.
It's not bad. I mean, it just is what it is. Smells like a room full of dudes for 6 hours.
Which, in the right mindset, can be a good smell. Hanging out with the fellas
No, so his first start, dude.
Smells like a hockey locker room.
smells
in
like
here.
home. Yeah,
Lockers are really on point now.
bad. Holy shit.
His first game was
At
at
least
home
showered
against
this morning.
Illinois. They won 45-7. He went 20-21 with 5 touchdowns.
20 of 21.
That's
as a true freshman,
his best career
five-star
game.
recruit, number 1 recruit in the country, shows up and does that.
It's just an average Saturday for Shaduer Sanders.
Literally.
Yeah, I'm pumped for a breakout year for Nate Adkins. So we've got a few favorites. We want a punter. We want Tez Johnson. We want a receiving tight end, mostly Jalen Conyers.
I think you're alone on that.
And we want
Dre really wants a punter. He wants it enough that it raises the average.
you should have the chat. We did a solid 15 minutes on punter content. They were like lit. They could not have been
The
happier.
chat really did go
Is
crazy. for
Burnaby
that.
Jones still on the board?
Yeah, burn up the turnip.
What joke am I missing? There's something humorous is occurring, and I'm not privy to it today.
What is that for Parks and the Rec? He's like, I can tell by the cadence of your voice that you made a joke.
Pretty much.
James Burnip
Yes,
is his name,
also known as burn up the turnip.
also known as Burnaby Jones.
The Australian Bama punter. Yes.
the one you were talking a lot about earlier.
Names, man. They just they don't stick. Okay,
it's
I don't know what to
James.
tell you. That's good. That's good. See, this is what we need. This is what
We're back. You're back.
We're back. We're back.
I just needed to figure out, it's like
No,
a
that's where we're
chemistry
at.
thing.
You need to
right?
feel out.
No,
the,
we're struggling.
Yeah.
It's like you trade for a new player. It takes a couple of weeks for them to fit in the locker
Yeah,
room.
Yeah.
you're our Marty Netches.
Yeah. Yeah. No
How long
Please
was our
score.
first show? Thursday. Is that 4 hours?
I mean, it's online. It's public information. I don't know why you're asking.
I'm gonna crunch these
the
numbers real
tired
quick.
father for answers that are just publicly out there on Google.
Sometimes I forget you're a father.
That's awesome.
That actually-
That's good. Good. I'm glad my vibes are so cool.
So we are at
Shadour independently has millions of dollars just for clarity.
Yeah.
8 plus 5 is 13. So we're 12 minutes away from 13 and a half hours.
You're
So-
calculating day one as well?
Yeah, that's our 3 shows so far. Meanwhile, I have had
That's sick.
7 or so hours of sleep since that
You've
first
been
show.
live more than you've slept.
Yeah.
We're gonna hit
That's
twice as
sick.
much live as sleep.
What's wrong with your sleep schedule?
Film rooms. Film rooms. And then last night, research also, because they drafted 3 guys to talk about.
Grinding the
Film
tape.
rooms.
Next year, you could be like excused early to go ride the film.
Grind is
rooms.
real.
Okay, all right.
This is our time to shine.
Yeah, he would have missed the Saivion Jones pick. What would we have done?
Could you imagine?
I mean, come on.
What
Was
would we have done?
Saivion
That's like
Jones-
something you can never get back, you know?
No. Being with the boys for Saivion
Yeah,
Jones?
come on.
I feel like someone around
You were
here
with the boys
really,
for
really
Saivion
liked an
Jones.
LSU edge coming into the draft. Was it him?
No, it was
There was
their-
another one.
Oh,
it was
Landon
their
Jackson.
Other edge, Braden Swinson.
Braden's, the LSU guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do we like Savion?
We
Yes.
do. We do. Yep. Yeah.
Bump him
Do you want to
insides.
fire up the RAS Shamar Stewart Saivion comparison? Just
Let's
do
go.
Old bits with Ryan. There it is. There it is.
Whoa,
Look at
we
that.
got a 10.
Yep. Look at Saivion Jones, though. You know, Shamar gets a perfect 10 because
He didn't bench press. Those long arms aren't
What's-
meant for bench press.
what's the
embarrass
appropriate
yourself.
way of saying, starting with a P, ussied out?
Wuss.
Chickened
We
out.
say wuss.
Chickened out.
Yeah.
Chickened out of the bench press,
Yeah.
if not. But as you can see, our guy is heavier, same height and length. And look, same impressive 10-yard split, explosiveness.
You're getting a discount. It's like you're Savion,
Yes.
Savion him.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, the first 3 picks may be a little safer, team captains a little older, and then we kind of took a swing for the fences.
Yep.
Very much that Jonathan Cooper mold.
And then
the
we got
same with
another.
Q Robinson.
I was gonna say then we got another massive.
Yep.
edge.
Yes.
So Jones bumps inside. We know he's playing defensive line. He's like a 5 tech. Had the question from Daniel in the chat, does that mean we trade JFM at the deadline? The answer is only if you're bad. Hopefully you're good and you say we want our good players. New world for the Broncos.
So you think he's going inside? So I guess that kind of defeats the purpose of this question, which is what's the reasoning for wanting to get so much bigger, taller?
The fact that we were manhandled by the Bills in the wild card round.
Yeah.
Okay.
For most of the season, you were good there.
Yeah.
But that was the issue in that game. And if they had switched to Andre Tillman a little bit sooner, it might have. That helped. That helped
But
when
again,
they made the
if
move.
Andre Tillman was the entire key to your defense in the playoffs, maybe adding a few guys who could be
that would
in that mold might give you a little more safety there. Yeah.
if Andre Tillman is the key to your defense in the playoffs, maybe make a move. And we love Andre.
Maybe add more. I mean, he's knocking on the door for top 20 on the Andre rankings. So yeah,
Wow.
Of course, we love Andre.
Knocking on the top 20 already.
I mean, it's a stacked field.
He's Andre with a D.
Is there a best Andre in this draft class? Shiloh got the call.
Yeah. Probably from the same kid.
Yeah, that's probably the call.
That's another part of. I mean, I'm sorry, but Andres Borregales, the Miami
Yep.
kicker, like, come on.
He is somewhat an Andre.
We love him. I think he's top of the Andre rankings for this draft, no doubt.
Probably.
Broncos getting crushed online for losing the trade value chart.
Andrew
Are they?
Makuba, maybe.
Tough look.
Andrew Bakuba would be fun.
Andre is in his name.
That
you
is-
can't
I don't- you don't get-
can't spell Andrew without Andre.
That's what they say. I don't think you get to claim Andrews though, because that would totally put a wrench in
I
your rankings.
do think that is one step too far. Dondres and DeAndres is okay. Andres, okay. Andre, the Russian, Eastern European with an I at the end. Y at the end? Okay, we'll allow it. Andrew is like, no,
not
no, no,
Andrew.
No. Hold, like,
Did we talk
calm
about
down.
DeAndre, like Jordan?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, no, he counts.
DeAndre's good.
He certainly counts. I can't believe
Ollie Gordon is not on the board.
He's not. Where'd he go? Seems like a
Yes.
Chargers fan. Okay.
Yeah. So that would be.
They would want that guy.
Could you imagine?
Khalil Mulling's also off the board. So I can't
went.
believe Damian Martinez is.
So
Yeah.
I'm seeing some other videos of the Browns. Actually, no, I don't want to do this. We don't have to do this.
Remember
we can do
when
it.
we
We're
thought the
just calling
Broncos
it
were
out,
making
yeah.
a pick?
even Zach Stevens is.
I'm seeing
ignoring
some
us, so-
videos of their press conferences.
Yeah.
Is it possible they just always look like they just smelled a fart?
Yeah.
No, they're being held hostage against their will.
I think
whom?
that they just always look like this.
By Jimmy Haslam. The owner.
Oh, okay.
The has-man, as
The
he's
owner
known.
is holding everybody hostage.
Pretty much.
That's like what I thought was happening to Jerry Jones when they drafted a lineman in the first round.
Yeah.
Tight end off the board. It's Gavin Bartholomew to the Vikings. Pitt to the Vikings.
All right.
You know, I might take a lap.
Does that code for smoke break?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone shame Dre in the comments.
Yeah.
I love
Fucking
him. There's
blast.
nothing better than a smoke break.
Yeah.
That was an asshole.
Yeah.
I didn't even. I
LeJohante!
forgot about the stigma.
Oh my God.
Forgot about
Lejante to the
stigma.
Ravens is sick.
What a pick.
LeJohante and Lamar.
Holy smokes.
Call it La La Land.
Not
Dre,
bad.
you should have been here for this.
Not bad. LeJohante to the Ravens is sick.
I don't know.
203, right?
203, 6th round. So as the Buffs guys fire off their tweets, any good chats? It's a shame Lacey. Yeah, it is a shame. He was awesome. No, that was just the first I saw it. Yeah, he was a good player. Allen, Roach, and JFM all on contract years and unrestricted free agents after this year. Got to pay Allen, most likely letting JFM walk, get a decent deal done with Roach. That's the plan. You would imagine, like, hopefully in a situation where you say, like, yeah, we have no interest in JFM because we've already plugged that. Let him go make his money and get a comp pick. But also he's a good football player. Ooh, Kobe Bryant is still available, but the other Kobe Bryant already got drafted, right?
Wait, which
The Kansas one?
That's
Kansas Kobe Bryant is available?
there's so many. Yeah.
He doesn't really fit the Broncos.
I need a list of all the
Corner
Kobe Bryants. Because there's the
style.
Kobe Bryant with the Seahawks.
Yep.
But then I thought there
He's
were
from
two
Cincinnati.
Kobe Bryants. Yes. Yes, Kansas cornerback. Wherever you look, there's another Kobe Bryant. Look at that first one.
Why can't I find
POS.
any tweets about LeJohante? I just want like a graphic or something that
To
looks
hype
nice.
up, yeah.
Broncos are on the. Never mind.
I might see if I can. Oh, John Cornelius, the guard from Oregon to the Cowboys. Dre missed this one too. He would have loved talking about it.
Yeah,
Johnny
that's his
Cornelius.
guy.
Yeah.
Or one of his guys.
Damn it. Don't smoke.
Nice fit for LeJohante, though, man. He's going to work out of the slot there.
Yeah. He sure is. Do I have any more fun trivia questions? I don't think so.
I gotta go into my bookmark folder titled "Happy Buffs" so I can find a video of LeJohante being happy.
Wow.
It was that fast. I already got it.
I mean, it shouldn't be hard to
That's
find.
Crazy.
So now they've got DeAndre Hopkins, who they just signed. Rashad Bateman's there. Zay Flowers. That's interesting, though, with LeJohante now in the equation because they already have an established slot receiver. Tylan Wallace is there. Wow, Anthony Miller's still around. This is a perfect fit, I think, for what LeJohante can do and what the Ravens, I guess, could potentially need. I mean, Zay Flowers is a decent slot, but I think you get a better route runner, a more efficient route runner in LeJohante Wester.
I loved
What were you smiling about over there?
the chat. MJD is high on Harvey. Maybe because they are the exact same player. I can see it. I think we've talked about it. They're new people, though. So it is 58207, I believe, for RJ Harvey. It's 57208 for MJD. MJD 43940, Harvey 440.
Wow.
Yeah. So MJD liking Harvey. Yeah, he feels like he's looking in a mirror.
Yeah. Except he's a lot taller.
A lot. Yeah. I miss Dre's noise.
What does that mean, bro?
Like there's always something, you know? Yeah, there's always something. 11 picks and then the Broncos. Bond going undrafted. Yeah.
Jimmy Horn of the Broncos?
Give me something. Make me feel alive.
Yeah.
The Bills are on the clock. Looks like the Washington pick is in.
The pick is in. Let's see.
I'll always love LeJohntay for giving us the BTA meme.
Ciao.
Oh wow, I didn't know that was him.
That was him.
I mean, he didn't invent that phrase, but he just gave us
that
a really
phrase
good
really
meme.
took off.
Did.
I
That's
think it
crazy.
was because of Colorado.
Wow.
Because everyone kept on trying to use it against Colorado, and then they would just reverse.
It's like Uno. What else is going on?
Nuggets start soon. Going to the Avs game later.
Okay, you
Soon
kind of
mean 90 minutes,
yeah.
which in my life feels very near based on all these shows.
Fair. You
Vibes
almost
really
made me think I
changed when Dre
forgot.
left and Hank put the hood on.
Yeah,
I wonder which one it was that did it.
I think you put the hood on because Dre left, so
I
it's
dare
probably
you.
a Dre problem.
I dare you to eat Dre's banana and see what happens.
Oh, he'd lose his mind.
It's not on my diet.
Oh, that's right. Dang. Is there anything else we could do to Dre before?
Why are you trying to mess with Dre so
We're
much
looking
right
for
now?
content.
Yeah, we
Dre,
could,
Dre messed
We're on
content
pick
is-
205 of the NFL draft. It just is
There's
what
some
it is.
Clorox over there. We could put it in his coffee cup.
Oh, he would be so pissed when he died. He would hate that so much. We could put like last uncrustable in like under the cushion of his seat or something.
Oh, if we
Blows
had
up.
like a fart cushion right now, that
Exactly.
would go crazy.
What else could we do?
It'd be fun if there
We
was
could
a way to
act
make
like the Broncos
chairs
traded up and
collapse.
we're breaking down a pick he missed. He'd go crazy over that.
Yeah, you should hide behind this fake wall.
Too hard to move. Don't even.
Oh, so these chairs you can lower them by pulling the handle, but they don't lower on their own. So we could tape the handle up, so when he sits on it, he just falls straight down.
I see a stapler.
It is like an industrial one.
Oh yes.
Oh,
Oh, good catch radius.
draft me.
The question is, where are you going to tie it to? Because you can't tape it across.
Yeah,
the
he's
top
gonna
of
see
it.
it.
I don't think he'll notice.
This is going to be good.
put
We're
some
putting a
pressure
lot
on
of
that
faith
thing.
into Henry to be able to get this right. He's computing.
One shot at this.
Do you want me to sit on it? Does that help? Pause.
Someone clip that.
No.
I don't know if this is gonna work. Nope.
Henry, you're a genius.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, great catch radius both
Wow.
ways.
The hands team over here.
All right. Okay, now what?
Now we wait.
Bro's just emptying out the pack out there.
He is. He's going through it, bro.
Sometimes I take the breaks with him. It's usually the best part of the day. Because I just walk out there and we get to just hang out in the sun. Take 10
We
minutes.
have a
away
nice
from
day
work.
today, don't we? Oh my God, it's 73 outside right now.
Yeah, it's beautiful out.
It was like chilly when I left this morning.
What did you say about sitting on it? I was a little locked in.
Yeah.
Let's just let that go.
Oh, any FCS running back prospects? There's your boy, Randy from South Dakota, who we watched 10 minutes of. Thies Thice, he was dope. Lan Larison, Tommy Millott from Montana State. We hate him. He could be a running back, though, which would be a lot of fun.
You hate him because he went to Montana State?
Yeah, and he's a POS.
Well, I mean,
Strong accusations.
Well, you wouldn't go there if he wasn't.
That's how I felt about Nebraska, but I was also honest about my take on Ty Robinson, you know.
Speaking of POSs, oh no. Holy shit. That was so well executed. Man, how long was the stream? You guys working on this tape setup?
It really shouldn't be as funny as it is.
I know.
No.
Oh, man. Oh, good.
Good job, Ryan. Good job. Dude,
That was Hank.
Yeah,
Well, we were
Hank did all the
hoping
tape.
you did an masterful job.
Thank you. That was fun.
Well done, Hank.
It was like, it reminded me of in Austin Powers when he's doing the thing like sinking down.
Yeah.
It was just so slow.
It was. I didn't expect it to be that slow.
Amazing.
Oh, man.
Oh, that was incredible.
Wow.
Hey, I was drinking that.
How close are we to this pick?
Not.
A Johnny
We're closer than
Cornelius.
Maybe.
Like 7 picks, yeah.
Oh, Cam Williams got selected. Good job, Eagles. They know what they're doing.
The
Your
Russell-
guy, Johnny Cornelius, is off the board.
Nice. He's terrible. Russell Westbrook.
We thought that was your guy.
He used to be good, right?
No, he's awful. But look, guys, credit to me. Of all the names for me to have pronounced correctly, a Johnny Cornelius, I think, is like high on the.
We didn't do anything to your copy.
Oh, boy.
Arguably better than our joke, though.
Oh, yeah.
You can just put that out there.
You want to watch the clip where we talked about doing something to your coffee, though. That's funny.
We were tempted to eat one of your bananas and see
That coffee's been empty for hours.
It would make sense because it's quite small.
And you put your banana
no,
on
I
it.
mean, and
But I guess you would do that.
yeah.
All the time.
Dre actually only has coffee cups as a banana stand.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, one did just go to the Ravens.
One? As in LeJonte?
LeJonte.
Pick 2-6. You know, we've done this entire stream and all we've had to talk about is Q Robinson.
Literally.
Who we actually knew who he was when that pick was made.
Yeah.
So credit to us. And we're like deep into the 6th and we have takes on Cameron Williams
Yeah.
and a Johnny Cornelius. So
Yeah.
The
wow.
Broncos got Q and you guys had A's.
Ho ho.
Oh, Jimmy Horn Jr.
What?
on the screen right
Oh,
there.
Carolina.
Oh, let's
He
go.
is a Carolina
Panthers.
Panther joining Teteroa McMillan, Brycey Young, and they drafted a running back today. I'm going to try to not look and remember off the nog.
Me too. Oh, I remembered.
Say
No,
it,
I
man.
didn't. I was thinking of the Dolphins. That light blue. Russell Westbrook out today with a foot injury.
Yes.
Torn.
His foot is torn?
No, I'm torn.
Trevor
Too
Etienne. It's the picket
there
line.
you
The
go.
picket line is
Let
actually
me-
preparing over there. And
Local man
the
prefers
Toyota
not to
Lounge.
speak. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Yep. Fair enough.
Seeing what happens to the others when they speak.
Yes.
You think they'd tune into the watch along though to see how?
They-
I mean, the day 3 draft stream.
The eyes of Texas are upon you.
Tez and LeJonte before Xavier Restrepo.
Wait.
Or LeJonte and Jimmy Horn before Tez Johnson and Restrepo.
Yep.
I just saw an NFL player tweet about another buff going. I don't think that's true.
Bill Shepard? Man, if you change these guys' names from Will to Bill, they sound like the oldest
They
white
do.
man.
Yep.
Like they all
Bill
sound like
Shepard.
my grandpa's best friend.
Oh, that's so sick for
Bill
Jimmy. I'm so hyped
Johnson
for
and-
him.
Bill Howard and Bill Shepard.
We did such a good job making your chair fall.
That was bro.
Electric.
I'm proud.
That was electric. You guys prepping that must have been
Great content.
like incredible entertainment, no doubt. Can someone else speak? Because I am going to take a couple bites of this nanner.
Shout out Jimmy Horn, man.
Yeah. If you don't know Jimmy Horn's story, you should look it up. But great kid, man. And I would say that about damn near every one of these guys, but he's actually really special and is going to ball, I think.
He is, and he goes to a receiver room that honestly isn't that deep, and I think he can make an impact in as soon as he shows up in Charlotte. I mean, they draft McMillan in the first round. They got Xavier Legette in the first round last year. You had Adam Thielen, who actually had a ton of production, or a good amount of production for them out of the slot last year. Jimmy Horn Jr. is going to, I think, push Adam Thielen at this point.
Sick person to learn from.
Yeah, for sure.
Adam Thielen's been doing it in this league for a long time. Adam Thielen could potentially be Jimmy Horn's dad. That's
honestly,
how much older he is than him.
Yeah.
But
breaking news.
He's going to have a chance to learn a lot from him, and you combine like the intricacies of playing the slot with that speed, which is way faster than he recorded at the combine. In my opinion, he's going to be great.
At very least, he's going to at least inject some juice in the return game for the Panthers, whether it's punts or kick returns. So I'd keep an eye on him throughout rookie minicamp and into training camp this summer.
The offensive rookie of the year odds for Jackson Dart and Shaduer Sanders are identical, by the way.
Wow.
What is it? What is
makes
it?
sense. Both 22 hundo.
Let's go. Let me tap in real quick.
And yeah, I like RJ's better than
Me too. I'm
Any of
actually going
those.
to do that as soon as we're done. Get that in now before it moves, because people are going to realize that he is the running back.
yeah.
Let's see.
People asking for Desmond Watson in the chat. That'd be electric. The
Thoughts,
400
RK?
Yeah,
400
oh, that's
pound
right.
I know
Florida
that
man.
he's the largest, potentially the heaviest player ever drafted.
Yeah.
Electric. God, what I would
Where did
give to
Deion
be
Walker
the
go?
heaviest man ever drafted. He went in the mid-third to the Buffalo Bills,
Oh, that's right.
who have only selected
Landon
SEC
Jackson.
defenders, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go to the Bills real quick. Maxwell Hairston is what they started with. TJ Sanders, Landon Jackson, and then Deion Walker. Today they've closed it out with Jordan Hancock, the Ohio State cornerback. The other one, not Igbonison and Denzel Burke. Whatever, we're just going on
Bonison
vibes.
is right.
Jackson Hayes, which I famously was pronouncing. No, what's his name?
Jackson Oz.
Oz.
But you were famously pronouncing Jackson Hayes.
Still working on that.
You
Dorian
don't want to be
Strong.
confused for Jackson Hayes, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Who is Jackson Hayes?
He is
Oh,
on the
right.
Lakers.
Yeah.
Famously bad person. Not just for being on the Lakers, but that doesn't happen.
But that is why it's in.
Do people know that quote publicly, or are we only privy to it for our behind the
No, yeah. People know, wait, what?
nothing?
Okay.
Do you know Jackson Hayes?
I do
What
not.
did he say to you?
I do not.
The quote. I don't know where you're going.
I heard a quote about and it sounded like not a thing not a nice person would say.
What do you know about Aeneas Peebles?
Good boy.
I know that's one of T-Cal's favorite guys.
Oh. Speaking of, T-Cal had
Back-to-back
RJ Harvey,
Virginia
number
Tech
2 running
defensive
back in the
lineman.
draft.
There are some people
Wow,
who really
crazy.
like RJ Harvey, and I may be one of them now.
There are
Yeah.
some RJ Harvey truthers, no doubt. I know more about Antoine Powell Ryland, the edge from Virginia Tech that went to the Eagles. That guy can get after it, speed rusher. And the Eagles just adding to their front, adding more edge rushers.
Did the Eagles only draft defensive front 7 players?
I mean, they have the best team, may as well.
When in doubt, that is kind of what they do. Yes.
That's actually crazy. Like every year they get like 4.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they just fall in their lap every time.
And when they're not drafting front 7 guys, they're probably drafting DBs or O-line. Which is
they also have
basically what they did today. Minus the
tradition
Cal
of
McCord
always taking
pick.
a quarterback as well.
Oh, yeah.
Who's the other backup quarterback they have in Philly? Cal McCord cannot be.
They have
who they're
the
going to if
Indiana
Hurts is
kid,
out.
right? Sudfield, right?
No, not anymore.
I thought
O'Rourke's still available. Speaking of
some fast quarterback.
Didn't they have like Gardner Minshew last
Did
year?
they trade for DTR?
They
I'm pulling it up.
did.
They've got Tanner McKee. That's who it is.
Oh,
They do have
Tanner
DTR.
McKee,
They
same
do have
thing.
DTR.
Tanner McKee.
And DTR?
Yeah.
Tanner McKee's the throwback. I thought he was going to be good there.
Kyle
for a second.
McCord. Are you a Kyle McCord hater?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
He got better.
He did. He did. He got better at Syracuse. Much better with the Qs than he was with candy ass Ryan Day. No doubt about that.
Crying Ryan.
Ryan. I love how the background, those jerseys, it looks like the Italian flag.
No one else saw that, but
Guys, see what you're seeing though.
Yeah.
I have an issue with the Grand Rapids Nuggets jersey being the one that's most visible.
Yeah, too prominent. Too prominent.
I'm gonna bring in a Buffs jersey.
That
I have a
makes
Travis
sense.
Hunter jersey that can
Number
go in
one.
that place.
Do you?
Yeah,
What color scheme?
black, obviously.
Right. Duh. Black on black? Black on gold? Yeah, you're actually not supposed to do that.
I mean,
They're,
I would make the case that really all of those could be replaced.
Yeah.
yeah, no.
Yeah, absolutely.
Solid for sure. Solid.
Except for the Nuggets one, because that is the jersey they were wearing when they won the championship. That one stays.
Yep.
Does it have to be
It's
P-Wall?
Also
Would be
signed
my
by
question.
P-Wall.
Oh, okay, better.
Yep. Yep. Lots of running backs
Nick
in the
Beckwith
chat.
wants to know what's the pick.
Punter.
Are we talking numbers or predictions?
We can make predictions. We're
Yeah.
4 picks out.
It's
3 picks out. Baltimore's on the clock.
time.
Oh, T-Cal also loved Saivion Jones.
He did actually. Yep.
Who's T-Kel?
He is a
Buffton Prime
analyst
does.
in the Buffs universe.
Okay.
Big men in the trenches over weapons.
Yeah.
Yes, that is Flo. Yes, that is a Red Star Belgrade, also a signed
That
jersey.
is.
So
Very signed by many people. Not that anybody
Including
can know.
Jokic?
I have.
I was told to
not
stop touching
including
it.
Jokic.
I
not
have my
including
Broncos
Jokic.
pick, who I think or
Okay.
who I want.
Oh my gosh, please.
Damian Martinez.
Oh.
That'd be such
Physical.
a pick. That'd be such a vibe.
That would be a vibe.
That might be the best pick of the bunch. That's your prediction, official prediction.
No, they won't draft him.
Willie Lampkin's still on the board. Nobody interested in sub 6 foot lineman.
Crazy, huh?
Makes you think.
Yeah. He's super fun though.
He is.
I'm going to say I'm going to stick with a pre-draft vibe, even though the Broncos already got a guy kind of like this one. I'm going to say Will Shepard.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to go tight end, and I'm going to go Thomas Fedone the second out of Nebraska.
I'm not going to lie, man. He's not bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not bad.
He must be really good.
Not bad as facts.
No.
Over
Like I
Jalen
said, I'm
Conyers?
honest about my Nebraska player evaluations.
Okay. I think it's tight end here. I think it's punter with the last one.
No, maybe you're right. Maybe it is our guy. Conyers. Conyers.
It might be Conyers.
Conyers would be sick.
Yeah. That would be electric. Imagine Conyers Burnip with a little Brashard Smith in undrafted free agency.
Conyers Burnip sounds like a. I don't even know.
We're celebrating tonight.
To me, it sounds like a Scottish
Ski or-
person.
yeah, Conyers Burnip.
Kiko Del Rio,
You go to Ireland, hey,
the
I'm
Sanders
Conyers
fall
Burnip.
has ceased. So
Yes. Unless you're talking Shiloh. I don't think he's talking
let's
Shiloh.
go, Randy Dick.
Or like a phrase that an English person would say, like, great Conyers Burnip.
Yeah. Conyers Burnip.
No doubt. No doubt.
Kyle.
Money on guy would be electric. That would truly be like an RJ Harvey clone.
Yeah.
you would get the 2 Ashton Genty clones.
Wow.
If
You'd
you
almost
Monty On guy and RJ Harvey.
you'd have to call the Chargers and see if you could make a little trade so that the rooms would balance a little bit more.
Who
Sam
would you
said
take?
Hunter is the only
Hampton.
player here that can make this roster, and I
That's not true.
couldn't disagree anymore.
Yeah, I mean, the
Oh.
history of the Broncos would suggest otherwise.
How have we
Lane
not thought of this
Larson.
moment?
Yeah.
The moment from 2 years ago, the fake mock draft.
So good.
All timer.
We were talking about it on the golf course a
Yeah.
couple days
Yes.
ago.
That
That-
was electric.
Honestly, the chair bit's our best bit since that one.
It
Yeah.
probably was. For those who don't remember, this was 2 years ago now.
Yep.
People really picked up on that. It was so stupid.
After the top 10, I changed my shirt or like put a sweatshirt on over what I was wearing
Genius.
and recorded a mock draft, pretending that I recorded it before, where I got everything right. And so that's the one where like,
The Texans traded
Trade up for
back
Will
in
Anderson.
for Will Anderson.
yeah. And so like I called that and it's like, you know what, you guys aren't going to believe this, but the second pick, I think they're going to trade this down. The Texans are going to get back in, nailed all 10, and everybody on the internet bought it.
Yeah.
All Ryan's idea, by the way.
It was
So
a pretty
electric.
good idea.
It was
Actually-
incredible content.
And everyone that was watching the show live was in on the bit.
That was the
which
best part.
Made
Yes.
it even more fun.
And like no one really spoiled it too.
No.
Yeah.
They let it live, which
Yeah.
is great.
We got so many people.
Yeah, and then like, there's the
pretty
like
cool.
post you got embarrassment that
Oof.
people were like mad at us.
Yeah, they did get mad. Like, you're serious. It's like,
Yeah.
We're actually not.
it's a mock draft. How serious can a mock draft be in the first place?
True.
I forgot how mad a couple of those people got.
Yeah.
That was funny.
that tends to happen. Like when we pretended that Kawhi and Paul George quote was about Jokic, even though it was about LeBron. People got really mad about that one
They
too.
got so
Oh,
mad.
yeah. People got really mad. No doubt. No doubt.
That was fun though.
That, yeah.
We should do more of that.
Trolling people is kind of our passion.
Mm-hmm.
We need more trolling. I'm gonna have a meeting with the social people.
It's a great call. Great
Yeah.
call by you. Man, so many picks. I could go for another trade down, just more 7th rounders.
Mm-hmm. There were 4 trades in the top 10 in that mock draft. Eagles are trading
So
in here. They're gonna.
People are like, whoa, crazy.
Eagles, I just have this Jalen Carter vibe. I think they're going to trade into number 9 and get Jalen. That was a good day. Oh, so we're going to have to share?
Oh, shoot.
15 minutes, okay.
During this entire time, someone could have just gone to a store and bought another mic.
It's true. Wow.
Well,
You couldn't have. You were busy.
How many buttons have you hit?
Wow.
Okay. That's a lot of buttons.
yep. We'd be in on Restrepo, Nick. I'd be in on him.
Yeah, rare to see a small slot receiver with Sean Payton, but I wouldn't. Especially at this point, wouldn't be against it. There you go.
Tommy Malott?
to the freaking Raiders. God, I hate that guy.
Dang. Where was he in your Big Sky ranking?
He was
Second.
number 2. Yeah,
So, who's the Chisholm guy?
Efton Chisholm from
Efton Chisholm.
Eastern Washington.
Great value then.
Yeah, Tommy Malott. I mean, best won the award for best FCS player this year. He's really good. He just can't throw a football, so he's not going to actually play quarterback. He's also only like 6 feet tall. Boy, is that a bad person.
So how are they going to employ him, Hank?
Do
you think he's a backup,
I
or-
would imagine it starts with some slot receiver, and then you move him around, play some running back. Yeah,
I'm being
Yeah.
silenced.
Interesting.
you are being silenced.
You can take my spot for a bit if you want.
I feel like we're about to end here.
We do have a pick coming up too, though.
We have a pick coming up, then another pick.
Just lean in. It's like you're singing a duet. Damn Tommy Malone.
Oh, well, they're doing cutesy
I love my
puppy content on the draft broadcast.
Yeah.
got the FCS guys in the chat roasting Tommy Malott, and I'm here for it.
Okay, I mean it's pick 25 in the 7th. It's gonna be a long one. I sound okay. Yeah.
On the bueno.
Hell yeah.
2 picks in the Broncos. Tommy Malott could have been a Bronco.
What would you put the odds on Cam Miller becoming a Bronco once this draft ends?
That would be sick.
He's not gadgety enough.
They brought him in though.
Totally. Yeah.
It's not the biggest either.
He's good though.
He is good.
Plus 2 hundo.
That likely.
Yeah. I think
1 in 3 chance.
I think it's around there.
Really?
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah.
Yeah,
For
bro,
training
we
camp.
know ball. We know like FCS quarterbacks. I know you don't really watch the FCS, you know, so you don't really know. But
I
I
wonder.
was locked in on the FCS this year.
FCS is fun.
yep, we're all in on Conyers. Someone suggested Nick Nash. I could see that for sure. I think that'd be decent value.
Raiders are about to come on the clock at 2:15 after the Chargers.
Oh man, all AFC West here. Electric.
Sam Ellinger's contract only has like $500,000 guaranteed, so you could cut him if you wanted to.
All right, RJ Mickens just went to the Chargers, so the Raiders are on the clock. We're up next.
Okay.
Who's the player we least want the Raiders to take?
Jalen Conyers.
Shard Smith, Jalen Conyers.
Yeah.
Hopefully they take someone I never heard of.
Maybe that punter.
Yeah, we're burning for burnup.
According to ESPN, the top available player right now is Quinn Ewers. He messed up. He should have just gone in the portal.
He would have raked it in.
Was he eligible?
Yeah, he's in the draft.
No. For the portal, like did he have eligibility left?
Oh, yeah.
He
there
would have
be-
killed for sure.
Any more buffs potentially drafted?
Will Shepard,
Yeah.
Chidozie Nwankwo,
Shiloh.
BJ
Cam.
Green,
should. BJ Green.
Cam.
Dre, what
Yeah,
have you been?
Damian Martinez would be amazing.
What have you been hearing about the tight end Haktua Spatanatane?
Wait, what?
I'm gonna guess that's not a real person.
I spoiled that.
Yeah. I didn't get Jake with that one, but I tried to get him with that one on a show live once.
I was wondering if I could do. I was gonna do
I had a graphic made and everything.
random name
You almost
with
got
a
me.
school and position. That would be the way to do it. I feel like.
Uh-huh.
Like if I said like, yeah, what do you think of like
I think Hawk Tua being in the
Mark-
name was a giveaway too.
all that also probably made it
Yeah.
tough.
Yeah.
But like Martin Wilson, the cornerback from Auburn,
Oh yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
So yeah.
I'm high on him.
Yeah.
The chat wants Tez here.
Yeah. Yep. Tez is kind of the most popular.
I'd
That's
walk once
very
mate,
popular.
Huh?
or they're just saying mate is a potential buff that could get drafted.
Mate.
Doubling up on the FCS quarterbacks with Cam Miller.
And they hate each
crazy
other.
move. Crazy move from the Raiders.
Wow.
I mean,
So much for
again,
plus
The
200.
FCS All Stars. That's what I'm calling them from
that's
now on.
crazy.
Yeah. The non-Power 5 conference
That is
all-stars.
ridiculous. I mean, who could have seen that coming?
This is why we did the Big Sky rankings.
This is.
Ryan, do you have a preferred player here for the Broncos who are on the clock, my friends?
Oh, I'm
on the
the
clock.
original Jalen Conyers guy. So, Jalen Conyers.
We're on Zachy Stevens' tweet watch right now.
I'm feeling trade back.
Oh, we can't.
No,
I
that'd
can't
be-
handle another one.
That'd
bro.
be electric.
I can't handle.
I'm
Cut your
another
value
a
in half.
cigarette after that.
That is
If
crazy.
they trade back, I'm walking out to get lunch.
What are you thinking?
Pete's.
Hell yeah. Pete's rules.
I haven't eaten any food today.
I've had an Uncrustable and a honey bun.
Draft Twitter seems to be enjoying the Quay Robinson pick.
So Dion Smith keeps telling that story about the burger with made of Uncrustable buns.
Yeah.
All that's made me want to do is just try that.
I believe that.
But I also haven't eaten like an indulgent meal in 4 months.
There are some burger joints who like to get creative and put PB&J on their burgers. So
I've had a peanut butter burger before, and that slaps. So, what's a little jelly?
Cam Miller beat Tommy Millott in the FCS championship this year.
Wow.
and he went before him.
Both Ravens.
Crazy.
Hey, my NDSU hatred gets to shine through as well. Wow.
So that means the Broncos are on the clock.
They're on the clock, baby. They're on the clock.
Clocking in.
Pick is in
Yeah.
according to NFL.com. We're picking here.
Malott says wide
He
receiver.
was
LOL.
listed at wide receiver.
Oh, I realized he's listed.
I mean,
it makes
not
sense.
on the
I think you moved him
stream
over
we
there.
were watching,
I don't
but
think
yeah,
so either.
now on the ESPN, on the NFL
Oh, wow. He does.
tracker,
Yep.
he's listed as wide receiver.
All right. Who we getting?
As he should be.
Pick is in.
Because then the newsbreakers have really not been spoiling
No,
picks
nothing
today.
today.
Oh, a punter from Florida, Jeremy Crawshaw.
We talked about Crawshaw. We did talk about Crawshaw. He was one of 3 names that we brought up. And,
Sixth.
well, last
if you
pick
want
of
your
the
guy.
6th, just so we're clear.
6'3"
I'm just
and
kidding.
3
I'm
quarters.
hype about this.
Yep.
Let's go.
I could not be moved.
Give me his longest punt of the year.
You guys can handle this
62. Career 69, 2021. He had a
Nice.
69 yarder.
62 and 69, 2 great numbers.
Elite. Look at this stash.
Oh, we're all about this guy.
He looks like a 4th line abs forward, you know?
New Zealand,
By the way,
maybe?
6'4",
Yeah. Big.
from New South Wales.
Oh,
one. Does he have fake punt highlights?
I got you. What's his name again?
Crawshaw. Jeremy Crawshaw.
Pretty sick name.
I've seen worse names, yeah. Crawshaw.
At least I like that he's at a program where he had to punt a lot, not like Alabama where you
Yeah.
just have to punt once in a while. So he's going to come like equipped.
Maybe not much tread on the tires, though.
Orange and blue, not much of an adjustment for him
Yep.
coming from the Gators. So we've got that going for him. What is the NSW?
New South Wales. Is Tiger Tech
And when
victim
you say
from
New
the-
South Wales,
What do you mean?
what is it you mean? I've heard of Wales before. You know, Lady Di, I believe she was from there.
South Wales, you would understand as well.
Think of it this way. You've got
But
Mexico.
New South
Is this
Wales.
you're right? Like I know of New Mexico
Yeah.
and Old Mexico or
Then you've
New
got, like,
England
North
and Old
Dakota,
England.
South Dakota.
Uh-huh.
So there's New North Wales, New South Wales.
So-
it's kind of a common thing.
So let's see. So if there was a New South Dakota, in my mind, I would be very confused.
Yeah. So it's a North Dakota, South Dakota situation.
So
but
trying-
also new.
Trying to get to his profile on the NFL website won't load. Must
I
be
guess
crashing the website.
Could you tell me this? Is he American?
No,
No,
not even a little bit.
no. Because we
British
call
Kingdom?
British Kingdom is not an area I'm
United Kingdom.
familiar with.
GB or United Kingdom? Great Britain?
Yes,
United Kingdom.
maybe.
Sure. Right. I don't know the difference between those two either. It's all kind of samesies.
Okay, we're halfway loaded on.
Oh
the-
my gosh. I mean, 5-year, 6-year player, in fact. And he's just banging in punts his whole career.
Yeah, that's what you want to see from a punter.
Touchback percentage. He never had a touchback until this season where he had 6.78%.
All right.
In the 20, pinned 25 of his 59 punts in the 20s.
All right.
In the 20 percentage, 42.3.
So that's the Riley Dixon profile. Not the biggest leg, but almost never had the touchback. Lot inside the 20. You remember all the freaky plays they have. I mean, the safeties early in the season. That's because Traymon Smith's down there downing those at the 1. You lose Dixon.
Net
Similar.
punt average, 42.4 last year was the lowest of his career.
So New South Wales, a state in Australia.
Oh, Australian punter.
Yep.
Yay! Turn up the burn. That's fun.
Wow.
Right next to New North Wales. No, I don't think that's actually true.
He does have 1 carry for 28 yards in 2021, 1 carry for minus 10 yards in 2022.
I would imagine the first one converted, the second did not.
You know ball.
Yeah, okay. Wasn't a 4th and 29.
What was the city there? Just trying to get a better.
Penrith. I love how they just put on the website Penrith NSW. Like we're supposed to
we
know.
what NSW is.
Give me like an AUS. Let me know it's Australia.
Yeah, like back when like I'm sure they do this for Jokic, like on video games when it says like college, it just says Serbia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we need just Australia would have been enough.
6'4", 198.
Oh, he played rugby. Let's go.
Huh.
I see 205. Also has a career tackle.
Okay.
Rugby
But the
player.
fact that he only has 1 career tackle tells you how effective those punts were.
True. A lot of fair catches. From our guy Lance Zierlein, better across the board after eliminating rugby punts after 2022.
Thank God.
Interesting. Improved operation quickness from catch to punt. Above average touch and placement on pooch kicks. Adds up. Able to generate adequate power from compact delivery. Weaknesses. Below average hang time by NFL standards. Will allow a higher number of returns than teams would like. Average is a directional punter. I do not have a strong feeling.
Just spoiler alert, neither George Payton nor Sean Payton have a strong feeling. This is purely a special teams call. It's a tight-knit community. Those are the people who make these decisions, and all we can do is go off that, basically.
So Penrith,
Okay.
New South Wales, home to the Museum of Fire.
Hell yeah.
Wow. I would go.
It's closed right now.
Shoot.
Did it burn down?
Maybe tomorrow. But if I was an arsonist, that'd be target number 1.
Big with the kids.
Here's a
the Museum
story.
of Fire.
Gators Wire yesterday. Headline: Photos. Top highlights from punter Jeremy Crawshaw's Florida football career. Let's look at some pictures. The highlights.
I'm trying to find video highlights.
I was looking for fake. Couldn't find it.
Yeah, of course.
Skinny legs.
Keep scrolling, bro.
Sorry, I was focused on the first one. Oh, a lot of high fives with the fans. 35-14 win over FAU.
He wore number 26.
Skinny legs. Skinny legs.
But long.
Oh,
There's the run.
fake punts in our future?
There's a fake punt video.
There's a picture.
There's a picture.
This is it.
Oh,
Look at these skinny little legs.
really toting that rock.
This guy's vibe is electric.
Very pale. The white uniform doesn't help.
There's a pot calling the kettle pale.
Pot, yeah, I am.
Yeah.
Pot calling the pedal kale. Oops. Hey,
Pat Sertan II chiming in that this pick makes us contenders, not gonna lie. So.
Pat's in, I'm in.
Yeah.
Thank you, Pat.
Needs to eat something.
For real?
Arms.
Yep.
Are we throwing it or are we running?
He's got moves.
We're running?
Runner.
Am I
Actually,
crazy for
I
thinking
had
these dimensions
40-yard
look just strange
times.
on this fella?
Got long arms.
I think those legs are pretty freaky long too.
Wiry fella.
Oh. almost has punt blocked. In
Yeah,
the second half
he's
against
doing
South
rugby
Carolina.
punt bullshit right there.
Yeah,
He
that was
ran a
2022.
4.85 at 6'4", 205 pounds.
I think he's the best punter in the NFL. Day one.
Oh, looks like he
we got a
holds as
holder,
well.
boys.
He holds as well.
We got a holder.
He holds as well.
Every punter is a holder.
Hey, but this is confirmed. There's a photo.
Okay.
Woo.
AirPods guy. He likes the AirPods.
Dapper.
Yeah.
Knows how to dress down, too.
Yeah, he sure does. Oh, with
and
the
rocks the
cowboy,
cowboy
hat.
hat.
Want to see the punter in a cowboy hat?
Sick.
Yeah.
His stash
fit
is
in
electric.
He's gonna fit in just fine.
He is going to fit in just fine.
What else do we got? Oh, more cowboy hat.
Oh, here he's just kicking a ball again.
Ooh, can we punt analysis? Look at is that a sideways
Kinda looks
place
like
in
Could
the
you
ball?
start getting some work done on that film room?
Senior Bowl,
This
by
may
the way.
be the last film room we get to.
I don't blame you.
There he is punting left.
Oh,
There he is to the right.
he's ambidextrous.
Is he?
I don't think so, no. This is a... oh, they say botched snap. So hopefully this wasn't dropped. It was a bad snap.
Oh, this tweet was just put out. Okay, we'll retweet that.
There's your boy Thomas Fedone, New York.
Bro,
Damn.
remember before the draft when I said don't let a good team get Cam Scatterboo?
Oh, yeah.
Good thing they didn't.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That's
Where'd
a
he go? I forget.
Giants.
New York. Giants are on the list.
Oh, according to Zach's tweet. Or sorry, no, this is from Chris Thomason.
Christo Mason.
Christo Mason,
Senior Bowl
yes.
guy, by the way. Crawshaw.
Thomas Crawshaw said on the conference call that he loves holding. He loves it.
Let's go.
It's not just another thing to him. He loves it.
If you do what you love, you'll never work a day in your life.
True. He loves holding.
Yep.
This guy brings the boom like the Costco guy, if you know what I mean.
I barely know what you mean.
Unfortunately, I do know what you
We
mean.
give his punts 5 booms, Hank.
So that's where you lose me.
He doesn't
That's
know about the Costco
crazy,
guy?
bro.
Everyone
you're the
knows
one who
about the
explained
Costco
the
guy.
Costco guy to me.
I think I explained the
couple weeks ago.
Rizzler
It's
to you.
Costco
month
guys.
ago.
It's a group.
Yeah.
What's Dad go by? Is he not the Costco guy?
AJ?
Shit. I don't feel like calling him
RJ.
AJ though.
Big Justice.
Yup. And then I mean
The Rizzler.
Rizzler's epic. The Rizzler's birthday was on 420 / Easter. He has risen indeed. I mean, he is the song Galib, you know, or whatever the Messiah.
Oh, Gaib.
Yeah, right. I couldn't stay awake through that movie.
Really?
I'm
we
just a
back on
tired
movies and
guy,
show
you
talk?
know. Yeah,
go.
that's fine. I mean, we've got. They drafted a punter, you know. Like I don't know how we're gonna get 25 picks through the
I
7th
finally
round
have
now.
a job for our producer, and the producer's gone. So apparently, this video got
Hopefully, you
tweeted
went to go
out.
buy a new microphone.
Hopefully.
We'll never hear from Fran Duffy again. By the way, he's not coming to break down this
So
punter.
the Browns drafted Shaduer.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not.
No Fran and no Zach to break down the punter?
I'm just guessing. I think.
Who?
What's his name? His name is Zach. I think Zach's chomping at the bit to come on and talk punter.
Yeah.
Chomping.
How
We
would
have
Zach
nothing
say
but
chomping at the
time.
bit?
We literally
What?
How would Zach say chomping at the bit?
don't have anyone at the. At
You
the
know
wheel
what that
right
means.
now.
No, he struggles with the phrases. He always changes a word.
Yeah. Chomping by the bit.
Yeah, it'd be something like that. Oh yeah, but so the Browns, as you heard, drafted Shaduer Sanders. This video came out of them announcing the pick. Not sure if you've seen it.
It's old news.
Is
Henry.
it?
They literally were talking about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a. What do you think that
That's
is?
a dog pound biscuit that
me see.
looks like an
Oh,
old
yeah.
We gotta get that
scrotum
vibe. I want to be able to show the people.
being dropped in a teabagging manner.
Yeah.
That's highly inappropriate. What
is
kind of
sort of
league
a
is
league.
this, man? What kind of league is this? I love this Jeremy Crawshaw.
Garrett
guy,
Hill in
by
the chat
way.
saying, without further to do.
Yes.
That's a daily from Zach.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Wait, let's wait till you can.
Okay, yeah.
Do you think Yaya just quit?
Honestly, respect.
Maybe he actually went to get a microphone.
I should definitely
I
take
support
over
him.
producing.
You should produce.
Guest producer. Let's
should
go.
produce.
Oh man,
You got a mic over there too.
Yeah.
the
You do.
stream
Plug your mic
could
in.
go down any moment now with RK at the wheel. This is incredible.
That just
He
looks
actually
odd seeing him
sneaky
sit
has
behind the
some experience. Jack Nelson just got drafted by the Falcons at pick 218. You guys might know him as the dude who got destroyed by Q Robinson on that. Quay?
Oh yeah.
Q.
Now you guys are all in my head, you know?
You did this to yourself.
Damn it all. Don't worry, this next crop of prospects who you guys won't know how to pronounce their names will be
Guys, we got a big super chat here.
all right.
Go ahead and pull it up for us.
Chat, could you hear him?
Let's go.
Oh, snack run.
The Danimal.
My mic.
You don't have. Oh, that one.
The Danimal says, with $100 super chat, which we are
Whoa,
so-
Danimal. Holy
so,
cow.
so appreciative of.
Bless you, Danimal.
Actually,
Thank you.
You know what? I've always thought that producers should read the super chats.
Is it? Oh, it is on. Hello.
So, Ryan, if you would like to do the honors, I was able to throw a shot at Yaya in there.
All right, guys. Big super chat here from our friend the Danimal. And it says here, it's midnight here in Iraq, and I was staying up to see the last pick, but these trades are killing me. Probably Zach's fault. Just like the booze cruise in London was late for him.
It was.
RK, you look too rested. Do a shot on air as punishment for Zach and treat the whole crew on me.
Let's go, Danimal. You're a legend.
Yeah,
Hopefully-
as the backup producer, would you mind going and getting everyone a shot?
Thank you, backup producer Yaya.
Thanks, Becca.
All right.
Get out of the room. I'm good.
If you see
Man.
one more mic down there, feel free.
Some ballers getting drafted here. We got Fedone, obviously, Marcus Bryant, my fave from the Patriots, and then Jonah Monheim, the USC interior O lineman,
Raiders pick.
gone
from
off the
FCS
board to the
quarterback.
Jags.
Oh.
Right.
Gotta stump the truck.
Are there any?
What? Oh, they don't have film?
They gotta have this.
On Tank?
By the way, can the chat hear me, chat? Can you hear me like on mic actually?
Chat, holler at your boy. Tell us if
hear
you can
Ryan?
hear Ryan, okay? Okay? 100 animal. That's good.
Animal.
No,
Should I-
Ryan's producing, so Dak 605.
Okay, good. They can hear me.
Yes, yes.
Oh, sad.
Okay,
That's
good.
funny. Yeah, wow.
That's legendary.
I like that. I
That's
like that.
So
legendary.
how does we can hear your smilky smooth voice? You type
Smilky?
that faster than yes.
Your
you know?
smilky, smooth voice?
Is that what I said?
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been up. I'm broken.
Silky smooth.
Yeah.
Smilky.
Oh, finally,
press
these
some
picks are
buttons?
happening
Yeah,
fast.
just hit some. Ooh, what if I try to send you the scrotum tweet?
Honestly,
You think you can pull it off?
I'm afraid the
I don't feel comfortable about the trying to get the ball sack on screen.
Okay,
right.
That's a shame.
Crashing our entire channel could be in the middle.
But I am going to press this button, see what happens. Nothing.
If we go off air, you know whose fault it is.
Is there multiple cameras? Nope.
Nope. You can reframe the shot if you want to try.
No.
Oh, there
I'm not gonna
was
do that.
somehow Yaya made it like filtered yesterday. We all turned yellow.
Oh yeah, we were in the old times.
Are there
Yeah.
any filters you can find?
Yeah.
Those
I keep
buttons
thinking
seem
like,
pretty
oh wait, aren't the Broncos
serious.
about to pick? And then I remember like, oh yeah,
Tito
they took
Escobar.
the punter. That's why sometimes it slips my mind.
Does the film database I have punters? No, it doesn't.
I
It
doubt
doesn't. It doesn't.
Good news, guys. We're about 16 picks away.
Yeah.
Sounds like Perna showed the ball sack.
Well, I'm not against showing it.
I'm surprised that Pern
I just don't know how to do it.
For all we know, it's his.
Trying to stay within my limits here. I know my role.
Photoshopped his. Yes.
I kind of feel like giving a random fan the link to call in.
Ooh.
Oh.
Oh boy.
But then I wouldn't know how to bring them on.
Yes. The Seahawks here.
Dre's mic is off? No, it's not. I can hear him perfectly.
That's a shame.
Damian Martinez.
Another say he muted Jake.
Damn.
Wait.
Dang, bro.
Are you muted, Jake?
You screwing things up?
Oh, yeah.
We don't know.
Jake is muted.
Shit.
Wow.
Whoa,
can't hear him.
yeah, careful.
Backup producer on the case.
Thank you, backup producer. Yeah.
Shoot, Damian Martinez. Come on,
Yeah.
man.
Oh,
That's a
we
perfect
I'm
muted
just
pick.
saying we could
He's
have
back.
used Damian Martinez over a punter.
Talk to me real quick, Henry.
Would you imagine Zach Charbonnet could be on the market now?
No, now he's off.
And
Henry's
yeah,
off.
I'm
him in.
on.
And he's off now.
I'm on.
Off?
Yeah.
They can't hear me, so I can say
muted.
whatever I want.
All right, you're back on.
Oh, so I can't say whatever I want.
We'll do it anyway.
Oh, yeah, making his presence felt on screen.
Yeah, I gotta get to somehow.
Yeah, still
do any of
with
these
us.
buttons do anything?
We don't have it on right now.
I would imagine the
Alright.
answer is
Like
yes
that, drop a like.
to the question.
I tried to
do any
press
of these
one,
buttons
nothing
do anything?
happened.
Yeah, and they're probably it doesn't have it on. You can change the sticker if you want to. If you press anything on it. Things do it by themselves. I have it automatically.
Keontae
That's
Hamilton as a pick. Nice.
Figured out a way to make that's a little work.
241.
Oh, God.
Pick.
And then the last pick's 257.
More.
Come on.
15 more.
Got their punter. Now it's
Sound
just a
effects.
matter of
Bless you, bro.
Oh, it's the hiccups. And when I get the hiccups, they don't go away quick.
who's your priority undrafted free agent here that you take.
Wow. Who would be?
Just a little punter.
You could get another. If you get Burnham too, there's no way both punters want to sign up for competition.
That'd
Well,
be crazy,
If the
dog.
punter has to compete with somebody, you'd imagine you'd want to compete with another rookie.
Get the two Florida punters, the Florida State guy with the Italian name against Crawshaw, you know?
Yeah. Who would you be cheering for?
Oh,
Oh, who is that?
Colin.
I'm on this.
Right there.
Okay, Zach.
Go outside.
Oh, Zach's going to have good insights.
let's
This will
go.
get us through. This will get us
Yeah.
through. Good,
We need-
good,
What do I
good,
do?
good. And remember to ask him about Saivion Jones. Let's
Yeah.
try to...
And the punter too.
There he is.
I mean, he's our punter expert right now. No one knows more about the Broncos' new punter
Yeah.
than Zach Stevens.
So it sounds like the Broncos got the best punter in the draft. Zach, is that your thought?
Yes. They got Saivion. They got Jeremy Crawshaw.
Oh! Not your guy Burnham though.
No, yeah, but Saivion, man, you said Saivion, Dre, and it's just killing me. It's in my mind right now. Jeremy is a really good punter. He's been in Florida for 5 years, and guys, the incredible thing about these Australian guys, when they come over, they play like no football of actually punting in Australia. They come over, get a scholarship in America, and then they just all of a sudden are great punters. So he's actually still raw potentially, still has some development left, but he has got a cannon for a leg, and he also averaged almost 50 yards per punt 2 years ago, which is just insane. His stats are really impressive. And now he's going to be the starting punter. Like, I know the Broncos have Matt Hott here, but it is going to be Jeremy. He's going to be the Broncos starting punter. When you use a draft pick on a punter, yep, he is your guy. And he brings more than just punting guys. We just talked to him in his Australian accent, and he said 5 times how much he loves to hold. So he's going to be a natural holding that ball for Will Lutz to kick.
Wow.
So he's all about the team. He's Australian. You're going to love his accent. He is it's fun to have
Stash.
an Australian. Another Australian on the team, because the Broncos also have Thomas Yasmin, and you guys will be surprised, despite both being from Australia, they don't know each other. Yes, that question was asked in his press conference right after he was drafted, if they knew each other, being from a massive country, and they don't.
They're from the same country. How could they not
Yeah.
know? It's like you're from
Yeah.
America, I'm from America, we know each other.
Right.
Huh.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
not connecting. We do love a professional ball holder though.
Hey, Zach.
yeah.
Producer RK here. Can you hear me?
Oh, I got you.
Great. I was just curious, if they were going to draft a punter in the 6th round, why did they sign Hawk to a deal?
Wow, that's a great question. Wow, I don't even know how to answer. I mean, Ryan, when you can get an Aussie, you might as well just get a Hawk Tua as well.
That's a good point.
Thanks, Zach.
Yeah.
Ryan, I'm impressed with your producing skills.
Pretty good, huh?
He
Pretty
unmuted
good.
himself.
Yeah,
He remuted
very
himself.
good.
Yeah, this is a Senior Bowl guy from the SEC, so they're excited to have him. What are his vibes? Did you know what the PSW or whatever region he's from is?
Absolutely not. No,
Yeah.
he's from down under, went to Florida, and fun thing about regions and locations and geography with
Yes.
him. He's
Yes.
never been to Colorado, but says it looks beautiful and amazing, and he's excited to be here. And he said it's just a punter's dream to kick balls in the Mile High. And isn't that something
Keep
that
him away from me.
should absolutely be a punter's dream, is to kick balls in Mile High?
Dude,
And yes, the
100%.
Broncos still just don't really have punters that capitalize on that. But I think Jeremy's going to be that guy. I think the Broncos have their punter for the future now.
Okay.
I love it. I can't wait.
Yeah. New South Wales is where he's from.
Oh, of course. New South Wales.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you go Australian accent, I guess. Yeah, not the Welsh accent.
Let's ask him about football players.
Oh, okay.
Saivion Jones, we haven't been able to. First off, were you safe during that 5th round? Because we could not have had more time,
Oh, that's
and
right.
yet, like,
yeah, what
you
was up with
just
that?
nothing. Crickets from your end.
yeah.
So we were
was
genuinely
right.
concerned for your health at that point. We thought a media fight might have broken out. We, of course, would take you over any media member.
We did say we'd take BK over you.
He's just got to stalk
wasn't
your
here
frame.
today.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you
okay.
go.
Okay.
Probably because you
Wait.
intimidated him.
What
know?
did you do to him?
Yeah, exactly. Well, he was sitting next to me yesterday, so maybe I took care of him.
Okay.
Right.
I will say during the 5th round, and you guys were really concerned for me, I really appreciate all the calls and texts that you guys sent my way. What was that an Australian car order?
I don't know. You know,
that's our
Ryan's
producer.
just clicking
That's our
buttons
producer back
and
there.
figuring things out in real time. It's okay.
Just keep going, RK. Keep pressing things. But I really appreciate all of the calls and texts when you guys were worried about me. My phone was just blowing up.
Well, we saw the tweets. Our phones were blowing up.
Oh, okay. So that's fair. Touché. No, I was just writing a great article on Robinson, and I know you
Nice.
want to talk about Saivion, so let's transition to him,
Yes.
Andre, right now. Robinson, the stats necessarily aren't there to trade back up into the 3rd to get him, but it's very clear after talking to George and Sean last night, he is a developmental prospect
Jones.
for the Broncos.
Yes.
Saivion,
Yeah.
Saivion Jones.
Yeah, okay.
He's a developmental prospect for the Broncos. They don't really have any plans for him this year. It's clear, but just develop. And the Broncos have a couple of expiring contracts, and they're going to have to give guys some contract extensions, specifically JFM. He might be a guy that they count on to step up into a starting role or a big-time role in 2026, not 2025. So I would just really hold your breath on him. But, I mean, boy, does he have the size and length that they love. And they just think that they got a talented guy from the SEC with just ideal traits, and they love his motor. Says he plays at 110% every single snap, and that's something that really stood out. So this is all about the traits and the future that he could be with the team, not necessarily what he's going to be this year.
Zach, he's the 2nd edge they drafted. They've only drafted 1 running back, 1 wide receiver. If I told you they would draft as many edges as skill position players, and we're in the middle of the 7th round right now, what would your reaction have been a week ago if I told you that?
I would have said, damn, Sean Payton's really sticking to a Bill Parcells draft and just, staying more so in the trenches. And it's what he does, and it's the confidence that he has. Now, what message is this sending to the running back room? Is this sending a message of, Andre Simone, we really actually think you're going to take a big jump this year? Jaleel, I don't know how much it says about him just because of Harvey is more so of a Jaleel sort of back. But Andre Simone, to me, this says, man, we got a lot of confidence in you. You better step up this year. Or does it mean that they turn to J.K. Dobbins tomorrow and sign him, or Monday or this coming week and sign him. I wouldn't be shocked if the Broncos make another move at running back because, like you said, Jake, I mean, I think I probably would have put the over-under at 1.5 running backs the Broncos took in this draft, and I probably would have taken the over. Now, they have one more pick left, but I don't really think the 7th-round pick is going to change my feelings on how the Broncos approach this draft. So I still wouldn't be surprised if the Broncos make a pretty significant move at running back. Who's the running back that is now on the market? Why is his name slipping my mind? No,
Zach Charbonnet?
Breece Hall?
on the trade market.
Breece Hall.
Could be Zach Charbonnet.
Breece Hall.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not saying it will be a Breece Hall, but like I wouldn't be surprised if the Broncos
You okay?
almost died. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's a
Sign almost took me out, guys.
Whoa! Yeah, boo! Thanks, RK producer RK. Wow.
You should produce more, Ryan.
Yeah.
I'm really getting the hang of this.
It's more
Wait,
funsies.
do I need to ask? Is Yahir okay? Do I need to check in on him?
Yeah, no, backup
he's
producer you hear is just sitting on the
great.
stairs over there. Yeah.
He left to get snacks without telling us right as a super chat came in from Iran. And in fact,
Iraq.
Get it right.
well, shit. I can't get a word right anymore, Zach. So that's where we're at. We're tired. And so, Ryan stepped up and stepped in. So,
And Yaya just accepted our delivery of tequila shots.
yep. Because
Wow.
Danimal bought us shots.
Shout out to
$100 super chat.
Yeah.
Incredible, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is amazing.
Yeah.
Can
What
guys
did
send
she
me
want a
one?
shot right now?
Yeah, would love one.
Really? Okay, Zach, last pick. It's prediction time.
Oh,
I think the most popular pick for the chat is Tez, Bo's brother.
yeah, of course.
There's some fun, there's some fun move tight ends out there. There are still plenty of fun running backs out there, like my guy, Brashard Smith, Marcus Yarns from Delaware, and a couple more.
Rashard
Larson.
Smith just got picked to the Chiefs.
Sorry?
Rashard Smith's a Chief now.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no,
That's not good.
I hate that. Okay, I'm gonna go with my last prediction. I'm gonna go. You know what? Might as well just double up. Let's go James Burnett punter and have just a 3-way punter competition. No. I'll go. Drake, give me your best tight end available on the board. That's what we're working with here.
Jake Brenningstool from Clemson.
Yeah.
That'd be a fun
Jake
time.
Brenningstool, you are a Bronco for the next 5 months. Enjoy it.
Let's go. I love that.
He can take Lucas Kroll's
Will
spot.
you step up to the plate if they do draft James Burnip and ask him if he knows Jeremy Crawshaw?
I will of course. I'll ask him anything you guys want me to ask him. Tell me what I should ask him if they draft him, and I guarantee you I will ask him.
Did
Ask him-
he know what the Pacific South New Wales was before the Crawshaw
go.
pick?
If the Broncos draft James Burnip, I will ask him that in an Australian accent.
Wow.
Ask him for his opinion on Uncrustables.
Man, Jack's credential
Must be a good
kind of
idea.
hinging on them not drafting James Burnip right now. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
dude, my
Yeah.
entire future. Yeah. And then I'll be at the bar taking tequila shots with you guys.
Yes,
Let's
I
go.
recommend
That'd be
not
amazing.
being credentialed, just
That'd
for
be
what it's
amazing.
worth.
So
Yeah,
I
sure.
understand that this is my last time talking to you guys today.
I think so.
Dealer's choice.
We'll check the vibes.
I heard you guys are off right after. It will be the end of the draft.
Backup producer has some strong opinions about us being done right after.
This
but
has
hey, he's backup now.
amazingly gone on for a while. We have to be done by 5. I don't know. Is it going to take another hour to get through the second half of this stupid 7th round?
Just a
I hope
reminder to
not,
anyone and
please
everyone
don't.
to get your Nuggets bets in.
Good job, producer.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Time to
Good
get our
call.
Real
nuggets.
producer
bets in.
job.
You know,
Okay.
a fun little story, a fun little fact. I'm on Wi-Fi right now. You can't log into any betting sites at the Broncos because what they do is on their
Yep.
Wi-Fi, they block all betting sites just so that no one has any temptation inside their building. Smart move by them, especially after one of their players was suspended for a full season for doing that inside the facility. So I'd have to unlog off of Wi-Fi in order to do that. Fun little fact.
It's been a
we call that
while since I've been there. Won't be going back anytime soon.
Yeah. We call it the Iniuazarike rule.
Yeah, seriously.
Yep.
That's legendary and a really fun fact.
I also love that we are all just making bets.
So I guess if we talk to you again today, we'll come down to how long will it take to get through this 7th round.
All right, we'll see. We'll see, and hopefully James Burnip is the final pick. And if not, hopefully it's an offensive playmaker so that everyone can just be a little happier.
That would be glorious. Okay, great stuff. Thanks, Zach.
See you, bro.
Bye, guys.
Zach.
Love you. Bye.
Love you too.
Don't fight BK.
Okay.
Okay.
Want to take your shots?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to take a shot, but
I'm going to hand it over
man of the
to my assistant, and
yes.
then I'll hop back on set to take this.
Just on the ass.
I don't know that the tracker. Oh no,
he just had to
he's
scroll
got
down.
it figured out.
Nuggets plus 220 tonight?
That TV is off the draft stream. Was that by design?
yes.
Let me check real quick though.
God, that sucks. They took Brashard Smith. That's really annoying, man.
Because he would have been a good Bronco,
The
but
Broncos
he
had their
also-
chances, though.
They
anywhere
did.
else
I mean,
would've
they
been nice.
clearly didn't
You
value.
literally took a punter.
Yeah. No, you literally punted on him.
Yes.
Punted.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
Thank you.
for sure.
Shots behind me.
For sure. Thanks, buddy. Hank, you like that song? The one that goes shots over and over again?
Shout out
I've
Danimal.
heard better.
Shout out to the Danimal.
Always shout out to the Danimal.
This is a punishment for Zach, remember?
Right.
Or
rule, man.
the trade backs. Cheers
Cheers, gents.
to punting.
I missed. Cheers. Cheers. Okay, cheers.
I don't need that lime. Too tasty anyway.
That was fun.
Oh, we're
All
back
right.
up.
The Animal, you're the best. We love you, man.
Danimal.
That
hit?
Damn.
Yeah, that got the juices flowing.
You all right?
You all right, Aya?
Yeah.
We got you too.
That'd be hilarious.
The whole time I was over there,
yeah.
I was just rigging it.
Oh, shoot, Dan Jackson.
That would have been good.
Dan Jackson?
Yeah.
Oh.
The safety out of Georgia, of course.
Oh. The white guy?
Yeah, sure.
The hitter?
Yes.
He is sick. For some reason, I didn't think he was draft eligible this year.
No, he was the oldest one of the bunch. Very
I guess
much
that makes
eligible.
Oh, just yeah.
Yeah.
I did like him.
Jared Ivey as a D end. Yeah, Jared Ivey would be fun. I mean, it'd be kind of crazy. It'd almost be like he's trolling you, chat, if they took yet another defensive end. But,
Also, might be a waste of a pick because I think he already got drafted.
Broncos are so far away.
No, maybe. No, I was
Yeah.
wrong. He hasn't been drafted.
11 picks. Yep. No, you nailed it. Yeah.
Once,
You nailed it. Once, as they say.
as I say.
Quinn Ewers to the Dolphins.
Quinn Ewers to back up Tua Tagovailoa.
Nope.
No, wow, no.
Just no.
I mean, it's kind of...
Cam Miller off the board. That's right.
The biggest reason that Texas didn't compete for a national championship realistically is because of Quinn Ewers.
True.
You think Arch would have changed that?
No.
Who
Yeah.
was the quarterback?
The Arch narrative right now is absolutely insane.
Fran. Oh, perfect timing.
Whoa. Crawshaw talk?
Oh, you have thoughts on Crawshaw?
I mean, I got thoughts on everybody, guys. I mean, come on.
of course.
Who are we talking about here?
Yeah, I disrespected you.
Yeah, I mean, he was at the Senior Bowl. I'm sure you saw Boomin' Kicks, and we're just here learning about the Pacific South Wales.
New South Wales.
Yeah, we didn't know that was a thing or a region or a place, but I'm sure you probably go there to scout punters every summer, Fran.
I wish I could tell you that's how I
We
spend
all
my
do.
free time.
Yeah.
I look. I honestly can't give you too much on the specialists here in this class. I would say that this is kind of par for the course for Sean Payton, right? Is that we're going to target areas of need, and if we feel really strongly about a player, we don't want to try and compete with him for his services in undrafted free agency. Hey, let's do it. Let's pull the trigger and let's go for him. So not shocking at all that they would go for a punter in the 6th round. Is it something I would attest to? Not personally. It would kind of go against my feelings on it. But not surprising at all that they would dip into the specialist pool late in the 6th round.
Interesting.
Where's the value right now as this is slowly nearing to an end? We're going at quite the pace here in the 7th round.
Yeah, let's see. I'm looking.
Branding stool still available. That'd be a nice little target.
Catch me up on some of the names that are still out there. I would like Branding Stool. I mean, when I watch him I know he didn't test great, guys, but when I look at Branding Stool, he was a guy that I thought had the ability to be a role player tight end as a move type, move type guy. Kind of remind me of Mike Gesicki in terms of his build. He's tall, he's long, he's lean, but the way that they moved him around the slot, moved him around the formation, I thought he ran pretty good routes. He was reliable at the catch point. Just he didn't test well, and so if you're going to be that guy and not be like an impact blocker, and then you're not going to test well, that's going to cause you to slide down the board. And I think that's why he's still here at this point. Jalen Conyers is still there too, right? That would be another one. If they're looking for a Joker tight end, I think that would make a lot of sense here for them in this spot. So he'd be another one. Josh Simon, is he still there from South Carolina?
Ooh, I think he is. I don't think he's gone yet. And then a couple receiving backs like a Marcus Yarns that I know you've talked up for the Broncos specifically, or even a LaQuint Allen might make sense. I know.
We were thinking that he might be a pick here for the Philadelphia Eagles. LaQuint Allen. He's a guy that can chip in as a blocker. Certainly, he's got receiving chops as well. He showed up to Syracuse, and they were like, "All right, are we going to make you a receiver? Can we make you a safety? Are you going to be a running back?" And he settled in a running back. Was a 2-year starter the last couple of years. Honestly, went down to the Senior Bowl, was one of the best pass protectors down there. That shows up on film with him as well with the orange, and then had some nice catches downfield out of the backfield as well. So, shows that ability to be that mismatch player. I like the way he competed as a pass protector. There's some things to clean up as a runner in terms of, his pacing downhill, but you get that with RJ Harvey, right? Where it's like Harvey is known for his patience and his vision approaching line of scrimmage. And now you compare that with a guy that has a little bit more pass game chops.
Fran, who's your favorite pick that the Broncos have made so far?
Barron, we know is not the one. Harvey, Pat Bryant, Saivion Jones, Q Robinson.
It would honestly, I'm thinking of like value-wise, might be Q Robinson. I think that just because when I'm looking at traits and I see, this is a guy that can develop into something. Again, it might be a touch early, but when I'm looking at length and I'm looking at explosiveness, what he could be down the road, I like the idea on day 3 of saying, okay, we're going to take high upside swings with high character individuals, right? And especially guys that have those extensive special teams backgrounds, because now I'm saying, okay, worst case, he doesn't work out as a pass rusher. I know I've got a backup that's going to be a special teamer and be a role player defensively and do that. So if he busts, that's what he becomes. There are worse things in the world. Honestly, if you're spending a late 4th round pick on that, some people will look at that as a net positive. If he hits, he's got the ability to be a key part of the rotation and a real impact rusher in sub packages. So that one is one that excites me. I like Pat Bryant, the player, as well. He was a guy that really kind of spoke to me. I like the physicality. I like his ability to win through the route with his play strength and with his technique. He's reliable, with his hands. He's just not going to wow you in terms of like his long speed. But outside, I think he just looked like a professional receiver.
I've got 2 little fellas that are still on the board. Okay. I'm going to ask you which one you'd rather have. Tez Johnson, Willie Lampkin.
Willie Lampkin.
Okay.
Now, I don't think Sean Payton would draft Willie Lampkin. You guys tell me. I feel like that would be too much of an outlier for him. Yeah. But I love Willie Lampkin. For a guy who's literally like offensive line, 5'10", 270 pounds. When I was at the Senior Bowl and I looked at that measurable, I was like, that's got to be a typo. There's no way that's real. And I'm like, okay, because I hadn't done the film on him yet. He was a late addition. And so I'm like, okay, let's see how this goes. My guess is it's going to be ugly. And this guy just wins rep after rep after rep. And there was one guy, I'm trying to remember who the defensive tackle was, but he tried to bully him at the snap. And Willie Lampkin was like, no, I'm not having that. Gives him a left arm, like forearm shiver to the side of the helmet and knocks him flat on his face. And I was like, man, I love this guy. Yeah. He's athletic. He played guard at North Carolina, but at that size, I mean, he's going to be a center if he's going to stick to the offensive line. I do think worst case scenario, you're looking at like a Patrick Ricard, like blocking tight end type. There's someone that could be really fun in that way if the right creative offensive coordinator gets with them. So, I like Willie Lampkin a lot. I don't know if he would be for Denver, but that one is I can't help but smile whenever I talk about Willie Lampkin.
Our chat, we talked a little about Tez Johnson, definitely a favorite. What about Luke Lachey? Do you think he could be in the mix for Denver at this point? And what maybe is it that's held him back to where he's still available at this pick?
I think in any other class, Dre, like Luke Lachey is probably off the board by this point. I just think he just got hurt by the depth of the class. I think he's solid across the board. What I like most about him is the route running. He's a guy that has a knack for being able to get open. One of the best individual routes, or one of the best individual reps I saw of any player at any All-Star game this year was the stick nod, a little double move that he ran against Shiloh Sanders down at the Shrine Bowl. It was day one. I mean, it was a filthy route. He sold the outbreak like it was going to be a stick route to the left, and then just put his foot in the ground and broke back down the seam. It was an outstanding route. And it's like, man, like you see that on film as well. This is a guy that just has a knack for getting open. I wish he was a little bit better as a blocker, but that's the thing though. In this class, when you had all these other guys like Conyers is still there as well. Conyers has like an A trait, like his hands, his athleticism, his movement, the versatility. Luke Lachey doesn't have like that A trait, right? So that's why he falls in a class like this.
Yeah.
Love it.
One more guy. I'm so open for another running back.
Tez Johnson is gone.
Tez Johnson's gone.
Wow. Pick
the Buccaneers.
235. The Buccaneers.
They only have receivers.
Crazy.
Huh. Yeah. We're going to build a football team.
The Bucs, that's not surprising. That's Jason Light is a GM that is willing to look past athletic profile, and that's where Tez Johnson, he would need to go to a place that would be okay with a smaller receiver who didn't run well, and so it's not surprising that he would end up there.
Light is literally in his name.
It is. It is literally
exactly
in his
right.
Name. Lamb Larison, UC Davis. Do you have any thoughts? I know it's kind of an off the radar type pick, but I love it's my Big Sky guys. I love the Big Sky guys.
Yeah,
did he make your top like 500 or 800 guys that you looked into?
Did not do the enough of the Big Sky stuff, unfortunately.
Stump the truck.
Yeah, you stumped me on that one there.
It's only a stump if he actually gets drafted, or at least
that's
signed.
right.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
It was electric for a second in studio here when the Raiders took back-to-back FCS quarterbacks.
I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, Cam Miller and then
faced off in the national championship. Go 2 picks later, you go from Tommy Mellott, my mortal enemy, to Cam Miller, my second mortal enemy. Oh.
I'll be interested to see. Do you think Mellott is going to stick at quarterback, or do you think he's going to end up getting moved? What do you think his designation will be?
I think he plays everywhere. I think they probably call him a receiver, and it's just easier to get him the ball because you can hand him the ball in the backfield. It's more so get him the jet sweeps or whatever, let him go. I think he can run routes too.
I have a lot of questions.
I have a lot of answers, and they're all that he sucks.
Right.
Except at football.
It's interesting. This quarterback class has gotten a rap of it's a bad class. It's a bad class. It's a bad class, if you were talking the guys at the top, but the depth of this class has been impressive. I mean, I think we're at 12 or 13 quarterbacks that have gone, and that's not even. I don't think that even counts Mellott. So I think when you're looking at this group, the overall depth of the class has certainly been apparent watching it them go off the board.
Well, that's where we're at. Punters and FCS quarterbacks. Fran, you're a legend for hopping on and being able to still talk through it all. Mm-hmm. We'll see if the next pick is worth chatting about. And we're honestly just ready for all the undrafted free agent tweets to start trickling in, So let's get the seventh round rolling.
Yes.
We'll have the trackers up, I'm sure, across all of our sites.
That's exactly right. Thanks, Fran. We'll talk soon.
Bye, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, and LaQuint Allen goes to the Jaguars. Damn it.
I'm feeling big back though.
Jaguars, one of my new favorite teams.
Personally feeling big back to go with
Let's go
they
through
are
the
having
big
a
backs
sick
because
draft.
some have gone recently.
Josh Brooks went. Damian Martinez went.
Jordan James, is he big enough to count as a big back, or is it literally just Donovan Edwards left?
I like Corey Kiner out of Cincinnati. Your boy's still there, Raheem.
Lane Larison's 250
Oh my God,
pounds.
Rocket's still there.
Rocket is still there.
Rocket ran in the 4.4s at 217. What are we
Yep.
doing?
Rocket or land, that's what I want. I get you could probably snag them as undrafted free agents. Rocket or land.
Do you guys want me on this show anymore? I'm gonna be so distracted by this Nuggets game.
No, it's
It's
your
the
call.
seventh
Ryan,
We're
it's
all
your
just still
call.
distracted. If you want to go down there, nobody's. I think my girlfriend's actually down at that bar.
Shout out.
I wouldn't. Is Allie here?
I got a notification that she was getting into an Uber.
Dang, that's sick.
Lexi will
So
make friends.
they'll have friends.
Okay,
They'll
good.
be friends.
Aw,
Yeah.
They are
sweet.
friends.
Man, the
Something
crowd's
good's
going
about to happen.
Crazy. Huh?
I'm guessing Jamal 3. Oh, AG 3.
Oh,
Christian Brown 3.
A bang bang.
Oh, bang bang.
What? Maybe we're really
What
behind.
are they cheering for?
I'm at
Was that the
8:50 to
Kawhi
go.
miss that they cheered about?
8:47, 46, 8:45.
We're at
8:44.
8:59.
Okay, so not too far. 17 seconds.
Are good things about to happen? Hey,
Depends.
No,
Do you
don't
like Christian
tell us.
Brown?
yeah, I love him.
Oh,
Why is Carlos gonna cry, bruh?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. So people want me
would
to
Carlos
pronounce
cry?
money on guy. I think it's Kyle Money on guy.
I think you've
Is
been
there an
thinking about
Enye
this.
in there?
I think.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's lots of A's.
I think
No,
you've been.
Enye.
No.
So where are you getting that Nye sound?
Monongai.
Monongai. But you're saying Monongai.
Yeah, like I don't know what I'm doing,
Yeah, I
guys.
don't-
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we like that about you.
Yeah.
I also have a little creeping suspicion that Dre saw that comment a while ago and has been practicing.
I mean, I've been practicing since
have.
he's been my RB7.
Bro's like, he's reading it like
I'm
mignonette.
high on him. I'm high on him.
Mignonette.
Love a good mignonette.
What the hell is that?
I don't know what that is. Much like the Pacific New Wales
Corporate
or
arcade knows
whatever
about
that is.
mignonettes.
Yeah.
We're 3 pictures
Living
away.
the
Mignonette
high
is
life over here, huh?
a sauce, I guess, most famous for oysters.
If it's a sauce, McDonald's doesn't have it, I'm out.
Yeah, McDonald's hasn't quite gotten
McDonald's. Yeah, that's where we are now. yeah.
McDonald's
What's wrong with
has
it?
not quite gotten into the oyster game yet.
Too much of a baller? Intimidating people?
Oysters are
He's
good.
got to have an injury or off field
Yeah,
at this
I mean,
point.
I
probably.
think it's
an
like
injury.
onions and vinegar.
He did like miss a good chunk, I think. Jake Major's any good? I don't
Center
even
from
know what
Texas?
sport we're talking about anymore.
Center from Texas.
Right. Scouting report?
Monyongai.
I don't have that for you.
Okay, sick.
I bet you Zubats misses his free throw.
I didn't realize the Wild are playing right now too. Playoffs are the best.
Yeah.
I hate the Wild, by the way, but they're playing Vegas, who I also hate, so I allow myself to bet on them to win. Same theory with the.
Seems like a real girlfriend move.
Didn't hurt the case, that's for sure.
What is happening? How far behind are we?
I don't know, Ryan. I don't know.
I've heard 2 loud cheers just in the time that
Oh, Ricky White's off the board.
what's his
Okay.
face went to go shoot a free throw.
I know.
Zubats.
I know. Zuby, Zoo.
Oh, get. Oh,
Rocket is Raheem Sanders.
yes.
Yes.
We know that.
Raheem.
Rocket.
Ricky White is
Oh,
dope,
because
by
of
the way.
Rocket. Rocket in the chat.
Legend.
Rocket a legend.
Rocket, you don't know this?
Rocket the legend.
If there's an Andre, I'm on
Yeah.
top of that.
Bro.
Rocket, you don't know about the one Rocket?
When
Oh my
Bill
God.
Chisholm bought the
MPJ
Celtics,
Max.
I was locked into
Right.
Bill Chisholm.
We're
having a
When
porter
Jazz
quarter.
Chisholm went to the
And
okay.
Effin Chisholm, what's his name?
Efton Chisholm III. Spelled different, still support it.
Efton, have you put that into consideration for your firstborn?
All of my considerations have been thrown out.
Wow.
Some
Yeah.
people thought Latavius would
Can we
be a
hear
good
some
name.
of the
Maybe you should
suggestions?
consider-
Well, when I first heard, what's a block bully?
Yeah.
Chidozie.
Chidozie Chisholm.
That's
When I
fire.
first heard Chidozie,
There's
I was
real-
like, there's a immediate no.
What's that called?
What are you talking about?
Like locks or something.
Alliteration.
Alliteration. There's a real alliteration to that. I love Jake. Like,
Locks,
if I do that to my wife, she's like, "What? I don't know. Jake always knows what the fuck I'm talking about. I love him for
If
that.
you have
I
a-
love him for
if
that.
you have a son, have you thought about Simon?
Oh, I mean, that was the joke. That was the joke with my best friend Simon the whole time.
Gotta get
Simone,
married.
obviously. Simone also a much more popular first name than it is a second name. So Simone is what? And I mean, why not as the middle name too? You know, Simone. That was all. This was all.
I think you should do Simon Simmons Simone.
Negotiated, talked about, broken down. I mean, no doubt about it.
I only have 2 suggestions.
One pick away.
Yep.
240.
Yeah.
No, we're on the clock actually. The
Phil,
pick is
you're
in.
on the clock.
Nobody told me.
Phil Maffa has gone,
than-
the Clemson
yeah.
running back. He's big. He would have fit the mold.
This is where you draft your
Jalen
punters.
Conyers, we party.
Yes.
Yeah.
Conyers, Tez Johnson.
Tez
those
Johnson's
are.
gone.
Oh right, duh.
Give me Land Larison. Land.
No.
Land.
I would have been in on LaQuint Allen had he still been around.
What did he say? Did he say clock schlock?
Oh no, Rocket. I'm sorry, guys. It has
Clock
to be
schlock?
Rocket.
Was that his example?
He
of
said
an
locks.
Lock schlocks. That was the example of an alliteration. I just want to make sure I lock that in. Lock schlock that in so I never forget.
I'm thinking of like a Drew Lock branded segment. You know, locks. But Jake understood what I was talking like that.
I know.
I was like, oh yeah, I know what dude's talking about. That's why he's my guy. you know?
Zach Walsh gets it. I'm scared. Every single pick of this draft,
Yeah.
I've just been a nervous
Right.
wreck.
Wow.
Hands sweaty.
I mean, mom's spaghetti. Honestly, yeah, like the Broncos. The Broncos hit picks haven't like it's mostly been like an attack on our stream, you know, like oh the Broncos drafted this guy, like you're under attack. So yeah, if they could just draft someone that doesn't make us feel like we're under attack and could pick up the vibes, like Crawshaw.
How am I supposed to know the
Crawshaw
Broncos are on the
slots.
clock if Zach didn't tweet it in all caps?
That's a great
Oh
question.
man.
Maybe he's in a
I
press
feel like
room?
he
Great
too
question.
is like this draft's been at least on Hank, myself, and Zach. I think it's showing its
It's rearing its ugly head.
yeah
do
it
look kinda
really is.
sickly.
Really is. Yeah,
I
I look
really love the Broncos.
Oh,
I
there
look
it is.
as like shit as I ever have.
Broncos are on the clock one last time.
Thank
all
you,
caps.
Zach.
There we go.
Yeah, could
What a
you bring
relief.
that tweet up on the stream? Everyone needs to enjoy that one. Pick us in, by the way. Pick us in.
With the sigh. Oh! Utah tight end Caleb Lohner.
That's the wrong Utah tight
Oh,
end.
the
That
Utah
is-
tight ends.
Oh,
Damn
almost an
it.
alley-oop.
They love Utah prospects.
They really do.
They're like addicted to Utah prospects.
Who was the one we liked?
Brant Keithy.
He's still available?
yes.
And
Maybe they drafted this guy to encourage him to sign an undrafted free agent with his
40
buddy.
checks.
Okay.
Now, why would they do that?
Yes.
Transfer from Baylor. Hometown Flower Mound, Texas. Not gonna lie, sounds a little soft. Majored in pre-communications.
Oh.
oh,
I love pre-com.
6'7",
yes.
250 pounds.
I need some football stats or something.
good.
Oh, okay. Played basketball at Wasatch Academy.
not a football
Oh, sorry.
stat.
Good call. Looks like only 1 year at Utah. In his
man.
first college football game ever. Wait.
This is a
Whoa.
bummer profile.
BYU transferred to Baylor to play basketball. He was on Baylor's basketball team. Those were good basketball teams. Saw action all 35 games, 2023-24 at Baylor.
Former
not
basketball
big
player
numbers.
tight end.
Baylor.
No one's ever done this.
we're
Baylor.
back.
Baylor
We're so back.
Baylor NCAA tournament record in 2023, going perfect 5 for 5 from the field.
Oh.
Those teams
Would you
were
like to
stacked.
hear about football, or can I keep going?
No, this is great.
See, yeah, maybe I was onto something.
Those
Talking about
teams
flower
were
mounds.
stacked.
Pre-com.
How do I spell this man's name?
I'm trying to learn as well.
So
Lohner.
how would you
First
say
name?
it?
Lohner.
First name.
Sorry, first name Caleb.
Garrett.
Yeah, he shows
Similar.
up as a basketball player.
Yeah,
What?
So his numbers better. So he was initially at
Wait, he's
BYU.
only a basketball player?
Wait, bro.
Well, Henry,
no,
are
no,
you
no.
confusing him with another guy that's also named Caleb Lohner?
No, I'm not. No,
Because these two people do look significantly
I
different.
promise
I'm
you.
not going to lie.
I promise you. So he started out pure. I think.
Oh, no. We're back. It's the same guy.
I promise you. So he went to BYU initially and was better there. 7 points per game, 6.4 rebounds in his sophomore season, 31 starts. So he was a starter as a sophomore at BYU. Goes to Baylor. Again, for those who are only football fans, Baylor, one of the powerhouse programs right now. Like I can't remember, how far did they go in the tournament last year?
I don't know. I hate them.
I hate them too, but that's not the point. This year, transfers to Utah, I believe only played football there. And again, in his first college football game ever this year, snagged a 20-yard touchdown on his first reception against Southern Utah. Okay, they suck. Pulled in an 11-yard touchdown, career-long 20-yard touchdown against Arizona, 3-yard touchdown catch at Colorado.
Sounds like he had a lot of touchdowns.
Catch for a 2-point conversion.
Wait, they scored against us?
Similar but different. Iowa State. Yes.
things are happening.
I believe Caleb Lohner did. Interesting.
Utah scored against Colorado?
Apparently a touchdown. This is
That
20.
that wasn't like Oklahoma State.
What was the score?
49-23.
I think we're focusing on the wrong thing right now. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, no, I was just...
I mean,
We love this, right?
How many touchdowns did he score?
We literally got our Jimmy Graham.
yeah, no, totally.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah, let's
so
hope.
How many touchdowns did he score?
4 touchdowns this year.
Yeah, that's good.
Uh,
He's never even watched football until this year, for all I know.
guess how many catches? Scored 4 touchdowns. Guess how many catches?
6.
4.
Oh, 100%.
4 catches, 54 yards, 4 touchdowns.
Exclusively
In his only season
a
of
red
college
zone
football.
weapon?
And by the way, Utah had negative quarterbacks this year.
This is
They
crazy.
did. They did.
This is my... No, I'm not going to say anything stupid. Maybe my favorite pick of the draft.
I just
Sean
love
Payton
it's
calling
so
his shot.
Sean. It's just so Sean.
Calling
That's
his
what I love
shot
about
on
it.
a basketball player. And here I was thinking, like, why would you take the punter in the 6th round? You give him the 7th. Well, guess who you could get in the 7th?
Yep.
This guy who has 54 career receiving yards.
This is fun. This is Sean truly calling a shot. He's like, watch this.
This is incredible. These are the guys who you'd say 10 years later, like Julius Thomas,
Yeah.
Jimmy Graham,
Yeah. Antonio Gates.
Antonio Gates.
Yeah, Tony Gonzalez. is the-
sign him to the bench.
Wow, dual
Probably.
sport, playing with the Nuggets.
He looks
I
a
would
lot
doubt it.
like the guys they've added from Clemson, the Nuggets.
He
that
says
is.
switching from basketball to football was the best decision I've made.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, for sure.
I would imagine.
How tall is he?
6'7".
Yeah. 6'7" white forward, not going far in basketball.
No. But I mean, starting 31 games, again, at BYU, so it adds up a little bit more. But going to Baylor and being productive, Baylor NCAA tournament record, them playing football, crazy.
Yeah.
Do we have testing numbies?
Come on, AG. Bang. Bang, bang.
Let's go.
I didn't actually see it.
He blocked a field goal according to Jim.
Interesting.
They've got a bunch of
6'7".
long guys who can really block some
And
kicks.
according to former Minnesota receiver Tyler Johnson, he intentionally drops the pass if it's not a touchdown. There's a strategy.
How many targets
How
did
do
he
you
have?
know that?
No, that's not true.
Oh, I was gonna say.
I can check. Wow.
Touchdown merchant.
Dang, this guy can get up there, guys.
I mean, he's a basketball player.
Would you say he is a joker?
No. I'd say you all are jokers, though.
Wow,
I
bro.
don't think you really comp
Had your
anyone.
back all day.
Well,
yeah.
you're funny. You make
Mr.
me laugh.
JJ Pegasus.
Yeah. I mean, at any time could you guys have intervened when I was calling in Pegasus?
But we thought it was a joke. That's why we laughed
Honestly,
every
yes.
time. I was
That's
like,
the funniest
JJ
thing
Pegasus
is
got
that
it,
you
yeah.
guys were like, hilarious bit from Dre. Like,
Yeah, you gotta cut it out now.
I remember that touchdown that they scored on the Buffs. Thought it should have been a pick.
There's a,
They just saw
This
the highlight.
year?
Yeah.
you know, Ball is Life,
Yes.
the brand.
Surely.
They did
I'm
a
also aware of the philosophy. Ball is life.
It's a lifestyle, actually.
Yeah.
Get it all out. Get it all out. Okay, so Ball is Life did a video on Caleb Lohner saying best shooting form in high school.
Whoa.
Went viral.
So do you think he's the best hooper on the Broncos immediately?
Yes.
Sick.
And Cortland Sutton be like, no, it's me. And then be like, yeah, you scored 2 points in college.
Didn't Bo play basketball?
Yeah, but I think Bo could probably hoop.
Give me the guy who just... Did they win a national championship when he was there?
That was Davion Taylor years, right? Or Davion Mitchell. No, that had to be...
Let me see about these.
That was like 2020.
Okay.
2021 maybe.
Was it that long? I'm so...
Now we get to have fun with these undrafted free agents, see what they can muster up, how many running backs, tight ends.
I will push heavily against any basketball player being called Joker.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is probably a good stance.
Drew Lock could hoop too.
He could.
For sure,
Awesome.
for sure.
This is unacceptable.
Yeah, it is.
Can we get a signal booster in this room?
Well, that's the 2025 NFL draft.
That's the 2025 NFL draft for you. Fun.
The most fun. How do I write this film room? Was it the 4 touchdowns and then just a bunch of basketball clips?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Fran hasn't studied up on him. Zach will have some good insights.
6'7", 250, man.
Is he American or is he also coming from overseas?
From Flower Mound, Texas. Come on.
Yeah.
I say things and yeah.
Dang. Well, you said a lot of things.
That's
You did. You
we
were
were
cooking there for a
discussing.
minute.
Yeah.
And I was mostly trying to catch, like, is this guy's football bio the same person in the basketball bio?
Yeah.
To be fair, you had a good point at first. There was a mix-up with the pictures.
There was a mix-up with the pictures.
Caleb Lohner had a top 30 visit with the Broncos. Quote, "It was one of the best trips I had."
Adds up.
Shout out
Sick,
to
bro.
number 3 NFL insider Zach Stevens for that.
That's right. Wow. This is a crazy pick. And I love it so much.
Yeah, it's fire.
Getting former basketball player tight end, that signed me up immediately.
Always.
You couldn't ask for any better.
He also had a tackle against the Buffs, according to Jim in the comments, because Utah had no quarterbacks. Or it was special teams.
Wow.
Yep.
Who would he have tackled, do you think?
Travis.
Yeah.
Didn't Travis have a pick that game?
It's hard to remember all the amazing plays that Travis Hunter made.
Yeah, it's really hard.
Well, DJ's came the next week against Oklahoma State.
So did Travis. I thought Travis started the game with a pick
Yeah.
against Utah.
Oh, that might be. Oh,
Or no, against Oklahoma State. They threw it up just like randomly and he went and got it.
right. Oh, Colton maybe?
What an awesome pick.
Maybe.
I think this guy's like taller than any of those guys and is really going to be a red zone weapon. That's where this guy can have an immediate impact. And as a special teamer, as someone who can jump up there and
you don't have to rush him on the field too. You got
swat
Evan
some
Ingram.
kicks.
Do we have an age?
Considering I don't even really have a microphone,
95.
Fair.
I think I'm going to call it here, boys.
Yeah. Yeah.
We appreciate you stopping by.
We're basically just at the mercy of Zach calling in.
Let me know if you guys have any issues with the producer.
We will.
Oh,
we
yeah,
will if we need your production.
Does that mean you're
assistance.
now the backup?
Sad.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's kind of like a grasshopper sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big moment for Yaya.
Big brothers, big sisters.
Promoted
You went
to
from the big
starting
to the
producer.
little, and vice
Yeah.
versa. Love you, man.
Bye.
Later,
He
bro.
wanted us to
Are you
stop
doing
talking.
buffs?
What is the Avs game?
Oh, okay.
But that Avs game, mind you, is at 7:30, so I don't know why he wouldn't be
asked.
able to do a 5:15 show.
When you spend that much money on Avs tickets, you want to expand the experience.
You guys can't hear it because he's not on mic. He said, when you spend that much money on Avs tickets, you want something the whole experience. And he did like this with his arms. But it was very like arcade of it. He looked
You know how he does it.
Travis did have a
angelic
pick.
and beautiful and like very, like this.
Travis did have a pick against Utah. He might have tackled Travis Hunter.
Dang.
Tackled Travis.
That's not easy to tackle Travis Hunter.
It's really not.
Elusive.
This is a big fella.
Are we?
It was a Colton tip to Trav interception.
Are we going the full 257 here?
Let's slack that to Zach in the chat and see what he thinks. What do you guys think? You guys want to hear Zach's insights? I'm sure you do.
Yeah, say in the chat.
Sure.
Do you want us to stop? If you've had enough, that's fine.
That's right. We've
It would
kind
be
of moved
very
on to
understandable.
the Nuggets ourselves. So
Yeah, I
We
do have to
literally have
get,
20 minutes.
Seems like this would
so-
take
I
priority.
do have to get ready for another show.
It seems like.
We've
I would
been-
like to eat before.
We've been
said
on air
show.
for a bazillion. Whoa, you could leave. That's fine. You should go eat. You should. You've done a
going
great
to.
job. We really
Thank you.
appreciate all the help.
It was a lot of fun. Thank
It's
y'all.
been
Shout
phenomenal.
out Broncos country. Love y'all.
Bye.
Mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Wow. I haven't been watching the chat. Is the chat as excited as we are? Oh, no, I'm talking about the pick.
Initial reaction was, "This is the worst draft ever, man. What the hell even is this draft?"
Those are the
and then there was a lot of hype of like a basketball tight end.
Okay.
Yeah. No doubt.
Yeah.
Basketball player, punter. That's what I want. And a guy who started 5 games. Electric day to be streaming for 5 hours, no doubt.
Got a punter and a guy we never heard
Actually,
of.
7 hours. 7 hours. So,
Siete.
facts.
go with my
This
numbers.
guy knows ball.
Or at least Spanish. People, one guy's not happy.
Oh, you know, the Wi-Fi is not great.
I don't know how you wouldn't be thrilled about this.
Alrighty, I'll see you guys later.
Later, brother.
Bye, brother.
Caleb Lohner ran a 4.540. If that's true, that's 6'7". My God.
That doesn't even make sense.
How could that even be possible? The crowd's going wild in the bar right now. Come watch the Nuggets at the DNVR bar.
Yeah,
Electric.
probably. Or sorry, RK probably just got down there. I'll cheer him.
Right. They would. Dang. I
Yeah.
mean, is that an actual fact, or is that something that Josh Miller, who we appreciate so
We do.
much for being in the chat, is
Top
just saying?
15, Josh?
Totally. He's definitely in my top 20, no
Ooh.
doubt about that.
I am
Right. It's like 3 steps, says Jim Kennedy.
I am seeing 4-6.
Did
So maybe
you guys
top
see my
25,
Slack
Josh.
message come through to Zach and Broncos assignments? Yeah, so I'm having ghastly Wi-Fi issues.
Well, interesting. I'm not gonna lie. I think I've got all my thoughts off my chest.
Yep. Basically, it's yeah. Now we watch the undrafted players. I mean, that's honestly the excitement here is we're gonna have a teeny tiny little lull, and then the real fun begins with that.
And I would.
Yes.
Yeah.
You can tell Fran not to come on. Yeah.
Yeah. I would just like to finish with this. If anybody
man.
out there is not excited about this pick of a basketball playing tight end who's actually a good basketball player,
Fun time.
you're pretty lame.
It's fun.
This
times.
is the stuff we live for.
Yep.
This is what you
absolutely.
live for.
I guess before we wrap, we should see these super chats.
Oh, yeah. Super chat it up. Super chat. How big of a difference going from the running back friendly Malzahn scheme to the Sean Payton offense? When was the last successful Malzahn scheme back in the NFL? 1 year of carry on and McFadden over a decade ago from Glenn. Jeez,
Yeah,
I
it's
don't,
not a scheme that's produced a ton of great backs.
True.
But I'm not sure. Like a lot of people are running. I mean, he's a shotgun running back. So
Yeah.
I think that's what it's going to come down to, that adjustment in having more of a head of steam. But his vision, inside, outside versatility make me think that he actually could maybe benefit from more of an under center and more of a pro style running game.
Totally. And I think.
But
yeah,
the track record of Malzahn backs is spot on. I mean, I agree on that, no doubt.
Brandon says, I feel like the draft industrial complex isn't going to like our draft, but I'm hyped. Yeah. I mean, I think
they're not for sure.
what you want is for them to not like your draft. Because that means you didn't draft like a simpleton and say like, oh my goodness, how do you get Jerry Jeudy at 14? And then next thing you know, oh, there's a reason everybody passed on him. You were the one simpleton who was actually looking at the rankings.
Yeah, no doubt. It's
Yep.
a good point. But yeah, no, I expect there to be some. And also, I think the undrafted group is going to
Yes.
play a big part in all this. So we'll see how
These
that
running
works
backs
out.
in particular.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep. Because there's a good chance they get somebody who we said you would have to use a 4th round pick on 5th round. They're out there.
I mean,
We'll see.
It's drying up a little bit.
Is
That's
it?
maybe more true of the wide receivers.
Okay.
Right now.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I haven't seen these last 20
Lane
picks or so.
Larison, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I thought you'd have to give him day 2.
Marcus Yarns could still be a pick.
True.
Yeah.
That's a
Jordan
big one.
James from Oregon could still be a
Is
pick.
Rocket gone?
Micah Bernard and Rocket. They
Rocket.
pull off Rocket. It's
Yeah.
over, man.
If they had taken
And what a perfect situation for him.
if they had taken Rocket instead of RJ, how would you have felt? Would you have felt better at the moment of the pick?
Yeah.
Yep.
I like Rocket a lot, though. I don't think
Yeah.
many people are higher on Rocket than me.
I would agree.
Raheem Sanders. Okay.
Last one from Chad. Thank you, fellas, for your strong draft work. Love the DNVR.
Love you, Chad. We appreciate that
We do.
so much. We appreciate all of you. It's been an amazing 3 days. We have had such a blast. I appreciate you so much, Hank. I appreciate you so much, Yaya, Jake, RK, Benny, the events team, Dion Smith helping out behind the scenes. I mean, it's all been incredible. Alicia, big time. Canes for showing their support at the live event. It's just been incredible all across the board. It means so much to me to see, this little draft pod grow into this monster that this is. So thank you, Chad.
Yeah. Dre and DNVR really crushed on opening night with Big Bros, Big Sis. Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Not only do we know the draft, we are now officially good people.
Well, yeah.
Well,
no, we are. I was going to make a
Yep.
self-deprecating joke, but it was better not to. So there
that
you
sometimes happens.
go. Yep. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. You'll see this crew Monday. I'll try to sneak my way onto the show to recap it all and talk through some undrafted free agents and all that fun stuff. Draft pod's still going on weekly from now until the end of time. So
Every Thursday.
you guys want a more fleshed out recap. You want to talk bigger team building strategies. You can't wait to talk 2026 NFL draft. You know it. We'll be with you all summer long. So can't wait to keep that going.
Do this year round.
Yeah. Yep. And Monday through Friday. So tune in. I think that's it.
I think so too.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Mad love to you all.